and it was just like this, and they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted and hollow in one spot, and when they'd cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside of it was a hand, like a perfectly severed hand, and looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with and we start to leave. But they tell us that they've already called the cops and they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that of course gets the head's attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have ever done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old, and it is definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of this living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of the tree into a movable chunk. Then they take the hand away and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't get any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently, and I heard some amazing and horrible things there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk. You'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one. Me and another guy were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises at night. So we head out there to look for whatever fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area, and I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone, and I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud, and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats. Pieces of shit. I'm groaning about it to the guy I'm with, and he thinks it's a real fucking riot. So we're seeing all these broken branches and what looks like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where this thing is. I call in and they tell me to confirm if possible, which, you know, just means they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so I basically just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out there somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something is living under it. Cause I love foxes, man, they're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now, I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it and holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back here, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where this thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about pissed myself. This guy is coming towards me, and he's backflipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, he's doing these crazy fucking backflips, and I swear to God, he cleared every fucking log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop where he is and that I'm pointing a gun at him, but he keeps coming and I just kind of lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off backflipping into the fucking woods again. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up, and I tell him there's some fucking weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in any trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that motherfucker was on, but I've never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely buttfuck crazy. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it's so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is, you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. I apologize for this relatively short update, guys. I'll do my absolute best to continue as soon as possible. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot here and in real life involve things like the Rake, the Wendigo, and other legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I can say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true, but as you all know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. After all, you have to out here. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there and how there are probably ghosts or whatever you want to call them all over the place, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we try to go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much. But she told me a friend of hers had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. So, here goes. I grew up in Central Oregon, and there's a reservation called Warm Springs about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mention that because a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping up there. Not on the res, of course, but in that area, and I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we'd all get in touch and camp out around the same time. We'd camp for about 2 weeks, so we were out there for a long time. I then asked him if he camped in an RV. Yeah, my dad had one. So I guess it wasn't really camping, but we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up out away from the camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside. We then talked on Skype a bit about camping. So anyway, sorry. One year, Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about 1/3 of a mile from the main camp. Far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else. I remember that specifically. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much of it, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was really impressed because he had this flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which, looking back, was really stupid because it was the middle of fucking summer, and if I remember right, the fire warning was either at yellow or orange. But thankfully, we didn't start anything major, and when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so it was probably about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water is still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer and I saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck. But I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water and it was definitely heading for us. I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He's looking at the fire with this weird expression and he tells me to sit down and shut up. So I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it and to just keep talking like we were, but I couldn't think of anything to say. He was saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I wasn't really paying any attention. And I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I wasn't really scared. I remember I was just sort of confused. But then I hear the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like. And I realized it wasn't a deer because whatever it was walking on 2 legs. I started to get up. I was super freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about this television show. And I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan, so I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong. Like its center of balance was really screwed up or something. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a really long time, and eventually Nolan ran out of things to say and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny little bit, and I actually did pee my pants when it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky, and if you want to know what they looked like, find that scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls in that lake and all the dead people are floating towards him. That's what its eyes looked like. So all I saw were these 2 white eyes floating above Nolan's head, and the really vague shape of the antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what my face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I fucking booked it out of there, and we ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. My pants were soaked with piss, so I took them off as we were running and I threw them into the bushes. We both stopped when we were in front of my dad's RV and we couldn't see anything chasing us, so we stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he'd heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd been able to understand was, "Help you." I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. That does remind me, in a lot of ways, of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits it perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, where I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's this desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out more about the Faceless Man if I was able to, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when he was out doing repairs at a park in his area, he saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on a ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any other help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. He said, "The second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around before the guy even talked to me, kind of like old period blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to walk away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though, because I hadn't heard him leave. So I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now, I admit, it could have just been my brain fucking up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that fucker didn't have a face. Like, he had no face. It was almost concaved and totally smooth. I just about had a fucking heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. He asked about the campsite again, and I point to where he has to go, and he's like, I'm not from around here. Can you help me get there? Now, this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around, so how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle, and he's like, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call him a taxi to come out and take him where he wants to go, and I pull out my phone and he just goes, no, and walks away really quickly. But he doesn't walk out of the park. He walks back into the fucking trees, and I got right in my truck and start to get out of there. Fuck the paint or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at that tree line again. I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time I know that fucker didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave, and right before I turned the corner, he took a big step into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just dark, so he blended in, but it felt more like he just melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist. He started speaking. You know, actually, I had something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out doing some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were gonna have this trail run through. I hadn't seen anyone else for probably a good 2 hours, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part. Then, out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably in his 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him. And then I noticed his face, and I probably looked like a complete douchebag because I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much. Like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all by about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of looks at me, and I backed up and was kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry. And then I went around him and fucking got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you, it was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There's a real stigma around discussing them, even when we're away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, although very quietly. Couple years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend, and we're out about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because... And then someone interjected a funny comment, and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track. Yeah, real funny, you fucker. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminds me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out because I just kept telling her to ignore it because I've heard it before and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually I got her to go to sleep, but I woke up probably about 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over and she wasn't there, and I kind of freaked out because he thought for a second and then he took a very long drink. Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low, but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to see what was going on, and she was dead asleep, but her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, you know? So I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said really quietly something like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." And then I was like, "You're just sleepwalking. Come back to bed." But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was a fucking staircase right there about 15 yards away. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was fucking out of my mind, and she asked me what the fuck she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything, I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know, I don't like thinking about it, you know? We all knew. You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of brain fuck up? Not Downs, but something like it. Someone else brought up. Well, I got to read the report he gave when they found him a week after he went missing, and it was fucked up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because who knows what that kid actually thinks is real, but some of this stuff I don't think he could have made up. Like what? Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire and the stairs came up to him and he had to go up them or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about after that, but he just kept saying, "like the campfire," over and over. And he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds, just that it was loud and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear them. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him where exactly he had gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he'd never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and that they didn't think foul play was involved. Doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him and well fed, but hey, what the cops say goes. And that was the end of his story. There's still a lot of questions I want to answer. I'll continue to ask around and find whatever I can. The next update should be soon. This will be my final update for now. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening here would affect every single part of my life. And maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously, but honestly, I just thought I was writing about a few things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher ups know. And I could tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many that I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who had disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it wasn't really any kind of surprise that she'd choose to cut and run. But people started coming forward, saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished. So some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of the lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children, so many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottom of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station that he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox, until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leaped back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As the hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into some vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever, or whatever this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist sideways and leaping off of the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd go check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel my job isn't in jeopardy, I will come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them. story was posted on Reddit as it was happening, so everything will be told in that format. This video includes tons of pictures and video of the incident while it was happening, so make sure you're looking on screen when it is mentioned. I am pretty much flipping the fuck out right now because of what just happened, and I'm not the best writer, so those two elements might mean you'll have to bear with me. Okay, so here are the events that have transpired in the past 2 hours or so, and a little backstory as to why this is freaking me out so much. My partner and I have recently moved back into my childhood home with my parents while our own house is being built. This is to save some cash and not have to move instantly from our rental when it's complete. My parents own 3 Australian native birds, and earlier tonight I was updating my Snapchat story to show my friends, as many of them always ask what the birds' names are and what they look like. I took 3 Snapchat videos, one after the other, and just put them on my story without worrying about retakes or what I looked like. Within about 15 minutes of uploading, I received a text message from one of my good, but not great friends that said, "You bearded beast, those birds are mad. By the way, the fuck was that in the window behind you in the last one?" I'll show the text message on screen right now. I had no idea what he was going on about, so I went and watched my own Snapchat story a couple times. On the 3rd or 4th watch, I saw what he was talking about, and my stomach sank and I almost started to have a panic attack, and I'm still pretty shaken up. I immediately saved my story videos and put them onto my computer to see them larger. In the last Snapchat video I sent, it kind of looks like someone is at the door, looking in with their hands cupped against the door. It's hard to tell because Snapchat videos are very poor quality and the door is only in frame for probably 1 second. Whatever is in the 3rd Snapchat video, however, is definitely not in the first video when the door is in full view. I was the only person home at the time, and that particular door leads to the backyard, which is only accessible via a single locked gate. I'll show the 3 videos I saved from my story.
Right, so the first one of my parents' little birds is this little guy. It is little Leo. He is a cockatiel. The second little bird of my parents is a rainbow lorikeet. His name is Oliver. And there he is. And here I am with my good little mate, Puffin.
In order to add some backstory as to why this has me freaking out so much, I have to quickly talk about my childhood/teenage years up until I moved out with my partner at age 18. From about age 8 until age 10, I had episodes of sleep paralysis, maybe 1 or 2 times a month, where it felt like a weight was sitting on my chest and I couldn't breathe for about 40 seconds at a time. This led to insomnia and anxiety about bedtime as I dreaded feeling helpless. I ended up seeing a child psychologist, and whether that was or was not the reason, the episodes pretty much went away. I had them only once or twice a year until I was about 13. At age 12 or 13, for seemingly no reason at all, I started getting chronic episodes almost every night that lasted minutes to tens of minutes at a time. During these episodes, I could breathe but could not move. The worst thing about these episodes, however, is that I felt like something was in the room with me and it meant me harm, which is actually common for people who experience sleep paralysis. At roughly age 14, things really took a turn, and I started to hear and see things during maybe 1 in 10 of my episodes, which is also pretty common for people who experience sleep paralysis. The things I heard were never too crazy or over the top and were usually just thuds and creaks. However, when it came to seeing things, there was always one reoccurring thing. A faceless person looking into my bedroom window with their hands cupped to the glass. For the course of a 1 to 10 minute episode, this person would just stand there and look at me. Whenever the episode ended, the person would just be gone. Over the course of 4 years, this occurred quite regularly, but it always really made me feel totally helpless and terrified. I never got used to it. When I moved out at age 18, I never had another episode where I saw anything. I'm 26 years old now, and I very occasionally, like once a year, have small, maybe 30-second episodes, but only those in which I feel heavy-chested. To cut a very long story short, whatever is there in my Snapchat video looks almost 100% like what I used to see as a teenager during my sleep paralysis episodes, and I've been a nervous wreck all night over it. To me, it kind of looks like a face to the glass and two hands on either side. It has scared the Christ out of me. So what do you guys think? I'll try to answer as many questions as I can and respond to everyone that I can. In this next part, the user answers questions from people that were commenting on the post. One thing I've just realized is that there was no glass in front of the figure. The door was open up until where the curtains were. All that was between the room and the backyard was a fly screen sliding door. So a reflection is pretty much out of the question. All three videos were shot back to back, one after the other, probably 10 seconds between each video to hit the send snap button and then start to record the next. That's why one video starts where the other one ended. All videos were shot over a 40-second time frame. Here's a sketch of what I used to see while having an episode. The face is scribbled because I could never make it out. The proportions and hand position are correct, however. The person always stood still and just looked. I have decided to stay put until anything else happens, if it ever does. I told my partner, but not about this post, and she was very freaked out. We have nowhere to go, so unless something bad happens again, we're staying put. As promised, I've taken a higher quality video of the door, and also one of the door from multiple angles in the room. I'll show them on screen right now.
So this is the door. And that's the screen.
A lot of commenters have recommended that if I feel someone or something is hanging around, to try and get evidence to take to the police or a priest. For this reason, I have repurposed an old smartphone that I will keep charged and handy that I can use strictly as a camera. If I see or hear anything, I'll record it for evidence. If anyone knows what I would even say to a priest if I'm concerned, please let me know. Other commenters recommended salting or pouring sage around the doors, etc. I wouldn't even know where to start for this. If anyone could actually send me a step-by-step guide, please PM me or comment. That would be great. As for the nitty-gritty, it's been 3 whole days and I have not seen anything out of the ordinary or had any sleep paralysis episodes. Our back motion sensor light has turned on a few times at varying times of the night, but I'm not sure whether it does that on occasion and I just have not noticed it until now. I've had a strong feeling of being watched every once in a while, but maybe that is down to being creeped out. I am, however, dreading being here alone when it's unavoidable. Update. To summarize last week, things were relatively okay up until yesterday, and I need some advice. I'll give a timeline of events of the past week. When I took the Snapchat video last week and put it on here, I was fairly distressed. I was particularly worried by some of the edits and enhancements made by the community. In my opinion, something, whether animal, human, or otherwise, was out there, and I'm still very shaken up. The day after uploading, I took your advice and ended up showing my partner both the videos and the post. She was reasonably freaked out given my past sleep paralysis, but explained that at the end of the day, it really could have been anything. In the few days after posting, I kept receiving great advice, and the major thing I took on board was that if anyone was out there, possibly casing my house to rob me, I needed to have proper proof if they ever did while I was home. I repurposed an old phone, Galaxy S3, to become a camera only, and I made sure it was always charged. I also made a mental note that when it is unavoidable to be here alone, most Friday and Saturday nights, that all doors are locked and all curtains where applicable are closed over. I have the direct line to the local police saved as a contact in my phone, and I have looked into a priest, even though I'm a skeptic, in the area. From last Saturday when I took the Snapchat videos until Thursday, things were fine. I hadn't seen or heard anything out of the ordinary except for a motion sensor light turning on sporadically at night. I'm unsure if this is normal or whether I was being hypersensitive. The fear was basically fading, and I was going to update you guys here tomorrow and basically bore you all to death with a story of nothingness. Unfortunately, I would have liked that much better than the current reality. On Thursday night, I had my first sleep paralysis episode in roughly a year. I went to bed at roughly 10 p.m. next to my partner and awoke sometime around 3:30 a.m. facing the back of her head. I couldn't move at all and started to panic as the window was just past her head at the other side of the bed. I didn't see anyone looking into the window, thank God, but I did feel the dread that comes with an episode, and I felt like a presence was with us in the room, that something was behind us. As soon as I came to, I woke her up hyperventilating, in an empty room of course, and I got to sleep by 5. I woke up on Friday and went to work. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I will say, however, that the whole day I somewhat dreaded being home alone that night, as it was the first night I would be alone since I filmed those Snapchats last week. I can't just go out every Friday and Saturday night until midnight just to avoid the house though, so I was trying not to be too concerned. On Friday night, my parents left the house around 7 p.m., and my partner left the house at around 8:30 as she works at a club. Things were fine, and I just started playing some games with some friends on Steam. This went on for a couple of hours until, at around 10:15 p.m., some shit went down. I started to hear some relatively loud banging noises. I could hear it even though I had a headset on, coming from outside the screen door, the door in the Snapchat videos. It was definitely something scraping or banging around out there on the back pavers. I stayed silent and carefully took the headset off my head. I got up off my chair, took the phone I keep constantly charged, and started filming just in front of the door. Here's the raw video I took. I'll show it on screen right now. Sorry about the shaky camera. I was looking at where I was going, not at the screen.
What the fuck, man?
Here's a breakdown of the video. When I started filming, the noise immediately got louder and more frequent. This was either good or bad timing. I didn't want to open the curtains in case someone was right outside the door in the dark. Absolutely fuck that. So I walked through the kitchen into the laundry and turned the outside lights on. The only way in or out of the backyard is down the left side of the house, so as soon as the back lights were on, I walked over to a window on the left side of the house that looks out at the only easy escape route. At this point, something loud occurred from outside the opposite end of the house, right side kitchen window. This scared the absolute shit out of me, so I circled the house to stay out of the light and filmed that window from a distance for a couple of seconds. I then turned the internal light on in the kitchen and filmed out the back kitchen window for a few more seconds. I couldn't see anything at all. I stopped recording. Now we'll talk about after the video. Nothing happened after what you see in the video. I didn't call the cops, I didn't go outside, I kept all lights in the house on and stayed away from all the windows until my parents got home at around 11 p.m. My partner got home at around midnight. I told her about what happened, but not my parents. She was pretty freaked out. I now feel very, very uneasy and think that I'm being fucked with in one way or another. Seeing as though so many people took the time to go through the other post and made edits, can I ask you guys to please help me out and tell me what you think those sounds could be, and whether or not you saw anything outside that I didn't. I know the video is vertical and crap, but I don't own any video or audio editing software, and I wouldn't be sure what to do even if I did. If I can get any tangible proof that someone was fucking around outside, I'm taking it and my Snapchat videos to the police. If anything is found, I'll link it. Major update. User Apple Carbon posted a comment right here that included this enhanced section of the video. The big mass in the corner is not supposed to be there. I'll show the video on screen right now. As Apple Carbon also pointed out, that figure is not there at the end of the video. Here's the picture that he or she linked. I can see that area from where I'm fucking sitting right now. How did whatever that was get out of the room? I was standing in front of it for a good 15 seconds. Here's the picture I took as we were leaving that area. Is that a fucking person? Can anyone please confirm this? I showed my partner. She agrees that we should leave for the night. We don't feel comfortable being here. We are packing our things to go to a motel tonight, and we will be monitoring and replying to this thread via phone or tablet the best we can. Tomorrow, I'm handing this, the Snapchat, and anything else I can to the police. Can people please enhance whatever the fuck they can? Please. The user then proceeds to update everybody via editing the thread. Edit 1. The police have been called and are going to meet me at my house in 3 hours. Edit 2. Police came, nothing is out of the ordinary, and all doors are locked from the inside. My partner and I got out via remote garage door last night. I took this video of the house at day for general layout. The police took a report and were irked by the video but have nothing physical to go on at this stage. They are keeping in touch. Edit 3. We are staying in a motel again tonight. Nothing happened last night. We have been offered by close friends to stay at their house for a while until this all blows over. We will come back here tomorrow and I'll try to get an update away if I have the time between packing. I'll keep responding the best I can. Thanks, guys. Final edit. I'm fine. My partner and I are staying at our friend's house until the end of the working week. I've been really slacking on replying, but I have been so busy it's not even funny. Nothing has been stolen from the house that we can see, and the birds are fine. The police don't want me talking too much about everything, and I'm not sure if this counts, but they believe that a two-man team tried to rob my parents while they were away. When one got in and realized I was home, his buddy tried to make noise to lure me outside, and when it didn't work, he slipped out. My problem with this theory is that all doors and windows were locked from the inside when they came. So, how did these guys get in? The cops think that maybe the one guy came in through the roof. This would mean that whoever slipped out behind me towards the end of the video had to slowly walk up the stairs, because they creep in thud if you don't, and go into my parents' room and climb into my roof all while I was right under them. I'm still freaking the fuck out. We're going to stay here with my friends until the end of the work week, go to my nan's house 1 hour away to see our dogs on Saturday, and then discuss whether or not we'll go back to my parents or not. Monetarily, we can't really afford not to. The thread ends there, and the guy hasn't updated or posted much since. I'll post a video with his update when he does. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you're new, make sure you're subbed so that you're notified if he does update. Thanks for watching. One evening about 8 years ago, it was pouring outside and we get a call from an elderly woman. She called in and said that she was hearing footsteps in her house and she thought there was a ghost inside because she regularly heard the sound of someone walking upstairs. But she lived alone. We went there just to check it out and make sure everything was okay. She stayed on the line with the 911 operator because she was really scared. About 3 minutes after she initially called in, she said that there was actually a man standing outside in her backyard, staring at her through her sliding glass door. Petrified, the woman froze in that spot and continued to stare directly at the man. For the next minute or two, she said that he was just standing there, still as could be, staring at her. Eventually, the man took off out of sight. When we arrived, about 12 minutes after the call first came in, we went to the front door. I remained in the foyer with the woman, and the other officer went to the backyard to see if the man was still hiding out or if there were any traces of him. I spoke with her for several minutes until the other officer returned. He said that there was no trace of anyone having been in the backyard. We set off to do a quick sweep before we left to make sure the house was all clear. In her living room, the room that has the sliding glass door, we discovered a trail of mud and footprints inside the house. I asked the woman if she had been outside at all that day or if anyone had been over to visit her. She said no, that she lived alone and that no one had come by to visit her. The woman was very old, probably around 85, and had very poor eyesight and was hard of hearing, as elderly people tend to be. The woman obviously had seen the man's reflection and mistakenly thought he was in front of her, on the other side of the glass, in her backyard. In reality, he had been standing only a few feet behind her in the same room while she had been talking to 911. Nothing was stolen, broken, or out of place, so we don't know what his intentions were. Who knows what would have happened had she not stayed on the line with the operator. I know it sounds like something out of a campfire story, but it was honestly one of the most unnerving and creepy experiences I have ever had while on duty. I was a 911 dispatcher for about 5 years out of school. One night, I got a call from a lady at a residence in town. 911, what is your emergency?
Is this the police?
She was freaking out, heavy breathing, scared, shaking voice. I've taken many calls like this, and from the sound of her voice, this was not going to be a routine call. I sat up straight and my heart started to pump faster. Yes, ma'am. What is your emergency?
There's someone in my house.
She trailed off, very breathy and genuine, but not loud and freaking out. Okay, are you located at... Insert house address here.
Yes.
I dispatched the cars to start heading over to the address, and I don't give a reason yet. Okay, do you know who this person is?
Well, no, I don't think it's. I know this sounds so crazy. I think there's a ghost in my house. There's noises, and I know there's a ghost right in the other room. I can hear it right now.
At this time, the sergeant asks me the reason of the call and why I sent him and 2 other cars without explanation. Normally, you'd send 1 car to something like that. It's suspicious activity, I told him. What activity? He demanded over the radio, which was a fair question. Sir, the caller is claiming there is someone in the house and she believes it to be a ghost. Silence on the air for about a minute. 10-4 is all he said. By the time they got there, the ghost was gone and the poor lady was a freaked out mess. And she kept apologizing for calling us. But it was real, she kept repeating. The officers later told me that her sincerity actually freaked them out a lot, and when they searched the house, guns drawn, even they were scared. I was called to a home of an older woman, mid-60s I'd say. She reported that there were ghosts in her attic or basement every night for the past week or so. So I go in and I don't hear anything. I check the basement and the attic as she shows me around. I shine my light in the attic, but I don't see anything. The basement had lights on, but still nothing to be seen. A week goes by and I get called back to her house again, but this time I'm working a night shift. I go in and check the basement. Nothing. I check the attic and there's a man with ragged, torn clothes huddled in a corner. Apparently, he was climbing in her window on cold nights. While there were no ghosts, it really did freak me the fuck out to see someone crouched in her attic. We arrested him, but dropped the charges since what he needed was help more than a record. He was homeless, and we helped him find a shelter to go to for future needs. I haven't seen him since. It's my job to help people, protect and serve and all that, and I try to take it to heart. I did my best to help both the resident and the trespasser. My uncle was the sheriff of a small town in New Mexico. He was the most hardcore person in our family, super straight-laced, never really bullshitted, and wasn't at all a joker. So when he told this story, which is backed up by my aunt, we all believed it without question. A local reporter named Bob D would always show up at any major police activity from the police scanner. Big car wrecks, fires, anything worth maybe reporting in the local paper. Everybody on the force knew Bob D. He was always around at least once or twice a week at various police activities. Now, Bob was a bit of a joker himself. He would mess with people by flicking behind their ears. People would react to the flicks, thinking it was a bug, only to turn around and see it was Bob just joking around. Everybody liked Bob. Unfortunately, Bob had bad lung cancer and died pretty suddenly. His wife buried him, which was against his wishes. He wanted to be cremated. For the next couple of weeks after his funeral, people kept talking about seeing Bob at car wrecks, fires, all the same stuff he used to report on. There were 20 to 30 reports like this from civilians and members of the force. My uncle, however, didn't buy it. That is, until the night he and my aunt showed up at our house, gun drawn, pale as paper. We asked him what the hell happened, and he had to sit down, take his breath, compose himself, and start to outline what happened. Just a note, this is a guy that I never saw get rattled by anything. He said, my aunt and him were sitting on the couch in their house watching TV. My uncle kept scratching at his ear over and over. Finally, my aunt asked him what the problem was, and he turned around just in time to see their bedroom door open. Bob D was standing there in the doorway, clear as day. My uncle jumped up and started cussing and got my aunt's attention, who turned to see him there too. As soon as they both made eye contact with him, Bob smiled, turned, and walked across the living room and out their front door. He closed the door behind himself and was gone. My uncle got control of himself and ran outside, gun drawn, looking for Bob, but he was gone. And at that point, they ran over to our place. We went over there and didn't see anything, but my aunt and uncle stayed at our place that night. At work the next day, all the guys on the force were giving my uncle lots of "we told you so." People around town said they saw Bob D show up at police scenes for at least another 2 to 3 months. My dad saw him in our dark room in our basement with a friend. He was flicking their ears in the dark. During the 3rd month, people that saw him kept saying he was looking worse and worse. My uncle saw him 2 more times, each time confirming that he was looking more and more worn down. My dad concluded that he was decomposing and his ghost was reflecting that process. Now, every time my ear itches, I get goosebumps. I worked as a police officer in a small town in rural Nebraska. Back in the 90s, I was patrolling through town in the winter. We had several abandoned houses in town, but one seemed to have the attraction of copper thieves, so we were told to keep an eye on it. I drove by it around 7 p.m. Since it sat on a corner lot, I had a clear view of all 4 sides of the house. As I drove around the corner, nothing looks out of the ordinary. About 2 hours later, I drive by again and the back door is wide open. I know that the back door was not open when I drove by it earlier. Looking at the snow on the ground around the house, there were no footprints. So I think, what the hell? I call dispatch, tell them I'm investigating an open door at that address, and ask for a county sheriff to start my way. I walk to the open door, pull out my flashlight, and shine it inside. The house has obviously been gutted for the most part. The plaster walls have been torn down, debris pile everywhere. Since there were no footprints in the snow around the door other than mine, and with all that dust on the floor not showing any footprints, I chalk it up to the wind, or maybe the door just opened on its own. I was about to secure the door when I heard a loud thump come from upstairs and what sounded like kids laughing. So I enter the house and yell out, "Police department, come downstairs!" And then I hear more of what sounds like kids playing. I tell dispatch that it sounds like there are kids in the house and start making my way through the kitchen into the living room where the stairs are, all the while cautiously checking the main floor. 2 more times I hear something upstairs, but since I've had no response, I start thinking maybe it's an animal. Still, I hear what I swear was kids laughing. I head upstairs and it gets all quiet. The upstairs is relatively small with a hallway at the top of the stairs that has 1 bedroom on the right, 1 straight ahead at the end of the hall, and a bedroom on the left. As I get to the top of the stairs, I hear a thump in the bedroom to the left. I carefully peek around the corner and it's an empty room with a small pile of plaster and wood debris in the middle. No kidding, sitting on top of the pile of debris was a page torn out of a child's book with a picture of a police officer on it. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I got out of that room, quickly cleared the other rooms upstairs, and got the fuck out of there. I told dispatch nobody was in the house, I locked the back door, and never went back in there again. My uncle works for dispatch in my town, and he recently told my family of the weirdest call he's ever gotten. He says that he had received a call from a landline one night, and when he answered it, there was only static on the other end. This happened 2 more times. Finally, he calls a squad to go check out the address from the caller ID. When the cops get there and walk into the house, they immediately saw that there was a dead body. The person had been dead for 5 months. The craziest part about it was that there was no electricity or any other utility working, so there was no way they should have been able to get those calls into dispatch. But if they hadn't, who knows how long that person's body would have stayed there. Not my call, but my dad served for 25 years. One night, he gets a call from a woman who says her neighbor has made a pact with the devil. The woman calling is about 35 and a religious wacko. The neighbor called about is about 75 at the time. My dad went over and knocked on the door, and the old lady answers, all happy, nice place decorated the same way for the past 50 years. She invites my dad in without even asking why he came and makes him some coffee and asks how his day was. Naturally, at this point my dad is wondering what the hell the call was about, but it came clear soon. At some point, my dad realizes he isn't the only person she's talking to, and that this lady thinks her apartment is full of people. My dad thanks her for the coffee and she tells him to come back at any time. The whole time she was talking, he was writing down the names of the people she was talking to, and he does some research on her when he gets back. Turns out, she was talking to family members who were all dead. She had a daughter, 3 sons, a brother, and a husband, all dead, and she had no family and no friends. She hadn't spoken to another person in years, her groceries were delivered, and she rarely left her apartment. Over the next 19 years, my dad took care of her. My sister and I came over all the time and just sat there and talked with her. She even taught me how to cook. Over the years, she stabilized and stopped talking to her dead relatives. She just needed people to live with. She actually lived until she was about 94, and she died in the guest room of my parents' house, since it had become harder to take care of her from a distance as she got closer to the end. She was like a grandma for us. A call goes out for reported screaming, and it's mid-January. My father and another officer respond to find a known deranged individual. Very long rap sheet and has been in and out of psychiatric care for years. Sitting on the front porch holding a double-sided wood splitting axe. Steam is coming up off the grass and there are chunks lying all over the lawn. Upon interviewing the suspect, he admits that he and a friend were playing poker. The suspect was losing nearly every hand, and he came to the conclusion that his friend was a haint, which is Southern for ghost, and he was cheating him. The suspect grabbed the axe, chased his friend outside, and hacked him into dozens of pieces, thus causing the warm blood to create steam on the grass. My dad tells the suspect that he needs to get into the police car because it's haint-proof. He said the suspect dropped the axe and sprinted into the back seat while thanking them for helping him. So pretty much my father convinced an axe murderer to get into his cop car because it's ghost-proof. I recently started working as a security guard, and one of my first assignments was the graveyard shift at a new housing development outside of town. Over the course of the 3 nights I worked there, I had some pretty bizarre things happen. While doing my patrols through the neighborhood, I would often see people watching me from the upper windows of the vacant houses. But when I would enter the house to investigate, they would be empty. One of the first things on my to-do list when I arrived on site was to go through the 8 model homes next to the real estate office and turn off all the lights and TVs. The first night, things went smoothly, but the following night, as I was making my way through the kitchen of the 4th house, I heard the light switch click and all the lights in the kitchen went out. It wasn't a power surge or a blown breaker, as all the appliances were still on and all the little green lights underneath the light switches were still lit. A few minutes later, I heard another click and the lights came back on, followed by the lights in the next house going out, but the TV remained on. By the time I made my way to the next house, the lights were back on, but the TV was in standby, which is only possible by hitting the button on the front. As I was finishing up in the last house, I looked out the window and saw that the second house and third house were lit up again. The third night, the light situation got weirder. The lights would either turn on or off in a room as I entered it, and in one house, as I entered the kitchen, the hood light over the stove turned on. As I turned to look at it, I heard a series of clicks come from the second floor, as if someone were running through the house turning on all the lights. When I went up there, sure enough, many of the lights I had turned off were back on. In another house, a desk lamp turned itself back on 3 times. Another lamp in the same house that had a dimmer slowly started lighting up right in front of me. Now, for the worst of the events. As I was walking past one of the construction sites, I saw what appeared to be a skunk walk behind the porta potty. When it walked back out, however, it appeared to look more like a black Shih Tzu. It proceeded to change size, shape, and color several more times right in front of me. Doberman, Bloodhound, Tan Mastiff, then finally a yellow lab, before running off into the dark. I'm willing to concede all of these can be chalked up to my mind and eyes playing tricks, or a timer gone haywire. I was assured there wasn't one, but this last one defies logical explanation. As I was walking back to the office around 2:30, I glanced up at one of the houses. As I did, something hit me in between my left pec and shoulder, hard enough to stagger me. I weigh 250 pounds, so I'm not exactly little. It felt as if someone were walking the opposite direction on the sidewalk and shoved their way past me. I have since asked my supervisors not to assign me to that site ever again. Happened to me about 6 months ago in Australia. I was walking home from a friend's house at around 2 or 3 a.m. It's about a 20-minute walk along a couple of medium-sized streets. The streets were always really quiet and empty, but I'd done this walk multiple times before without any issues. I was pretty tired and still a little tipsy, so I was just kind of going along. As I started to go up a hill, I got this sudden urge to look behind me. For no real reason, really. I glanced back and saw that a tall, skinny guy in a black hoodie was walking along the same road in the same direction as me, maybe 80 to 100 meters away. I should also mention that I'm a short female, but I wear men's clothing and hats, so I don't really have to worry about getting hassled by men as much as some other girls do. But I was still aware of the fact that we were the only 2 people around and that there was plenty of dark places along that street. So, a bit further along the walk, I glance back again and see that he's closer than he was before, like maybe 40 meters away this time. I told myself I was just being paranoid and he was only catching up to me because I was walking so slow. I still sped up a little bit though, and felt my heart beat a little faster. After 5 or so minutes of power walking, I stop at some traffic lights to cross the road. And when I stopped, I heard his footsteps behind me and realized how much he had caught up by now. He was definitely aiming to keep up with me. I immediately crossed the road, barely checking the traffic, and looked back at him from the other side. He still had his black hoodie on and we were in a dark section of the street, so I couldn't really see his face or anything. When he started to cross the road towards me, I was telling myself not to start running yet because I felt like he could probably outrun me and catch up before I could get to my house. My house is on a tiny side street coming off the larger road that we were on. I could still hear his footsteps, power walking, keeping pace just behind me. As I'm about 5 meters away from my street, I speed up a little more without actually breaking into a run. I started to cross my street, trying to act as though I was going to keep going past it down the same road. When I was about halfway across, I prayed that the high fences on either side or the darkness of the street would give me some cover. I sidestepped as far as I could into my street. I turned sharply and started absolutely sprinting as fast as I fucking could down the middle of the street. I sprinted straight past my house to the footpath at the end of my street that joins to another road. The first half of the path is stairs because it's a really steep hill up to the road. So after bounding up the stairs 3 steps at a time, I turned around and saw the hooded guy sprinting down my street coming after me. I have never felt such a huge shot of adrenaline before in my entire life as I did when I saw him running at me. I thought I had already run as fast as I possibly could down the street and up the stairs, but the adrenaline went straight to my legs and I started flying up the last half of the steep path like it was nothing, like I was running up a moving escalator. When I got to the top, I could either turn right or left. I turned right and kept sprinting along the road past 2 houses that had high fences and hedges until I got to a house that had only a small garden bed in front of it. I jumped over the garden and crammed myself into a bush. I was so scared. I had to hold my hands over my mouth to stop panting so loudly. This street was deserted and silent, so I easily heard the hooded guy's footsteps, just pounding up the hill. I heard him stop, but he was breathing really heavy, so I peeked out to see what he was doing. He was at the top of the path, clutching his side, bent over like he was gonna puke, looking left and right up and down the street. He then made up his mind, spat on the ground, and then turned left. I watched him jog away, still looking around everywhere for me. As soon as I realized he was out of sight, I laid down on the ground and let myself pant and breathe for a bit until I felt like I could walk again. All I wanted was to be home. I kept on going to the right, further down the street, because it connected with the road I was on before, so I could circle back to my house and keep some distance from the hoodie guy. In the end, I made it home safe. I'm going to give a bit of a backstory first before I begin this story. It's almost the end of summer, we only have about 2 weeks left, and I've been trying to cram as much activities in as possible. I'm an 18-year-old male and I don't have my license, so I have to walk and take the bus everywhere. I've never really minded though, as I like walking. So my friend and I wanted to have a night out, so at about 5 p.m. she picked me up and we got pizza and teriyaki before heading back to her house and getting high with her boyfriend. At about 2 in the morning, I decided I should get home. I didn't bother asking my friends for a ride because they were already asleep and I always felt really bad for asking for a ride, so I gathered my things and started the 5-mile walk out of town and to my house. I'm not really a paranoid person, but I always carry some form of a weapon with me just in case. Tonight, it was my pocket knife, but during the school year, I have at least 3 mini screwdrivers on me at all times. I'm a pretty big guy, 5'11", pretty built, and I'm confident enough in my ability to take care of myself. So I started this walk, high out of my mind, at 2 in the morning. I'm on my 3rd mile heading towards some apartments when I notice offhand that there is a man about 100 feet behind me. As soon as I see him, he pulls out his phone and begins talking on it. I brush it off and continue on my way home. A little ways ahead, another man comes out of the apartments and just stands in the middle of the sidewalk up ahead, effectively blocking my path. At this point, I realize that something is most definitely wrong, so I stop walking and just look at him. He's tall, maybe 6'1", and his grin was really unsettling. I hear the man from earlier before and I feel him grab my left arm and tug me sharply backward. My first reaction is to reach into my front pocket and grab my pocket knife. His friend has already started walking toward us, but he hasn't noticed that I'm reaching for anything. So it was a complete surprise to see me pull out a knife and stab his friend in the thigh. He yells and lets go of my arm and I quickly sprint away from the 2 of them into some bushes alongside the apartments. I stayed there for a bit. My phone had died while I was at my friend's house, otherwise I would have called for help. There was a bit of cussing, and then they went searching for me, but they gave up after a while. After what felt like ages, I found myself on the main road again, blissfully alone. The rest of my walk was okay, and I never ran into anyone after that. I made it home safely. This story goes back a few years ago when I was a 17-year-old high school student. Every day I'd walk the 25 or 30-minute journey to and from school. There was a shortcut I could take to my house that took some time off of the walk, and as a nature lover, the shortcut was very enjoyable. I've included a diagram since the setting of this story is not very easy to describe, and sorry for my shitty 3D representation. I'll put it on screen right now. Whenever I'd walk home alone, I would take this shortcut to enjoy the small amount of forest we have in this medium-sized, moderately busy city I live in. My shortcut was pretty well traveled, and I would occasionally see some other people walking from their neighborhood towards the busy streets close by, or other students walking home from my high school or the college. But other times, there would be nobody except me on the path. To give you an idea, the path was definitely not groomed, but it was traveled enough you could make out a path from being trampled over the years. The shortcut started off from a busy road by my high school and went into a low-lying open wooded area with some small ponds. After a few minutes of this, I could veer right up the big hill towards the street parallel to my street. One day, I was walking home from school after staying a bit late for extra help, and a few minutes into my shortcut, I noticed a guy standing off the main path a bit, seemingly minding his own business and talking on his cell phone. There was an open backpack sitting on the ground by his feet. Growing up with overprotective parents and in martial arts, I have always been a very cautious person and taken a lot of details, especially being a young girl out walking alone. This wasn't unusual by any means, since the entire low-lying area is traveled and there are numerous paths off the main path leading different directions, since it isn't a thick forest, sort of like a free-for-all for walking. Sometimes people would stand off the busy road while waiting for the bus stop close by, not wanting to stand in all the traffic fumes while people sped by during rush hour. The only thing I took caution of was that I had been seeing him there a few times that week and I had never seen him before. But oh well, maybe he was a college student or just moved into the area. This time walking on the shortcut felt different though, possibly because there was no one else on the path today, but I started to get this bad feeling in my stomach. The one everyone has a hard time describing, but most people know too well. Something wasn't right. But by this time, I was already well along my shortcut, and I decided to blame my feelings on me being paranoid, which is really not uncommon of me. I kept an eye on him out of my peripheral vision walking by, and he continued to talk on his cell phone and didn't seem suspicious to me, so I continued on my merry way. I must have walked 20 or 25 meters away when the guy stopped talking on the phone, and I felt an even bigger feeling of dread in my gut. I turn around to see him crouched over, phone gone, fidgeting around with some sort of cloth and a brown glass bottle. Before I had a second to register what the fuck he was doing, his head shoots up in my direction and the look in his eyes is a terrifying mix between I've been caught and I'm not stopping now. He drops everything, leaving his shit behind, and starts sprinting straight for me, cloth in hand. At this point, I'm too far away from the busy road for anyone to see me in the low-lying woodland with this crazy fuck, and I'm too far away to scream bloody murder. My first instinct in that split-second decision is to run towards my neighborhood. I decided this all as I turned around, throwing my heavy backpack on the ground and sprinting as fast as I could, starting up the hill toward my neighborhood. Judging by appearance, this guy looked like he could break me in two with no effort, and I trusted my flight response more than my fight response. Plus, I didn't know what the fuck he had in his hand. All throughout school, I had been the top cross-country and track runner in my entire school out of the female and male teams. My running had been my savior on a few other creepy occasions, but soon into the chase, I knew it wouldn't be enough this time. This guy was fucking fast as shit, and I could tell he was slowly gaining on me without even looking back. I finally see some fenced backyards up ahead, and I'm hoping people are home from work. I start trying to scream help as much as I could with my out of breath and useless voice. I make a split-second decision to start jumping fences of people's yards, hoping this guy's hurdling skills are shittier than his running. The first fence throws him off, but by the second into the next yard, he is on my ass and I feel him coming insanely close to grabbing my leg. I am shitting myself at this point. I see no cars in driveways, no sign of anyone home, and the only thing that is keeping me from panicking and wiping out in my exhausted state is thinking that I may not ever see my family or friends again. The next yard belongs to people I know rather well, including their dog. Necessary background information. This house was close to my street on the street parallel to mine, and I have come to know their dog rather well since they recently moved in. My friend hated the shortcut, and sometimes I would walk to school with her on the street down the hill to the busy street. This dog was huge and an absolute maniac. Usually, when kids were walking to school, they would put him in the backyard instead of their front yard since he would growl and scare the shit out of the kids walking by while he was tied outside. I love animals, so every time we'd walk by, I'd talk calmly to him through his menacing "I'll fuck you up" barks. Every time I did this, he'd be slightly less vicious to me, until one day the nice people who lived there gave me a treat to give to him, and after that, the dog was a nice stop on the way to school. The dog's name is Leo. With that next yard and my newly acquired friend in sight, I had never felt hope like I did in that moment. By some insane stroke of luck, they let him out in their backyard for the afternoon while they were at work. When Leo saw me frantically running toward him, he started wagging his tail, then looked to the guy chasing close behind me and he started growling. I thought this would be enough to get the guy to fuck off, but no. He started to jump over the fence the second after I did, but the dog jumped up and his teeth came so close to his face that the creep fell backwards into the other yard straight on his ass, right as I fell into the dog's yard on my ass. The creep and I stared at each other out of breath for a few seconds while the dog was barking and jumping like mad at the fence at him. Maybe he was assessing if he could take on the dog or not. I prayed that the creep didn't have a knife or something like that. The guy looked angrier than I've ever seen a person, and after a few seconds, got up and started running back down the hill from where we came. I sat there for a few seconds in complete shock and couldn't move, until my hero started licking on my face. I snapped out of it and ran to the back door and started pounding. They obviously weren't home, or else they probably would have heard what just went down. My house was so close, I jumped the fence and ran the rest of the way home and called the cops to investigate and try to find the guy. I gave them the best description I could after coming practically face to face with him. The dude's bag was gone and so was every trace of him. They found my poor backpack in a muddy puddle and the police told me they'd keep looking. Never saw the guy again, and I didn't hear anything more about it, and after calling the police a few more times, I gave up. They told me during that time they had received sketchy reports, people being stalked, chased, etc., but nothing like mine. Over the next few months, there were a few missing person cases, but in a city like the one I'm from, not the worst, but not the best, you could never connect anything like that for sure. The more I thought about it over the years, the more fucked up it is and the more confused I am. First, if he was trying to kidnap me, why didn't he think of a better way to grab and snatch me into the forest before I had the chance to get away or before another trail goer possibly walked by? He didn't appear to have a weapon on him or anything except that creepy cloth. And what the hell did he have in his hand? A friend thought it may have been chloroform, but I did research on it and apparently it's more a myth that pouring it onto a rag and covering a person's face causes them to faint very quickly. Plus, where the hell would you get that anyway? Thanks to that asshole, I never walked the shortcut anymore without at least 2 friends and pepper spray or some sort of protection. Back in my early 20s, I was trying to kick a major 4-year heroin addiction. Like I said, trying on my own, which meant that I wasn't using as much and it would be months in between. On this faithful day, someone had given me 2 OC80s. This was when the price of such goodies hadn't reached the almost $100 a piece mark. I had never seen these as they were fairly new on the streets, so after getting off of work at the little coffee shop I worked at, I popped the 2 teeny tiny treats in my mouth and hopped on the train to head into Boston to go see one of my favorite punk bands. Now, anyone who knows about kicking a habit, when you start to use less, your tolerance goes down. So the number one rule there is to use less than you're used to. And I had no idea how strong one of these things were. And like I said, major habit. So of course I took them both. And for those who don't know, 1 OC80 is enough to let a 200-pound junkie feel good. So being a 110-pound girl that hasn't touched the stuff in a couple of months, I don't even remember the show, never mind do I know how I got on the train and off at my stop. Anyways, by the time I got to my ratty little borough of Beantown, I was throwing up every 20 feet or so. I could barely keep my eyes open, but I didn't live in a very good part of the city, and curling up on a corner and hoping I didn't die was not an option. So I propped myself along the walls and was trying to inconspicuously hurl while trying to make the 5 blocks to my apartment. I was about halfway there when I noticed a shitty car going really slow behind me. I figured whoever was in it was looking for a hooker. The part of town I lived in, anyone could be a hooker. So I just turned and looked at him and shook my head. This was usually enough to get them to drive on. It wasn't this time. Guy pulls up right next to me in this like 30-year-old crappy green Honda or something and says in a very thick and what I'm guessing is a Korean accent, "You need help? Get in, get in." The man looked to be about 30 and of Asian descent, dressed in jeans, blue tattered t-shirt, and I kid you not, a tux jacket. That has nothing to do with anything, I just thought it was strange. Living in Boston, you see some strange stuff. Now, even being a junkie slash punk chick, I was always a polite girl who was so nice to strangers as to not hurt any feelings, and because of this, I would get myself into dangerous situations, and I knew this. So I just wiped the puke off of my mouth and smiled at the guy and said, "Thanks, but my boyfriend is waiting for me just down the street." There was no boyfriend, and I actually had quite a bit of blocks to cover, but I was nice, not stupid. Well, not that stupid, considering the pill-sickened state I had put myself in. Mr. Man says, "You sick, you need ride." Okay, guy can't take a hint. I told him again that I didn't need a ride, but thanks. I started to walk faster and crossed the street. Unfortunately, it was a one-way and he pulled up close enough to the curb that he could grab me from the driver's side. Alright, now I'm getting scared. It's almost 3 a.m. and no one is out on this side street. No, you get in now. I was feeling really sick and embarrassed at this point. I was trying to hold off throwing up in front of this guy, and I know I'm about to hurl again and I'm getting pissed. So I yelled, "No, I know get in now. Look dude, I'm not gonna suck your dick, so just fucking leave." And then I puked. Now, I was always on the small side and hung around and lived in places where it was a good idea to have some sort of protection. Tonight, I had my gravity knife tucked in my boot, so when Mr. Good Samaritan started to get out of his car as I was bent over, I pulled it and let the blade slide out as I stood up and said, "Please just leave me the fuck alone." His eyes focused on the knife and he got back into his car. Like I had said before, his car was a piece of shit, so when he took off, it was really loud. I watched him turn the corner and started back on my wall crawl home. As I turned the next corner, lo and behold, there he was at the end of the street. He took off again when he saw me stop and stand there looking at him, but the whole way back home, I would either see him or hear his muffler. I still hadn't put my knife away because I knew if he actually got a hold of me, I was in no condition to be able to get him off of me without a lucky stab. He actually drove by me as I was fighting to open the door to my crappy little duplex. My roommate and I lived on the bottom floor, but once I got in, I felt pretty safe enough to crawl to the couch and pass out because my roommate's big-ass skinhead boyfriend was there. And they have this pit bull something mix who was a love bug but smart enough to know when not to be. When I finally woke up the following evening, those things really fucking hit me hard. My roomie told me she couldn't believe I had slept through all the ruckus. Apparently, the dog had started barking around 4:30 a.m. and wouldn't stop, so they let him out of the room and tried to go back to sleep. But Rudy wasn't having that. Which is the dog, by the way. They came back out to tell him to shut up, and he was running back and forth between the back corner window and the window behind the couch I was passed out on. The dog was going absolutely batshit crazy, acting like he was trying to bite through the fucking glass without waking me up. My roommate later told me she had checked to make sure I hadn't OD'd and died. This was the point where my roomie's boyfriend decided to go out and check what the hell his dog was trying to kill. He grabbed the bat we kept by the door and made his way to the back where the window to the couch was. He heard a lot of noise going around the other side, and then a car starting up. A loud car. By the time he ran to the front, the car was halfway down our street. When he made his way back around to check the window Rudy was trying to eat through, there was a bunch of crates moved from under the first window he was barking at, stacked up under the window where the couch was, and the screen had been cut where you put your fingers through to open it. I always read these stories where people say I'm getting goosebumps just writing this, and I think they're being over dramatic, and now I feel like an asshole because there really is no way to describe how you feel reliving this. Over the next few weeks, the boyfriend and the dog stayed at our place because we kept hearing noises and, imagining or not, it scared the hell out of us. Quite a few times, the boyfriend would run out when we hear something and would sometimes even catch a glimpse of the guy as he went around a corner, but he was never fast enough. The boyfriend would blame it on the guy being, quote, ninja fast, but we just knew he was too slow. Some may ask us why we didn't just let the dog out. This was a point in time in my state where they were thinking of outlawing pit bulls because they had a really bad rap. If we had let him out, Rudy would have caught him and that would just end bad on a lot of levels. But seriously, what kind of person still tries to get into a house with a psycho pit bull and a 6'2" skinhead trying to kill you with a baseball bat? Now, you might ask why we didn't call the cops. Well, like I had said, I was into some pretty bad stuff, and as a rule, punks don't like cops. However, the neighborhood I lived in, we all talked to each other, and some of them were cop callers. My next door neighbor knew what was going on and called the cops one night when she heard someone in her kitchen. She lived alone. She locked herself in the bathroom and started yelling that the cops were on their way, but this guy was persistent. He was trying to pop the lock from outside until he actually heard sirens, and then he booked it. The lady said she heard a loud car start and looked out the bathroom window that faced the street to see, you guessed it, a crappy old green car drive away. When I heard about this, I felt really bad. I mean, this lady is like 87 or so and lives alone. What would have happened if the dude got in? Why, oh why didn't we just let Rudy eat him? When the cops finally got there, the three of us were outside, so they started asking us if we had heard or seen anything. So we told them what had been going on, and I gave a description of who I thought was doing it, but also said I wasn't sure of the details because I hadn't been feeling well at the time. The cop that was writing it down almost threw his pad and pen down, saying that if people like us, I don't know if he meant punk rock, smartened up and called the police, they would have caught the guy. Apparently, Mr. Get In Now fit the same description as a guy that they were looking for that was wanted for quite a few sexual sexual assaults around the train station. Now I felt really bad, but still had to give the cop lip over the people like us statement. But that's not the point. I've been clean for over 15 years and don't live near town anymore, so I'm pretty sure I would handle things differently now. And I know that if I hadn't been messed up, then I would've. As far as I know, they never caught the guy. Back in December of 2004, wow, it doesn't even seem real. It's been over 10 years. I was living in Portland, Oregon, attending college. I was sitting at home one night writing my last research paper for the term. I had my Yahoo IM up, chatting to a few friends when a message from someone not on my friends list pops up. Have you ever thought about suicide? Okay, weird, but hey, it's almost midnight on a Sunday night and stranger things have been asked to me before, like, can I see your tits, etc. So I messaged the stranger back for kicks. Sure, who hasn't at some point? Why? Well, asking that question opened Pandora's box. He battered me with questions about how I wanted to die, why did I want to die, would I want to die with others, etc. Obviously getting creepier and creepier as the conversation continues. But I play along. I'm assuming the guy is just fucking around with me. I ask him his name and he says it's Jerry, and I ask to see a picture of him. He sends me to a profile pic on Hot or Not and asks me if I think he's good looking. I tell him sure, yeah, you're cute or whatever. He asks to see a picture of me, and I send him a random old photo of a girl on my MySpace friends list. Yes, it's that old, I realize now. And he tells me that he thinks I'm a 10. Wow, awesome. Thanks, Jerry, who's obsessed with suicide. As the conversation continues, he tells me that he's sick of his life and women don't seem to be attracted to him, so he wants to end it all. I tell him the things you're supposed to say to people in this situation. Relationships are nothing, you're more important to the people in your life, don't do it, blah blah blah. I'm not heartless, but I just don't feel like talking someone off of a ledge at around 1 a.m. Jerry tells me that he's met a lot of women online that want to kill themselves and that he's planning a party for Valentine's Day, which is 1.5 months from now, so everyone can come and do it together at his house in Klamath Falls, Oregon. He then asks me if I'm interested in joining. I say yeah, sure, but I make an excuse that I don't have a car to get down there for it. He tells me that there are a few women from Portland coming down for it, and one of them has a van. He's sure I can catch a ride with them. He says that he's built a beam in his home that will hold up to 50 bodies at once, but that I shouldn't wear shoes because they'll weigh me down. By now, yes, I'm starting to realize this guy is acting very serious, and this is in fact not a joke. So I start asking him specifics like what his address is, what his full name is, who are the women traveling from Portland. He tells me their names and that one of them is bringing her 5 children with her and that they want to die as well. Huge red flags are up at this point. So while I'm still chatting with him, I call a friend of mine back home in Eastern Oregon who works as a 911 dispatcher. She's actually at work when I call her, and after telling her the whole story, she advises me to hang up and call Portland Police Department right away, and at least give them the info to pass to Klamath Falls. She makes a record in their system that I've called, just in case. I keep talking to Jerry and I call the Portland police, and they send 2 officers out about an hour later, and they pretty much laugh at me when I explain to them what's going on. I print out our chat log, give them the guy's full name and address, which I've already verified through Google as being legit, as far as Google can, and they tell me to just quit talking to him, simple as that, and they just go about their business. Wow, don't I feel stupid now. I call my friend back home and tell her what Portland PD did, and she said to keep an eye on things. If he keeps talking, just keep saving the conversation. So I do, for another 2 hours, and things just get to the point where I can't handle him anymore. He's battering me with questions about how do I want to die, wearing clothes or naked? Do I want to have sex before I die? Would I have a problem killing kids before? Would I want to hold hands with others while we hang? Finally, I just told him I'd be in touch closer to Valentine's Day. So after this, for the most part, I just laughed it off with some friends. Because Portland PD never got back to me about anything, so of course, I just assumed it ended up being a very strange prank. Fast forward February 10th, 2005, a friend of mine calls me while I'm on campus on my way to work. He tells me some guy in Klamath Falls has been arrested for trying to set up a mass suicide pact for Valentine's Day. I'm floored. I run to my office, log into a computer, and sure enough, it's everywhere on all news forums. Gerald Crean arrested for plotting mass suicide Valentine's Day party. My friend from back home sees the news and calls me, tells me I need to call back to the Portland PD and tell them I called this in back in December. I make the call, and an hour later, 2 FBI agents are coming to pick me up at my job, taking me home, and taking my entire computer to be analyzed. We sit in my living room and I'm questioned over and over about my involvement and if I was really planning to commit suicide. I kept telling them over and over that I just talked to the guy as a joke. Thought it was some sort of prank and that I only called the cops when he started talking about some woman from Portland bringing her kids in too. And I'd given all the info to the Portland PD officers back in December. How was I supposed to know they never did anything with it? Which they didn't, they sat on it, probably shredded it, and never even sent any of the info to Klamath Falls. The agents tell me the story has gotten a lot bigger and that Crean had contacted hundreds of people. At least 30 had agreed to come on Valentine's Day to his house and commit suicide together. One woman, her parents found some emails between she and Crean and called the police. That's how they finally got involved, not from me, nearly 2 months ago. This happened less than a week before Valentine's Day. So I'm freaked out, they drop me back off at the college, and I tell my boss everything that's happened. She tells me that reporters have been calling non-stop since I left, wanting to talk to me. She said she didn't give any of them my cell phone number, but that she thought it was only a matter of time before they showed up at the office. I was a student worker, my name is on the campus website, directory, etc. If the AP got a hold of a police report, there was no saying how fast they could start tracking me down. I call my mom, tell her what's happened, and she tells me that she'll be up that evening to come and get me and bring me home for a break. I take 4 days off, turn in what assignments I have left as the FBI has the rest on my tower, and I head off to Eastern Oregon to wait out the media. Big mistake, huge mistake, because by the time I made it back home that night, they had already tracked down my brother, and my sister-in-law thought it was so cool that ABC and CNN wanted to talk to me that she gave them my parents' address and my cell phone number. She's a fucking idiot. I was harassed, chased down, and semi-terrorized until I finally gave an interview to Good Morning America. I hoped it would die down then. The story was out. Who cares, right? Wrong. Completely wrong. Apparently every fucking outlet cares until you give them the 15 seconds of conversation that the others didn't get. I had my 15 seconds of fame and I never want to deal with that shit again. Crean is still sitting in the Salem State Hospital for his crimes of solicitation to commit murder. I'm a 24-year-old female from the UK. Despite a few creepy instances as a child, there has only been one time in my adult life that I have truly felt primal fear. My apologies if it's a little long, but trust me, I am being as concise as possible and need to explain the surroundings a little bit first. I live in a village in the middle of the English countryside. To paint an accurate picture of its size, it has a population of around 4,000, but feels more like 1,000 due to its spread out nature and being surrounded on all sides by lots of fields, farms, and woods that eventually connects onto a pretty famous forest. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, and because of this has notoriously bad phone and internet connections. Having lived here all my life, I pretty much know the place like the back of my hand. I know where all the public footpaths through the woods and fields are, where they connect, which are shortcuts, where to cross deep streams, etc. I have gone on walks in this area throughout my childhood with my parents and alone as an adult. Nothing bad had ever happened. I felt safe here. This story takes place last summer in July after I moved back home from university and had yet to get a job and smoked a lot of weed. A habit my parents despised and which I tried to keep hidden from them by going for evening walks, which included multiple pre-rolled joints hidden away in my hoodie pocket. As usual, they both got home at 5 p.m. We had dinner but chatted for a while longer than usual as my mom had quite a hectic day and was telling me about it. Because of this, I ended up heading out for my walk an hour later than usual, around 7 p.m. But as it was summer, the sun was still shining, so honestly, I didn't really notice that it would start getting dark while I was still out. The woodland closest to my house is less than 5 minutes away, and you enter through a gate into a farmer's field. You can see across the open area quite far until the first set of small woods obscures your view. That's where I was heading, as I knew this track takes under 2 hours and leads back onto the same path I was standing on now. More than enough time to smoke the 3 joints in my pocket and for the smell to leave my clothing, I thought. This entire area is very popular for dog walkers, so it's not unusual to see other people around while you're out, and this is a village where everybody says hello to everybody. I lit my first joint and started walking. I'm just in my own world for a while until I was less than 100 feet before the entrance to the woods. An elderly man was coming out of them throwing a ball for his collie dog. I finished my joint and stubbed it out. As I got closer, I recognized it was John, who lived on the road next to mine and knew my grandpa. We stopped and said hello as I pet his dog Max. While talking to him, I see another man come out of the woods. No dog, bright green jacket, very tall, and had a good 10 years on me age-wise. Me and John chat for another minute and say goodbye, and he warns me not to stay out here for too long as it will start getting dark soon. He was right. The sky was bright pink and orange. The sun was indeed beginning to set. I hadn't really noticed. I continued on down the path and towards the man. When we were nearly passing each other, I look up to make brief eye contact with him, smile, and say hello like everyone here does. Even if you don't recognize the person, it's just something you do here. My eyes instantly met his. He was already looking at me. His dark eyes locked on mine, and he wasn't smiling. I didn't know him at all, but I knew something was wrong. It was in his eyes. I swallowed my politeness and looked at the ground as we passed. I had lived in my university city the past couple years, so I knew a red flag when I saw one, and my country bumpkin manners evaporated. I quickened my pace a little and before entering the woods, slyly looked back. The guy was still walking in the same direction following John. I felt relieved, laughed, cursed the weed for making me feel paranoid while lighting up another joint, and I started walking into the woods. It takes about 30 minutes to follow the path through the woods to the end. The pathway exit opened into another field that led to another set of woods. The sky was now violet, the dimming light having been obscured to me by the trees. I was already smoking my last joint and was near the entrance to the second set of woods when I felt it. Fear. Complete, crippling, absolute fear worked its way like electricity through every layer of flesh. I'd never felt anything like it before or since, but I knew what it was. I whipped around. Standing at the exit of the first set of the woods was the man. I could still make out his green jacket in the fading light. He fucking doubled back, and very quickly too. I had looked back several times while in those trees and he hadn't been there. For a second I froze, and so did he. He knew I'd seen him. To sprint the distance between us would take him about 5 minutes. He was obviously in good shape. I threw the spliff and fucking bolted into the woods. The only way I could go, and I didn't dare look behind me. I sprinted for a couple minutes before taking a sharp left turn off the path into the trees. I was hoping to throw him off a bit, but I couldn't see a fucking thing. The light was already darkening and the trees made it 100 times worse, especially as I was now in the thick of them. Their branches catching on my clothes like fingers, whipping and scratching my bare legs so bad I bled. I ran and ran, my lungs protesting in pain, hating me for smoking so much while my heart was throwing itself against my ribcage trying to escape. I couldn't anymore. I threw myself on the ground behind a particularly thick trunk, my back against it, knees to my chest, hand thrown over my mouth to stifle my labored breathing, desperately trying to pump air into my lungs for the next sprint. I listened for the first time. A few seconds passed silently. Then I hear him. Heavy footfall snapping twigs behind me and about 20 feet to my left. I dare not look in case he sees me. I have my phone, but I know I have little chance of signal being where I was. And I knew he'd hear me talking or see the light from my phone. I'm not ashamed to say at this point I start to cry, the tears falling silently down my cheeks. What the fuck? I hear a deep voice exclaim, "Where are you? I know you're here, I saw you." I have to clasp both hands around my mouth to stop my scream escaping. I can hear him moving around. I panic and I find enough courage to slowly peek from behind the tree. He was about 10 feet behind me, less than 20 feet to the left with his back to me. I moved back and my eyes searched the area around me. I pick up a pretty heavy rock and I carefully check on him again. His back is still turned, but he's searching through the trees, hunched down lower to the ground now. I make a snap decision and with everything I had left, I threw the rock behind me and to the right. It clattered through the branches of the trees and made one hell of a noise. I watched him immediately bolt in its direction, laughing. He fucking laughed. I paused a little, hearing his footsteps get quieter until I thought I wouldn't be so visible to him if I moved and threw myself forward. I ran, trying to put as much distance between us as possible, but I was also aware that I was getting further and further away from my house. I knew there had to be a stream somewhere close. If I found this stream, I could follow it as it borders the land and ran parallel to some of the footpaths. I ran and ran until the trees finally cleared and I could just make out another field through them on the other side. I thank God and push myself a little bit further till I'm out of the trees and the ground disappears from below my feet and I go head over shoulders down this stream embankment. I crash into the water below, my open mouth and lungs filling with muddy water. As I splutter it out, I feel both relieved to have found the stream and terrified that he's heard me. My phone is now ruined. I slowly make my way downstream as quiet as possible, listening out for him the whole time as the stream borders the woods, looking up periodically just in case. After a while, maybe half an hour, I notice the trees begin to thin out and realize this is the edge of the woods where I would have been exiting and where the pathway connected to the original one I'd been on. If I ran, I could get home in less than 20 minutes. As quiet as I could, I dragged myself on my stomach back up the embankment army style, wanting to stay as low as possible. I peeked over the top. I could just make out the opening of the woods exit path about 50 feet away. I sat and scanned the forest line for a couple minutes, my eyes trying to make out any sort of movement despite it being now pitch black. Nothing. I couldn't hear anything either. I pushed myself up and sprinted as fast as I could across the field onto the pathway. I knew the gate I'd entered through was in the adjoining field. It really wasn't far. I was so happy. "You fucking bitch!" came a loud yell from across the field. I swear my legs nearly gave out then and there. He had been waiting for me. I turned my head and saw him full-on sprinting out of the woods. I screamed and pushed myself further, tears coating my face. All I could do is run. I crossed into the main field now and I could see the moonlight shining off the metal gate. My house was just 5 minutes away after that. I have never focused on anything as much as that gate. He was faster than me and getting closer, screaming at me the whole time about how he was going to slit my throat. I ran and ran, pushing myself up and over the gate and ran up the road. road. I looked as I made the turning for my road. He was still fucking following me. I raced up my driveway and threw myself through the door, running into the living room crying and screaming hysterically, pointing behind me towards the door. My dad ran outside while my mom grabbed a hold of me as I collapsed shaking. As it turns out, my parents had already called the police. As I said, I was going out for an hour at 7 and it was now past 12 a.m. and I hadn't answered when they had called my now broken phone, which was very unlike me. We called the police again to explain. They came and I gave a full statement. Both my parents and the police were horrified. Nothing like this ever happens here. There hasn't been a reported rape or murder in the last 100 years. But one look at me and it was obvious I was telling the truth. I was covered head to toes in cuts and bruises, soaking wet in mud and blood. I won't go into how this experience changed me. It's pretty depressing, but I will say the thing that scares me the most is that they never even had a suspect. Despite him following me so closely, he was gone by the time my dad ran outside. That guy is still out there, and who knows what he is really capable of. This story is told in the perspective of a female. This happened to me back in 2008 when I was 16 years old. I was pretty high at the time, so I could have just been having a bad trip and being paranoid, but I've thought about it a lot and I feel like I just managed to escape a dangerous situation. I had just turned 16, which is kind of a big deal, and instead of being at home celebrating with my friends, I was stuck in a town hundreds of kilometers away from them. It is a beautiful, vibrant town. I just didn't know anyone there, except for Dave. He was 21 years old and he was the only one I did know there, but even then I didn't know him that well. I had met him once when he was visiting my hometown, but I was lonely, and as a 16-year-old, spending your birthday alone is literally the worst thing, so I was desperate to have some fun. Dave invited me to go to an overnight trance festival with him and his friends. At first, my mom was completely against the idea, but Dave agreed to meet up with my family and I pretended to know him a lot better than I actually did. He was a very mild-mannered and charming boy, and this, coupled with the fact that my mom felt bad for my 16th birthday being so shitty, was enough to convince my mom to let me go. I was extremely excited. It was my first festival and it was with older guys. It was going to be the best birthday ever. The festival was being held in the middle of a wooded area about an hour's drive away from where I was staying with my parents. This is relevant later on in the story. I had never met Dave's friends, but they seemed okay. This one guy made me feel a little uncomfortable. He kept on looking at me like I was food. We'll call him Mike because I don't even remember his name. I wasn't going to let that ruin my evening though. The night started with us smoking some weed, which I was no stranger to, and then they convinced me to snort some MDMA. It was my first time, but like I said, I was no stranger to drugs, so I obliged. We then went to the dance floor and I had an absolute blast. I was way too high to care about anything else but the music and the way it felt to move my body. I started to feel a little overwhelmed being in the thick of it, so I moved off to the side where I could still hear and dance to the music, but be a little bit more chilled. I slowly became aware of a conversation taking place behind me. These people were saying pretty odd things. The first guy says, "See that girl? She's one of my girls. She knows how to treat you right. Just see how well she moves." The second guy says, "Yeah, she does look good." The first man then goes on to describe all the things his girl can do. Some pretty intense sexual things. I was like, man, this girl sounds hardcore. I even looked around to try and spot her, and there were a couple ladies nearby, but I had no idea of knowing which one it was, so I just carried on dancing. After a while, the first man encouraged the other to go and dance with this girl, and she would give him, quote, a taste of what she can do. And to my surprise, this man comes up and tries to start dancing with me. I stopped dead, looked at him, and then turned around to see who was calling me his girl. And there's Mike, standing and leering at me. I'm standing there in shock when Dave rushes over and whispers, "We have to go," and pulls me off the dance floor. I go with him, thinking of him as my savior, and he takes me over to some jungle gyms overlooking the festival. I managed to find a comfortable corner of the jungle gym and was just enjoying the evening air, the fire dancers, and the distant dance floor when I spot Mike fairly close by in an animated conversation with the guy from earlier. The guy finally hands over some money as I was trying to figure out what was going on when Dave and his friends come over to the place I was happily ensconced. They surround me and offer me a line of something. I ask what it is, but they won't tell me, so I decline. There are 4 of them standing very, very close to me, completely trapping me as I have a pole at my back. One of them is shining a torch in my face, and they will just not take no as an answer. They badgered me for what felt like 10 minutes before I finally gave in. As soon as I had taken the line, Dave says we should head to the car. I was already way too suspicious to ever want to go to the car, so I asked if I could just go and dance real quick and then I'd go with them. I ran off to the dance floor, pretending to be excited to get dancing, and pushed my way right into the thick of the crowd. From there, I worked my way to the front and then slipped into the surrounding woods. I hid behind the closest tent and tried to plan out what to do next, when my phone blew up with texts and calls from them asking where I was. I had literally been gone for like 2 minutes. Why were they so worried? I began moving stealthily from one tent to the next, hiding between trees and being extremely paranoid. As I was switching between hiding places, I heard 2 guys approaching, so I dove into some bushes. I had no idea who they were, and I was about to ask them to help me when I heard one describing my exact outfit and description to the other. I was so scared. I had never seen these 2 amongst the group I was with. How did they know who I was, and why were they looking for me? I just had no idea what to do. I was scared that if I phoned my mom, I would get into huge trouble, and who knew how long it would take for her to get here. I had no idea who to trust and no plan. I just continued moving through the woods, feeling helpless and terrified, when I spotted a campfire. I ran towards it, and when I emerged, there was a group of about 15 very high-looking hippies jamming to some music and having a good time, so I sat with them. They welcomed me warmly and let me sit with them for the remainder of the night. I didn't tell them what was going on. I wasn't sure I even believed it myself. After a few hours, Dave finally found me and tried to get me to leave with him. I refused, so he just sat there until sunrise. I then called my mom to come and get me, as I didn't want to call her at an ungodly hour. I went home and never spoke to Dave again. So that's the night I was saved by some random hippies in the woods. This story is told in the perspective of a female. This is my first time talking about this since it happened. Thinking about it still brings back feelings that are hard to describe. But I've been listening to similar stories from other survivors and decided telling my story might be therapeutic for me in some way. It might also help somebody else who accepts rides from strangers. Don't. This happened to me a few years back. I was 21, but I looked like I was 15. I've always been smaller than other girls my age, and I'm smart enough to know that sometimes looking young can attract the wrong kind of attention. Unfortunately, on this night, my guard was down. I had been drinking with my boyfriend and his brother for most of the night. We were all pretty drunk, so I don't remember why we had gotten into a fight, but for some inebriated reason that was probably really stupid, we did. I wanted to get away from the screaming and yelling, so I left. I was crying so hard I could barely see, but I managed to make it to the end of our street, which was only 2 houses down, and that's when he saw me. He was older than me, probably in his 30s. He was driving an older white car of some kind, and he had a big dog in the back seat. He saw me crying and stumbling, and he slammed on his brakes and reversed back to where I was standing. He asked me if I was okay, and I told him no. He asked if I needed a ride, and I told him yes, which turned out to be a huge mistake. Now, I knew not to get into cars with strangers, but I was so drunk, mad, and hurt that I really didn't care at the time. And he had his dog with him, so I figured he was just a normal guy. The fact that it was 2 in the morning and this guy was randomly driving around with his dog didn't even register with the fact that it was I got into his car and he started driving around with his dog didn't even register with the fact that it was I got into his car and he started driving around with his dog didn't even register with the fact that it was I got into his don't remember much of what happened from the time I got into his car to the time I started realizing something was wrong, but I do remember a couple details that probably saved my life. When I first got into his car, I asked him if I could use his cell phone to call my friend and ask her if I could stay at her house. He let me, but he made me call her on private. I just thought he didn't want strangers to have his number. I asked her to meet me at the Kroger's right down the street from where I was, probably a 2-minute drive. She said okay, and we hung up. After that, I started talking to the guy, probably rambling about nothing, lost in my own conversation. So lost that I didn't realize that we had been driving for more than 2 minutes. Actually, it had been more like 15 minutes. I finally stopped talking and stared out the window. My heart started pounding and my hands began sweating. We were no longer in the city I lived in. In fact, we were surrounded by trees in the middle of nowhere. There was no sign of another living person anywhere, not even a street light. And the dirt road we were driving on looked like it hadn't been used in a very long time. I sat there in silence while he slowly drove down this road, and all I could think is, he's going to kill me when we get to the end of this road. I'm going to die tonight and nobody knows where I am. They'll never find me. A million things were going through my head. Fear is not a strong enough word to describe how I felt. Petrified, maybe. After about another minute of driving in silence, we reached the end of the road. There was an old abandoned house and nothing else. Finally, I got enough courage to talk. I stared straight ahead, too scared to turn to look at him, and asked him what he wanted me to do. He didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled his pants down and revealed himself to me. He sat there, waiting for me to act on his silent demand. I didn't know what to do. I definitely didn't want to do what he wanted me to do, but I didn't think I could run away either. What if he made his dog chase me? What if he had a gun or some other weapon? I had no idea where I was. He did. He could easily chase me if I tried to run in my drunken state, and we both knew it. So I did the only thing I thought I could do at the time. I complied. I did exactly what he wanted me to do. I thought about biting him as hard as I could, but just as I started thinking that, I felt something hard on the back of my head. I'm not sure if it was actually a gun or not. I never saw it, but I didn't want to risk my life if it was. I felt sick, disgusted. I was shaking from fear so badly that it was hard to do what he wanted. Finally, he pulled my head up, and it was at that moment that I realized I did have a way out of this. He had allowed me to use his phone. He had left a trail back to him if something were to happen to me. Making me use private doesn't stop the FBI from tracing the number. I just hoped he knew that too. So before he could make me do anything else, I told him, Sarah is probably really worried about me. She knows I called her from a stranger's phone. He sat there for what seemed like forever, and I could see that he was realizing the same thing. He didn't say a single word. He started the car and drove out of the woods, back towards the city and my home. For the first time, I actually started to breathe again. I felt like I had just saved my own life, but I wasn't free yet. He could change his mind and turn around at any second. I didn't move at all. I couldn't. I did pay attention to the street names and any signs I saw, though. I knew I was going to the police, and I wanted to give them as much information as possible. Finally, we arrived at Kroger. Sarah was actually still there waiting for me. She was terrified that something had happened to me, and when she saw me, I could see the relief on her face. The man didn't say anything as I got out of the car. I struggled to walk to Sarah's car. I was still shaking very badly. As soon as I sat down, got the door shut, and saw that the man was gone, I burst into tears. I told Sarah everything as she drove us to her house. Once I was there, I called the police. They sent a car out not long after, and I told the officer what happened. He asked me to ride with him to the hospital so they could do a rape kit and try to get some DNA. I agreed, and we went to the nearest hospital. My boyfriend and my mom met me there. I had never been so happy to see my mom. I had to tell the doctors and different investigators what happened about 10 times. I was so sick of telling it, of reliving it. and it had only happened a couple of hours ago. I just wanted to go home and go to bed. A week later, I was sitting at home watching the news. They were talking about a girl who had gone missing. She was last seen walking her dog in a popular park about 50 miles north of where I lived. I didn't think too much about it at the time, other than hoping that she was okay. Another week passed and I was watching the news again. They found the girl. She was dead, strangled to death and left in a drainage ditch. She was only 14. When they showed the picture of the man who had killed her, I almost passed out. It was the same man. I know I shouldn't, but sometimes I blame myself. If I could have remembered more details, maybe they could have got him. Maybe she would still be alive. I still live with these thoughts 8 years later. And that's my story. Everything in this story is true. It was by far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. To truly believe you are about to die, that is a feeling that you can't describe. I'm just glad I'm able to tell it.
So to begin this story, I'd like to state that I'm a 17-year-old female that is out of a traditional high school. Also, I am fairly popular in the Vine community I'm in, so I get lots of people contacting me. People have been creepy in my comments for as long as I can remember, so when I see people posting weird comments on my content, I just brush it off and delete the comments. But one person took it too far. I put my Snapchat on Vine one night. Keep in mind, it's my personal Snapchat, but I wasn't expecting many people to follow me. A couple of my loyal Vine followers followed me, and one person who had been an unintentional creep, but I didn't care much. On my personal Snapchat, you can see where I work and go to school, but I never thought much of it because it was always my personal one. So, the one creep started snapping me messages like, "Hey, let's hang out tonight," at like 1 or 3 a.m. I never responded because I was either asleep or I just never wanted to. But they were relentless when it came to hanging out. They kept asking and asking, but I never answered. Until one day they messaged me, "Hey, you work in Westlake, right? I live in the Woodland Hills. I'll just show up at Target." At this point, more photos of me at work or walking to my car in the parking lot that weekend. I fully freaked out and decided to tell my mum. Her only reaction though was that it was probably one of my friends fucking with me. This did not help. The next couple of weeks they were quiet and they didn't message me. My phone started having problems though, so I used it less. I took it to the repair center and they said that someone had hacked my fucking cloud of my phone. I was astonished and done with everything at that point. However, I didn't connect the dots because I didn't think this person was that insane. The techs at the repair center backed up my photos and contacts and performed a factory reset on my phone. When I got it back, there was still nothing on it. So tonight, about 2 hours before I'm writing this, all my photos were loaded back onto my phone. I didn't think to look at them because the tech said that they'd all be there. I emailed myself some digital art I had made and downloaded it to my phone. When I was looking through my folder, I found a video of him jacking off and coming in the library where I was doing a project with me in the frame of the video. I was utterly disgusted. I took a screen capture of my downloads folder to rant about on Instagram and deleted the videos and pictures. About an hour after I find these videos, I get a Snapchat message from him saying, "I hope those videos help you. Goodbye." Then he blocked me on Snapchat and Vine.
About 10 years ago, I got a job at a 24-hour gas station while I started college full-time. I'm female, I was 18, and uneasy about working alone initially, but I got used to it, and the regular customers that hung around me made me feel pretty safe. They stuck me on the second shift usually. They could only really afford one cashier as there was a larger, more popular station right next to us. It could get pretty lonely sometimes. After I had been working there for a few months, I was working a particularly slow, wintry shift when the phone rang at around 10 p.m. Favorite Mart, this is Jade. The phone very rarely rang. I expected it to be my manager.
Hi, my name's Lisa. I'm a student at the University of...
The voice was clearly a man attempting to sound like a woman. I humored her, figuring I wasn't one to judge.
I'm in a graduate program pertaining to child psychology. I was wondering if you could take part in an anonymous survey for my thesis.
This was new, but I looked around at the empty store and thought, what the hell? Sure thing, but if I have any customers, I'll have to put you on hold.
Oh, great. Now, to start off, do you have any children?
Nope.
Do you have any young children in your immediate family?
2 nephews, 7 and 9.
Ooh. Do you ever babysit them?
Yeah, occasionally. I was still taking this seriously. Being young and naive, I saw no immediate red flags.
Do you discipline them when you watch them?
Lisa's voice was getting lower now, like she was getting a little distracted. I mean, yeah, I put them in timeout. I was now a little wary. This turn in topic had caught my attention, and I felt the need to hold back on my answers.
Do you ever spank them?
I was catching on, but a part of me wanted to believe this person was telling the truth because otherwise it was a little far out. I usually leave that up to the parents.
Do they spank them hard?
I don't know.
So their parents spank them. Don't you want to spank them though?
What?
When they're being bad little boys, don't you want to bend them over your knee and just slap the shit out of them?
What the fuck? Lisa had trouble getting that last sentence out as her breathing was labored and rapid. I could now hear the rhythmic slapping sounds that confirmed my slightly delayed suspicions. My shock kept me from slamming the phone. The voice on the other end suddenly changed to a low growl.
Come on, Jade. Tell me how you spank your nephews and like it.
The use of my name snapped me out of it. I disgustedly threw the phone down on the receiver and immediately looked toward the giant glass door entrance to the store. Through the glare, I struggled to see if anyone might be lingering near the empty parking lot. I ran towards the doors and locked them, still scanning my surroundings. I didn't open them again until my boyfriend came to sit with me. I soon forgot about it, chalking it up to some random creeper. 2 years later, I worked for the same chain but was now the manager of a different store. I had a cushy day shift, but one day my night shift employee had an emergency and I found myself alone in the empty store around midnight. The phone rang. Favorite Mart, this is Jade.
Hello again, Jade.
A voice familiar but not quite recognizable from one sentence. Who is this?
Lisa, I have some questions you never answered.
Immediately, I remembered every bit of our first encounter. I ran to lock both sets of doors without hesitation. You sick fuck, don't ever call me again. As I locked the last door, I glanced outside and, in the distance, I could see a single 4-door car parked in the shadows at a strip mall down the road. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like someone was in it, moving around. Before I hung up, I heard Lisa's male personality grunting.
You're no fun, Jade.
And then I saw that car pull onto the street with its headlights off. So I ran to the back office, which had no windows and contained the security monitors. I called non-emergency and a female officer said they would send a car. Then I called that same boyfriend and told him Lisa had called again. When I told him about the car I had seen, he got right out of bed and got there before the cops. I could see him get here from the monitors and he waited in the office with me. 30 minutes later, a cop pulled into the lot, circled the building, and drove right back out. I decided right then and there that I was closing until morning. I caught hell from the home office, but when I explained the situation, they urged me to file a report and allowed me to keep closing for night shift until my regular ex-security guard male employee could return. I left the station a few months later after getting my CNA license. I never heard from Lisa again, but I still wonder what their true intentions were, and if they were just watching me for 2 years, as my new station wasn't far from the old one, so it was completely possible, and some of my regulars had switched when I had moved. But then again, maybe Lisa just got her kicks from calling and stalking random gas stations, and she had luckily stumbled upon me 2 years later that night. Either way, I really hope I never hear from her again. Hey everyone, hope you enjoyed the video. It was, quite the topic. It's even worse when you're me and get sent proof along with the stories, which I can't show because it's, you know, YouTube. But in all seriousness, these stories aren't just made up, and it's a pretty serious topic. So both me and the people that submitted the stories really hope that the viewers learn from the things in this video. Anyways, if you want to watch the collaboration video we did on Busta's channel, I'll link the video in the description, and this occurred last year, sometime in the fall. I'll give some backstory to help with understanding. I swear on my life that this is true, and all of this happened. I had recently been broken up with by a guy I really liked, and I went into a depression. I'm a firm believer in ghosts and demons, and I'm the type of person who shoves their problems away and refuses to talk about them at all, so when this happened, I just kind of burst at the seams, and everything from my childhood that I put away came flooding back to me. This put me very deep into depression, and I was very close to giving up completely. I stopped believing in God, and for the hell of it, I messed around and prayed to the devil or whatever dark force you believe in. This story only includes a few people, my stepsister and a few people from around our neighborhood. Now, onto the story. I'll begin from my neighbor Sally's house. I was with my stepsister, Amy, Sally, Sally's friend, and another neighborhood friend, Nick. We were in Sally's room, and her friend had made a Ouija board for shits and giggles. She took an empty cereal box, opened it up, and laid it flat. She then drew the letters and symbols on it and grabbed a shot glass, which she turned upside down. We learned the rules, did what we were told to do to make it apparently work, and tried it out. At first, it was a little awkward because Sally's friend was talking, but it wasn't moving. After a few minutes, she asked again, and something moved it to yes. Strangely, I started to twitch a lot. Twitching was something I had started to do since my depression, but I thought nothing of it. I assumed it was from being excited at that moment, but I've never been so wrong. We made Sally's friend take her finger off the glass to make sure she wasn't trying to play us, and it kept moving. So we did it for the rest of us, one person off at a time. Obviously, it would have stopped if we all let go. It kept moving. So we stopped playing after saying goodbye to whatever it was. A few hours later, we called Nick to come over and join us. He came over, and we went up to the 3rd floor. The room was relatively large. It had a couch against the opposite wall from the stairs with a desk to the right of it, which held a PC on it. We laid the board down in the center of the room, and my twitching became very worrying and violent, but I was still able to function properly, so it wasn't life-threatening. Nick, Amy, and Sally decided to look up stuff about possessions because it came up in a previous conversation. We stumbled upon a website that had stuff about how twitching can be a sign of possession, and we all got a little scared. We sat around the board, me about 5 feet from the couch, Amy opposite of me about 8 feet from the stairs, and Nick and Sally and her friend on either sides. Everyone put their finger on the glass, and we started. I'll need to give a little bit of info on Amy's backstory so you can understand us more. Her grandmother, which is also my step-grandma, died back in May, and since the funeral, Amy said she's been able to see her grandmother, but also a different, darker figure. She'd usually see it hunched over, its skin dark but light enough to see in a black room, being very bony but with white, glowing eyes. I wholeheartedly believed her since she was never one to lie about these things. At night, she could see the thing lurking around her in the darkness, and her grandmother in the daytime. Back to the present now. Amy said that she could see her grandma sitting behind me on the couch, so we let Amy try first. We immediately got an answer. We talked to her for a little bit, and then things started to get scary. Her grandma had said there is a danger for Amy, and she asked who. The shot glass moved to me and then back to the center. Amy asked if I was the danger, and it moved to yes. I'm not one to cry easily, but right then I started sobbing, terrified of myself. Nick scooted over to me and wrapped his arm around my shoulder in a friendly manner, and we stopped playing after saying goodbye. Everyone was comforting me, and I soon calmed down, but I was still scared and wanted answers, so we went back to the board. We went over the steps 3 times, but Amy said that her grandma wasn't there anymore, so I tried. After asking if anyone was there the second time, I felt a weird channel of energy come through me. I had never felt it before, but the glass moved to yes. I didn't mention it to anyone, but I got very paranoid. I asked who it was, and it spelled out Thaz. Nick and Sally went to look it up and sadly found nothing. They came back and we continued. At one point I asked, "Are you the figure that Amy sees at night, watching her?" And the glass moved to yes. I burst into tears again, and so did she. Being thoroughly terrified of this, I made sure no one was fucking with us by each of us removing our fingers one at a time. Not being fully convinced, Amy and I, now sitting next to each other, decided to think of a question that only we knew the answer to. So I asked, how old were we when Amy and I met? And it answered correctly, 3. We asked again, and it again answered correctly, and again and again. I was terrified with tears streaming down my face as well as everyone else in the room. Then Thaz got very demonic in his answers. I asked what he wanted with us, and he spelled out Kill. I had never been more scared of anything in my life, and I don't get scared easily since I've been exposed to horror since I was very little. I asked who it wanted to kill, and the glass moved to the middle of Amy and I. We looked at each other in terror as Nick finally started to cry. I shakily asked when for Amy, and it said 2 weeks. Then I asked for me, and it said 1 week. I asked how, and he spelled out DROWN. We all decided then and there that it was best to stop playing, so we forcefully said goodbye to Thaz and never went back to the board. It's been almost a year now since then, and I could happily say nothing has happened to anyone. I still twitch sometimes, but it's a lot more calm. I haven't tried to speak to Thaz since then, but I can still feel that he's there. Deep down, I know that he never left me, but since I've been recovering from depression, it's like he's been getting weaker, like he had been feeding off of my sadness. This happened 2 years ago in April of my sophomore year of college. It was an unusually warm early Saturday for my small northwest state, and since it was approaching 80 degrees in the afternoon, I texted my cousin who lived in a trailer park down the hill from the campus that we should hang out and do something outside. He agreed, so I drove to his place. We chit-chatted, he had a quick smoke, and we decided to just walk down the main street that ran by the trailer park further into town. After about 4 blocks of walking and random bullshit, I mentioned I had found some videos on YouTube of legit Ouija board usage and that I had always wanted to use one, just to see if there was anything more to it other than subconscious moving of the planchette by the users of the board, which is the main theory as to how the thing actually works. Anyways, he got somewhat serious and said that when he was still living in Seattle when he was a kid, they played with one and things got serious. Unknown noises, people feeling sick, stuff moving and falling off shelves, and he said that it wasn't a toy, it wasn't a joke, and that he hadn't used one since and he didn't really want to do it again. But being 19 years old, I told him that I was going to throw caution to the wind and go buy one anyways. I also told him that we should use it that night. He shook his head, sighed, and then said that he would be down. Now, before I go any further, I will make it known that I am a Christian and I am a firm believer in heaven and hell. But I'm not Catholic, so I was never raised to fear a Ouija board like they are. I do believe in spirits as well, whether they are trapped here for some unknown reason, are forced to stay, I don't know. And I also believe that darker spirits often try to possess people in order to become them and replace their living soul with their dead one, you know, in order to have life again. If you were dead and stuck on Earth, not being able to move on, wouldn't you want a shot at living again? Anyways, I'm rambling. On to the rest of the story. So I end up going to the Spencer's in the mall because no other place sold one. I checked Target and Walmart because they were close, but nothing. Only the ones in Spencer's were glow in the dark and were $30, which I felt was a ripoff, but I bought one anyways because it was the only place that had them. I also had to laugh at the fact that it said it was for ages 5+, like it was a damn game of Monopoly or something. So I buy it, go back to his trailer, and we played video games until it got dark out. Earlier that day, we met up with one of our other friends from the college, let's call him Jay, and we managed to talk him into using the board with us. So we all meet up at my cousin's trailer and we have the board out, but we forgot one step. Picking a place to use the damn thing. My cousin was not going to let us use it at his place for obvious reasons. Well, shit, I said. I don't know where to go. Then a thought popped into my head. Where's a good place to talk to dead people who may or may not be stuck on Earth? A cemetery. Yes, that's definitely genius. My cousin and Jay gave me a surprised but somewhat excited look, and we all agreed that that would be the best place to use it and have the best odds of it working, and if shit went south, well, at least my cousin's house won't be the new home of some unwanted guest. So we load up my truck and head to the nearest cemetery, which happened to be a somewhat large Catholic one on the top of the hill in the middle of town. There were newer plots at the bottom of the hill and a gated roadway leading up to the hill of the older parts of the cemetery. I drove up to the gate and saw that it was open. There were street lights scattered along the road that ran up into the cemetery and branched off at the top of the hill to other parts, and they were on, so I figured it was okay to drive there at night. I drove into the top of the hill, parked the truck halfway into the grass, and we got out with Jay holding the board. Well, we're surrounded by graves. How do we pick where to go? My cousin tells Jay to just walk where whatever leads him. He starts walking into the larger and darker part of the cemetery. The street lights lining the roads were very weak and dimly lighting only a 20 feet radius of ground around them. Probably so as to light the way of the road, but not turn the cemetery into a miniature sun at night. Jay walks into probably the darkest and poorest lit area of the cemetery, under a very dim street light, and sits down Indian style in front of a lonely rectangular red granite headstone. It was just this singular headstone next to the road and then a 4-foot patch of grass around it that separated it from the other headstones. There was only a last name on the stone, no first name and no dates, which we all found a bit odd, but continued on anyway. We got the board out, planchette down on the middle, and all three of us put both of our hands on it. I was slightly nervous, but also excited and eager. My cousin, since he had used the board before, began with what he was taught to use to open the board. Ouija, Ouija, are you there? If you are there, please go to yes. The night was still warm from the day and there was no wind. It was dead silent. You could hear the occasional vehicle drive by the cemetery. The planchette didn't move. We looked at each other. This time all three of us said the chant. Ouija, Ouija, are you there? If you are there, please go to yes. The planchette slowly started inching across the board and eventually found its way to yes. I became filled with a rush of energy and excitement. I had a huge smile on my face, as did Jay, because he had never used a board before either. My cousin had a grin on his face, but kept calm. My turn to ask. I asked if they were male or female and to just move to M for male and F for female. The planchette moved slowly from yes to F. I was still excited, but part of me felt either my cousin, Jay, or me was subconsciously or consciously moving the planchette. I asked both of them if they were just messing with each other and myself, but both of them denied that they were moving it intentionally. So I decided whoever we were speaking with needed to do more to prove it was them. It was at that time I noticed the slight hum from the dim street light still above us, and I got an idea. If you are really there, can you prove it is really you by shutting off the street light above us? Jay and my cousin give me the "did you really just ask that" look. The planchette slowly moves to yes, and we wait. About 5 seconds pass and I'm ready to ask another question when all of a sudden, with a click, the street light above us goes out, covering us in darkness. All of our eyes grow big with shocked looks on our faces, and I whisper, "Oh my God." All of us are trying not to shake with excitement. I say out loud, "Okay, this is amazing. Now can you turn it back on?" The planchette moves off of yes a few inches and then slides back to yes. All the while, our hands haven't moved off of it, and we are now all firmly believing that we aren't moving it. Another few seconds pass, and with another click and hum, the street light turns back on. I was officially a believer in the board at that point, as was Jay. We ask a few more questions, of which I can't remember, to try and figure out who we were talking to. After about 20 minutes of taking turns asking questions, we say goodbye to who we were speaking with, and the planchette goes over to goodbye. And then, and only then, we release our hands from the planchette. This is a rule most people don't follow when using the board, and a reason I feel this leaves the board and homes open for whatever thing wants to come through, because the board was not properly closed, and your portal for contact is also left open. We pack up the board and this time have my cousin pick a new spot to try and reach someone else. He picks a new spot about 50 to 75 yards from the original spot. We sit down, set up the board, and open it using the same chant as before. But this time, we get nothing but incoherent answers that make no sense, almost like there were multiple spirits fighting for control of the planchette. It was also at this time that my cousin and I felt odd, like uneasy, like we shouldn't be there anymore. At one point, part of the planchette slides off the board with one corner in the grass. It still proceeded to slide across the board, even with the added resistance of the ground and new spring grass. Jay, on the other hand, was still excited and opening himself up more and more and asking more personal questions. My cousin and I eventually convince him that we should stop and move to somewhere else. We pack up and start walking back towards where I parked, and it was at this moment that I realized that there was another vehicle parked right behind mine with brighter than normal lights. It was a police cruiser, and they were shining their spotlight into my truck to see if anyone was inside. They must have seen my truck parked on the top of the hill from the road and came to investigate, or they just come through the cemetery every now and then on patrol. Either way, Jay and I start freaking out because I have a bottle of rum in the back seat. Being 19 and still living on campus, I hid my liquor in the back seat of my truck. I ask Jay why he's freaking out. He says he has a whole bag of weed in his shoe because he was going to get high after we were done with the board. I get mad and asked why he couldn't have just left it in his truck. He said he didn't know, but decided to pick a good tree to hide the bag behind while we approached the cop car to explain why we were there, and that we would leave immediately. We start walking towards the car, which started pulling forward and turns down the road towards us. The spotlight turns on and shines right on us. We smile and politely wave at the car as we were still slowly walking towards it, expecting to get an ass chewing and to kiss ass not to get in trouble. To our surprise, the light goes off, the car backs up and drives right on out of the cemetery. We all start laughing, like, what the fuck was that all about? Why just drive away? Oh well, the event pushes whatever creepy vibes my cousin and I were feeling away, and we all decide to go back into town. We eat at Perkins since it was now 12:30 in the AM and that was the best place to go to at the time. We're all excited as we relive the board working, the lights going on and off on command, eat our fill, and then get back in the truck again and start debating if we should continue somewhere else with the board or just call it a night. My cousin and I vote to call it a night, but Jay was very adamant about going back to the cemetery, even though we had a somewhat weird vibe there and just had a narrow brush with the law. We eventually decide to go back to the cemetery for only a brief second visit. Pulling up to the cemetery the second time, however, felt very different. The top of the hill looked darker, almost as if the streetlights on top were lighting nothing at all, and the light was being swallowed by some other darkness. It also felt like there were hundreds, if not thousands, of pairs of eyes peering down at my vehicle from the top of the hill. My cousin and I look at each other and acknowledge we share the same exact concerns and feelings of the place and that we would not drive to the top of the hill anymore. Jay, on the other hand, is still giddy and excited, almost too excited, and tells us that it's fine and that we should go to the hill again. We tell him no, and that we will stay at the bottom of the hill where the newer plots were and try down there. He was having none of it, grabbed the board from the back seat, turned, gaze never leaving the top of the now growing darker and eerier hill, and started brisk walking up the road to the top of the hill. My cousin and I are starting to freak out and still standing there stunned. We yell at him to stop and that we aren't going up there with him. Jay is silent and still brisk walking up the road, almost as if he is unaware we are there, still looking towards the top of the hill. We try to rationalize what is happening and think Jay is just messing with us to scare us, and we sprint after him and tell him to stop. Eventually, I get behind him and my cousin gets in front of him and grabs him by the shoulders and shakes him and says, "Stop, we are not going up there, there's nothing good up there, let's leave." Jay, still staring up at the hill, responds, "Why? Guys, we have to go up there again, we have to see what's up there, we have to." We both say no, and my cousin spins him around towards me and back down the hill, and I look at Jay's face and I freeze. His pupils are dilated to the point that his eyes appear almost solid black, with only small amounts of white remaining. We forcefully start walking him down the hill back towards the truck. The whole time Jay's head is cranked back towards the hill. He is mumbling that we still need to go up there. We throw him in the back of the truck, we get in, lock the doors, and I drive away from the cemetery quickly. Jay's face is plastered against the back window, still staring at the cemetery. After we get 2 blocks away and turn, leaving the site of the cemetery, Jay snaps out of whatever trance he was in. His pupils look normal and he's asking why we left the cemetery. He tells us that all he remembers was us pulling up to the cemetery again, and then the next thing he knows, we're leaving. He remembers nothing of him walking up the hill by himself, nor anything that was said by us or himself. We explain to him what happened and he's just silent. We get back to my cousin's house, we part ways, and I go back to my dorm. I stay up until sunrise, then I finally fall asleep. Jay moved out east a month after that year of college, and I went back home for the summer. I haven't touched the board since. Hello friends, so in case you were wondering why I hadn't uploaded in a little bit, I got really sick. I don't know why I've been getting sick so frequently lately, but it's happening. I jumped 30k plus subscribers since my last video, so welcome to all the people that are new. If you don't know how things work around here, basically my channel runs off of subscribers sending me their personal stories. So if you've had some crazy shit happen to you, please send it into the email in the description. Anyways, I had a question. Do you guys prefer the stories with a full explanation and backstory like the second story in this video? Or do you prefer the shorter and to the point stories? I personally enjoy the longer, more explained ones, but since I'll never have an answer to what all of you like, I tend to just mix it up and do both kinds of videos. Please make sure you follow me on Twitter, Snapchat, and Facebook for updates on upcoming videos. It's also good to have me on Twitter and stuff for when I get sick like I did recently, you know, instead of just wondering where I am. I also put some personal stuff on Twitter and Snapchat, like, for example, I've been posting a fact a day about me on Twitter. And on Snapchat, you guys got to hear how bad I sounded when I was sick. I also let you know when I'm involved in small parts of other creators' videos that you otherwise probably wouldn't find out about, like the small 10-second thing I did for Glam and Gore's channel yesterday. I also very recently got the news that one of my biggest inspirations is going to be possibly doing a video with me soon. This was really out of the blue and I'm super stoked for it if it happens. I'll be announcing who it is on Twitter if it all goes well. So that's about it. If you enjoyed this Ouija board video, feel free to check out my other one I did a while back. Or if you're feeling like you want something else, I got you with some Walking Home Alone stories. They're both on screen right now. Once again, thank you so much for watching. You're an absolutely lovely and whether you're a frequent viewer or just a general fan of the horror community, you're bound to know what a creepypasta is. But for those that don't, creepypastas are internet horror stories often written by amateur writers in online forums such as the Creepypasta Wiki. These stories are essentially copied and pasted all over the internet. These short horrors often rise to fame, gaining their own fandoms, fan art, cosplays, and in very rare cases, their own productions. An important thing to remember in these cases are that the stories themselves are not at fault. Rather, these killings and attacks are due to the perpetrators either being mentally unstable or generally just too drawn into the stories. Creepypastas are a form of literature that should be in no way taken seriously. In these 4 cases of taking a story to heart, the consequences were deadly. Number 4. Of all the creepypastas that are written and shared on a near daily basis, the most popular of them all is Slender Man, a white-faced, tall, ghoulish figure who stands in the woods or outside your window. He then kidnaps you for, well, for something. It's unclear what Slenderman uses the children for, as the story has several variations. However, 2 12-year-old girls were so moved by the story they attempted to kill a close friend. On Saturday, May 31st, 2014, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weyer took their friend, who was the same age, into the woods near a bike path and stabbed her 19 times. The victim managed to crawl toward a ditch adjacent to the bike path. Fortunately, a cyclist saw her and called 911.
911. What's the address of your emergency?
Waukesha County, Lenny. I'm transferring over a caller on Big Bend. That's a dead end just south of Rivera.
Okay.
Came upon a 12-year-old female. She appears to be stabbed.
She appears to be what?
Stabbed.
Stabbed?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you still there?
Yes.
Hi, sir. So, are you with this 12-year-old female?
Yeah, she says she's having trouble breathing. She said she was stabbed multiple times.
Stabbed multiple times?
Yeah.
Is there any bleeding going on?
Her clothing has got blood on it.
Where are the wounds? Do you see where the wounds are?
No, I don't know if I should be rolling her over and checking or not. Do you know where?
Okay, just stay with her and just let me know if she's conscious or alert or stops breathing or anything. Hold on, I'm going to talk to the ambulance. Police are also en route.
Okay, thank you.
The victim was rushed to the hospital where she sought treatment and miraculously survived. She had been stabbed in the legs, arms, and abdomen with a large kitchen knife. Out of the 19 stab wounds, 2 of them were to major arteries. One was less than a millimeter from her heart and another cut right through her liver and stomach. When the girls were interrogated in relation to the assault, they claimed they did it for Slender Man. They feared him and thought he would come and kill their families if they did not gain his approval by offering him a sacrifice. They believed that if they successfully killed their friend, that Slender Man would allow them to live in his mansion in Nicolet National Forest. They also hoped to become his proxies, which are his servants that act in accordance to his control. During investigations, the 2 girls continued to lay blame on the other, so it's not certain who made the plans to stab their friend. As of now, the 2 girls are standing trial as adults. One of the girls was diagnosed with early onset childhood schizophrenia, and according to reports, the other girl was diagnosed with a shared delusion, which improved after separation from her sidekick. The girls have a bond of $500,000, and if they are found guilty, they will be given roughly 45 years in prison, but will have chances for early release. Number 3. In July of 2014, there was yet another knife attack brought on by the ever so famous Slender Man. This one comes from Hamilton County, Cincinnati. In this case, a mother was attacked by her 13-year-old daughter, who had a long pre-existing obsession with the character. The mother came home one night to find her daughter waiting for her in the kitchen, sporting a black hoodie that covered most of her body and a plain white mask that concealed her face. The horror of walking in to find your child dressed like this, waiting for you in silence, is probably an unbearable fear that most of us will never experience. The mother claims that her daughter suffered from anxiety and depression, but she never thought her mental health would come to this point. She also stated that the teen often drew dark art in relation to demons, insanity, and just pure darkness. As far as her Slender Man obsession, she made plenty of art of him, talked about him often, and even created an entire world for him on Minecraft. The attack left the mother with several minor injuries, one of which was a small puncture wound in her back. The mother urges parents to keep an eye on their children's mental health, understanding of reality, and what kind of content they're reading and becoming involved in. The young girl is currently in a juvenile facility, and most details of her case are not publicized due to her young age. Seeing as the incidents were so close in time, the mother believes that the first Slenderman stabbing case may have influenced her daughter, or that she was under a similar influence as the two girls in the previous case. Number 2. In early September of 2014, the media was graced with yet another Slenderman-fueled act of violence. In this case, a 14-year-old girl, the oldest so far, set fire to her home while her mother and younger brother were asleep. On an early Thursday morning, this teen's mother and 9-year-old brother were still sound asleep in bed when she soaked a sheet in rum and bleach, set it ablaze, and left it in the trash can. The teen fled the scene. The mother and brother managed to escape the home, and firefighters showed up to end the flames at around 1:45 a.m. The teen was found several hours later at a park and taken into custody. She had a bag filled with water, cookies, knives, lighters, flashlights, and blank paper. Investigators speculate this was so she could hide out, or may have even had something to do with her Slenderman delusions. While she was gone, she texted her mother, "I'm sorry, Mom, I don't know why I did it." And she also asked if anyone had been hurt because the news on TV wasn't confirming. Investigators found that the teen had been reading Soul Eater, researching Slenderman, and writing in her journal about the two girls from the first case. It seems as if these two teens sparked a trend amongst young fans of Slenderman to act out in violence. Unless, of course, you're one of the few on the internet that speculate Slenderman is real and he's actually influencing these girls. Yes, there are certain groups of people, conspiracy theorists and horror fans alike, that speculate these killings are not due to mental illness, lost grips of reality, or even immaturity, but rather caused by Slenderman himself. Of course, these are just internet theories, but it's something to keep you up at night. In this case, the 14-year-old faced charges of arson and attempted murder. Number 1. Laughing Jack is a creepypasta clown who befriends lonely children by cutting them open and replacing their organs with candy. In the original creepypasta about Laughing Jack, he murders one of the children he is friends with, and when the parents find the boy, they attempt to stab Jack, but instead stab the corpse of the child. When police arrive, it of course appears as though one of the parents committed the murder, and as a result, they are charged and sent to a mental institution. Aside from this being a disturbing creepypasta in general, it became even more chilling in July of 2015 when a 12-year-old girl from Indiana used the story and its star character to kill her stepmother. The young girl from Elkhart, Indiana, set her home ablaze after stabbing her stepmother, Maria. When the girl was questioned, she explained that Laughing Jack had urged her to do it. Though the details of how Laughing Jack convinced her to do so were never released, the young girl was declared unfit to stand trial and was forced to stay in a correctional facility because 16 different asylums and wards refused to take her in. According to her statement, the girl had been hearing voices and begging her father to help her seek medical help for several months before the incident. Many are using this case as a commentary on how the system fails youth suffering from mental illness. The girl was diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorders, and obviously she shows signs of moderate schizophrenia as well. Even living in the correctional facility and taking medications, she begged the staff to help her and claimed that she still heard and saw the killer clown. The girl's current standing, alone in a facility haunted by this clown, is eerily similar to the end of the actual creepypasta. Was this girl truly suffering from a mental disorder, or did she just become too involved in a whimsical story of a fun clown that murders in his downtime? Perhaps it's a mix of the two. Before the video begins, I'd like to state a few things. This video contains some pretty disturbing stories coming from real 911 operators or people affiliated, so please be respectful in the comments as these aren't made up and it's probably a very touchy subject for them and some other people who have this job that might watch this video. The point of this video is to show you some of the things that a 911 operator has to go through and to show how hard it is to do what they do. Some of the stories are very short, some are longer. I'll also be explaining where I've been and what's going on at the end of this video. That being said, let's begin. Number 1. I was a 911 operator in Mobile, Alabama the day Hurricane Katrina hit the Gulf Coast. We started getting a lot of calls from New Orleans and the Mississippi Gulf Coast for some reason. I guess they started routing to us after all the 911 centers to the west of us started going down. Anyways, I got a call from a woman who said she was trapped in her house on Gordon Street between Florida and Law. I was confused at first because we have a Florida street in Mobile, and after checking and double checking and not being able to find her address, I asked her what city she was calling from and she said,
I'm in New Orleans.
I tried to route her to New Orleans 911 and New Orleans Fire Department, but I couldn't get through. She started screaming and said the water was coming up into the attic where she was. I told her to find something heavy and break the attic vent out so she could get onto the roof, but the vent was too small for her to crawl through. She sat down and started crying. I told her I would stay on the line with her for as long as she wanted me to. I stayed on the line and listened as she cried, prayed, cussed, and prayed some more. A little while later, I could hear her struggling to keep her head and phone above water. Then the phone went dead. To this day, I don't know if she lived or died. I quit 911 3 months after Katrina. Number 2. A daughter called on Christmas Day last year, reporting that her father had locked himself in the back shed after an argument with the mother and he was trying to hang himself. Told her to bust down the door and cut him down with whatever she could find. She was probably about 15 years old and was yelling at her little sister to go back into the house and get some scissors or a knife to cut down the noose as he was swinging from the neck. The thing that sticks with me the most about the call was that she was not panicking and was able to convey my instructions to her obviously freaked out family members around her to help and save her dad. By the time her father was cut down and the noose loosened from his neck, the paramedics and police arrived on scene and the call was terminated. Shook me up a bit by the fact that a parent can attempt this in front of his family, let alone on Christmas Day. Number 3. This one is probably the hardest call I've ever taken. The phone rings and there is a little girl 8 to 10 years old and she is screaming and crying, "Daddy is dead." I can't calm her down at all. She keeps crying on the line, and in the background I can also hear 2 other small girls crying. I was watching our call logs and more calls are coming in that are for gunshots fired. What had happened is 3 guys had decided to break into a house and thought it was empty, so they rang the doorbell to make sure. The dad startled them and they shot him. So the mother runs out to see what happened and she got shot as well. The guys took off, leaving the 3 girls aged 8 to 12 to call 911. We're not allowed to disconnect a phone call until police or EMS are on the scene, so my heart was breaking for a small family that had lost both parents in one sad accident. I listened to the girl for 6 minutes and 37 seconds before police arrived on scene. The good news is that the mother lived. Number 4. I have a story about having to stay on the phone with a young man for about 40 minutes, maybe a little more. He had a very disturbed man break into his home and with a loaded shotgun pointed at his face the entire time, demand that he called the police. He wanted a suicide by cop. I had to listen to this young man urinate himself, almost throw up, and beg me to keep him alive. I haven't dreamt about it in a long time, as it was several years ago, but it stuck with me. Number 5. Got a call a few years ago. Lady's house was on fire and her daughter was stuck in a back room. The flames were too much and too high and she couldn't get through them to get to the girl. So I got to sit on the phone and listen to 1, a little girl burned to death, and 2, the mom scream and cry as she watched. It was years ago and the sound still haunts me. Number 6. Had a guy who called in reporting his son was unconscious and not breathing. He was as calm as he could be about it too. Said he left the room for just a second and when he came back he found him this way. But he wasn't panicked, wasn't worried, just talking like he was telling me about his day. Kept trying to get him to start CPR and he treated it like a chore. Turns out, the kid started crying and the dad got frustrated and beat him to death. Kid was only 2. Number 7. Christmas Eve night, I answered 911 for a hysterical lady who was crying so hard she couldn't breathe. I asked her what was going on and she told me these exact words.
My boyfriend and I, we were watching a movie. I fell asleep. I woke up and he wasn't here.
I thought this was a little odd, so I said, "Okay, ma'am, do you know where he may have went?" She wasn't done. She said,
I found him in our closet. He hung himself with our bed sheets.
I walked her through cutting him down and starting CPR, when, in the middle of it, he starts making this long, raspy exhale that sounds exactly like something from a horror movie. It's the rest of his air leaving his lungs. She starts getting hysterical again, begging him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's breathing. Please breathe, baby. Please breathe.
But I knew that's not what he was doing. Police, firemen, ambulance got there, and of course the guy was way dead. I felt so bad for that woman. That's really the only call that has ever stuck with me. Number 8. I was a 911 caretaker / dispatcher in Portland, Oregon and received a call from a strung out girl. Story was, she said her boyfriend had been doing meth for 3 days and owned a lab. She was screaming that he had wiggly purple worms in his arms and there was blood everywhere. Turns out that they were his veins. He was literally out of his gourd on crystal meth and tearing at his flesh and ripping out his veins. I did not want to live my life on their night shifts taking calls like that, so it wasn't long before I switched professions. Number 9. 1979, New York City. Got a call from a crying child, a little boy, saying his mom and dad were fighting and his dad said he was going to throw the mom out of the window. I could hear a terrible fight going on in the background, woman screaming, things breaking, man yelling, etc. The poor kid didn't know his address. We didn't have the technology for caller ID and would have to use reverse telephone books. A trace would take forever. Anyway, while I'm trying to get the address, I hear a horrific scream and glass breaking. A few seconds later, the other operators in the room are getting calls about a woman lying in the courtyard who came out of a window. That was a very sad one. Worst of all is that I'm sure someone else in the apartment building must have heard the fight, but no one called for help until it was too late. Poor kid. Working 911 in New York City during the 70s and 80s was a nightmare. The city had a very high crime rate and shit technology. Number 10. I once answered a call where two brothers were arguing over drinks and one of their girlfriends or wives was over. Anyways, the brothers are drinking heavily and one pulls out a gun and shoots the other one. When I received the call, I can barely get the guy's address over him screaming to send the paramedics. He just keeps shouting, "Where the fuck are they?" over and over again. All the while, I'm trying to stay calm and give CPR instructions and tell him to tell the female there to stop the bleeding and put firm pressure on the wound. Furthermore, medical cannot go on scene until police have secured the firearm. Listening to the pain in someone's voice while they are screaming for help kind of haunts you. Both of them had to be around 30 years old. I couldn't imagine killing a family member. Number 11. I've been the IT guy for a law enforcement agency going on for 7 years. Our current 911 supervisor pulls calls off of our 911 recorder, but some of the previous supervisors would not do it. This, of course, means that I had to pull 911 calls whenever there was a big incident or a legal request came in. I would listen to the calls, as you should do, to make sure that we got all the correct radio traffic when requested and, of course, all of the call. The one that sticks out to me happened around 3 years ago. I was actually repairing some equipment in our dispatch center when the call came in and I had to immediately pull the recordings as we all knew it would have been requested. I listened to it all happen and did my best to assist. An 18-year-old called in hysterics and asked for an ambulance because his mom was shot. We, of course, dispatched immediately, but they were in the middle of nowhere and the closest ambulance was 30+ minutes away. As the call continued, we got him to tell us what happened. He had pulled out his hunting rifle to clean it before going hunting the next day. It was an older style bolt-action rifle with no safety and an extremely light trigger pull. He had pulled it out of the case and accidentally hit the bolts on the side of the table, which caused the gun to fire. The bullet hit the mom in the stomach while standing less than 30 feet away. The father and son were both attempting to stop the bleeding and the son immediately called 911. At first, you could faintly hear the mom in the background saying,
It's okay. You didn't mean it, baby. It's okay. I love you both.
She just repeated this over and over. The father was praying quietly and the son was sobbing and giving us all the info as we tried to assist. The sounds of that call will always haunt me. The son just shouted over and over near the end of it, "Mom, God, Mom, I'm so sorry, Mom, don't die, please." The mom made it nowhere close to the ambulance arrival. The dispatchers were cool and collected and worked like an amazingly well-oiled machine during the whole call. When the call was over, we all just sat there in silence. Dispatchers are the unsung heroes. The emotional and mental toll that it takes on people that do the job and do it well is crazy. Hey everyone, thanks for watching the video and I hope you know more about having that sort of job now. So, before you exit out of the video, I wanted to just talk to you for a few minutes about submitting your stories, why I've been gone, and thanking you for 300,000 subscribers. So, first off, I'm going to be doing a Home Alone or home invasion type video soon with someone who's a huge inspiration to me. So if you think you have a good one, please email it into corpsehusbandstories@gmail.com. It'll be on screen and in the description as well. Please take your time to write it out as best as you can. It helps a lot and you'll have a few days to send it in before the video anyway. Sending pictures and stuff helps too if possible. Side note, if I sound a little bit weird, it's because I woke up a couple hours ago and I have like a stuffy nose and allergies right now, so yeah. So on to the next topic. I just wanted to, as usual, explain my absence to those of you that don't have me on social media. So you all know I've been getting on and off sick for months now. I thought I was good and I was really happy to get back on track. I had that last video out only 3 days after the one before and everything. Then I started getting these weird symptoms and really bad pain in my leg. I went into the doctor. He thought maybe it was some infection or something, so they gave me medication for what they thought it was. Now, here's the thing. They told me I wasn't supposed to sit down too much, that I'm not supposed to look at a screen, and to avoid sunlight. So basically, I couldn't sit down to edit, record, or anything. I got tired of it, so I started thinking to be productive, I could just lay down with a laptop and at least find stories for when I can record and stuff. But wow, they really meant that I shouldn't look at a screen because I would get instant headaches as soon as I started to read, and it just made it impossible. So a bit of time goes by, I get off the medication because it's not helping anyway, and then I did this video. My leg still hurts, just not as bad, and all the other symptoms have cleared. So I have no idea what they're going to try and do next, and I don't know what my uploading will be like, but as of right now I can deal with the pain in my leg and I'm not on the medication, so I can read again. Now that that's out of the way, I fucking hate complaining. On a brighter note, thank you so much for 300,000 subscribers. It always sounds so cliche to say thank you for milestones like that, but I just don't know any other way to express it. Through all of my sickness and odd uploading and car crashes, you guys have still been sharing my videos and making up for it, which I can't ever thank you enough for. I really look forward to making more stuff for you all to enjoy and spreading awareness on things that are important like this. I'm thinking I might do another Q&A for 300k, but I'm not sure yet because of the problems I mentioned earlier. But I might just start a hashtag on Twitter like hashtag AskCorpsey or something for it, so make sure you're following me on there, although I'll probably just make a video. So that's about it. Thank you so much for listening to that whole thing because you obviously really care about me if you did. Please be sure to check out Eden, the female narrator in this video and a good friend of mine. Her links will be in the description. She's extremely talented and just a really cool person. Also, I'm still following anyone on social media who buys any kind of merch from the shop I have. So if you've bought a shirt or something in the past, or if you plan on it, please tweet me or Snapchat me a picture of you wearing it and I'll follow you on everything. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and have an awesome day. The following events took place around early December of 2015. It was late at night in Washington State. I wasn't home alone for these events, although at the time they occurred, I was the only one awake in my house. 1 a.m. So I'll start by saying that my family has 3 cats. They'll often stay out late, making it my responsibility to make sure that they're in as I'm the last one to go to sleep. When our one cat, Nellie, wants to come in at night, she'll scratch her claws on the sliding screen door located behind our sliding glass door. The aforementioned door is located in the family room, the room with the TV, and the room I'm usually in late at night just hanging out alone, flipping channels and whatnot. Oddly enough, I was watching a video about deep web horror stories by my favorite YouTube narrator, this guy named Corpse Husband. I hear what I think is my cat scratching on the screen door, ready to come in. I get up, make the short 7-foot walk from the couch to the door to let her in. I open the door, expecting to see her bolt into the house as usual, but she's not there. "Nellie, come on in," I call childishly. When she doesn't appear to be there, I flip on the porch light and see nothing on the patio, no cat. I look up and just 50 feet away, I see a tall, lanky, very disturbed looking man standing near the fence line of my yard. I kind of squint and smirk and I look in confusion. It didn't take long before confusion turned into sheer terror. The man is not moving, not even acknowledging the fact that he has been discovered by me. Completely unresponsive to the encounter, almost as if he felt he was invited there openly. I instantly slam the door and run to my parents' room to wake up my parents and tell them what I just saw. It takes about a minute or two for them to become coherent and truly understand what I'm saying to them. My dad gets out of bed and scans the yard from inside. The man is gone. Tired and annoyed, my dad assures me it was my imagination and goes back to bed. I was a little angered I wasn't taken more seriously as I know what I had seen. 1:15 a.m. 15 minutes after I first saw this man initially, curiosity got to me. I find myself looking out the door once more. Sure enough, I see the man yet again. I drop my glass of water right into the ground and I freeze in fear as my heart falls with my glass. This man is standing in my damn treehouse, up against the balcony, hands on the rail staring at me. There are a few things in particular that make this so uncomfortable. One, this man had to be nearing 7 foot tall, yet he's incredibly bony and skinny, making his body look incredibly disproportionate. Two, I just can't see a face. I'm serious, this man's face from my point of view looked solid black. I was scared, yet so confused. I was truly puzzled. I go to my parents' room and wake them up yet again. This time, I'm taken more seriously. My mother calls 911. A sheriff's deputy shows up about 30 minutes later and looks around. He finds nothing and assures us that this man that I've seen has left, but I don't have the same feeling. After the deputy leaves, it's about 2 a.m. and by 2:15 my parents are back in their bed and I'm still on the couch in the family room. 2:25 a.m. I hear a loud bang coming from the window, which I'll put a picture of on screen right now. If you look in the picture, you'll see a stained glass picture hanging from the window. This bang was so loud and forceful that picture was swung back and forth. Again, I awake my parents and we huddle in the family room together in fear, not knowing what to do next. When all of the sudden, bang, the bang happens again, just inches from us standing there. Whoever this is must be one bold son of a bitch, we're all thinking. We turn on the porch light seconds after and the man is gone. Damn it. We call the police yet again, and after an hour and a half, 3 sheriff's deputies are now here. They look around. Well, there's nothing here, they say. Well, no shit, this happened almost 2 hours ago, we're all thinking. After this, we all give up and decide to try and get some sleep. What we found in our yard the next morning was chilling and just so uncomfortable. Footprints. But these footprints weren't normal footprints. The attached images on screen right now are the actual photos taken that morning. They were about a foot long each. Very narrow and no tread. That's what was the weirdest part. You'd think that the imprint of the shoes would be left. Nope. Flat. What was also strange was that the area where the prints are, there were a lot of leaves. Yet, where his feet were, they appear to be gone. Very eerie. Although I never saw the man after this, we did find another incredibly creepy piece of evidence. Our house crawl space. A crawl space is a small hole located around the perimeter of your house that leads underneath your house, maybe around 5 feet wide, usually covered by a wooden sheet. Well, ours was clearly tampered with after that night, pretty severely. It was moved, uncovered, and tossed around. Keep in mind, this cover is heavy and on top of it was our wheelbarrow. Not an easy setup to rearrange. Anyways, we haven't seen this man again or had signs of his presence. I still live in slight fear of finding him. What makes it so strange is that whoever this was wasn't at all deterred by being discovered, nor scared off by the presence of law enforcement. We've nicknamed this intruder Thin Man. I hope I never see him again.
I was home alone. It was the middle of summer, and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It was about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made me some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up whenever, and I had some money to order a pizza if I wanted to. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up till 3 in the morning playing Xbox, so I woke up kind of late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up and saw it was a little past 1. I had made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3, so I kind of threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go a bit mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone, scrolling through Reddit and Twitter and whatever, when I heard the front door open. The bathroom's directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud whenever it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained in trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind, or maybe my parents were home early, so I turned off the shower and wrapped my towel around myself and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. And the stairs to the kitchen, where the back door is, they're kind of tight and walled in a way where I can't exactly see into the kitchen while I'm going down them. But it's a long story. But regardless, though, my house is kind of old. And despite that, I tried so desperately to walk down my stairs, and yet each step made a very, very loud creak. I mean, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took like 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So, when I get to the second to last stair, right before I can see around the corner into my kitchen, I took a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise, and there's no reason for them to even still be in the kitchen, even if there were burglars or something in my house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I chuckled at myself for being so stupid and just normally walked down the last 2 stairs and turned the corner into the kitchen. And yet, standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of my kitchen is a man staring straight at me. Perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face. Just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. They were where one would normally hold their arms, but he rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed. Even had them lifted up and a little behind himself. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it was just so abnormal. I don't get it. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. I mean, looking back now, I can realize how fucking creepy the situation was, but in the moment, I just took a step toward him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping and pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I beelined up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I fucking sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. And I put my chair up against the doorknob like you see in TV. Almost without thinking, I immediately called 911 and, nearly in tears, I told the operator what had happened. As I sat on the floor of my room, I was like in a fetal position, staring at the door, praying that a cop would be here soon. I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had stopped. The fucker was standing outside my door. And there's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear. Just watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying that man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the 911 operator was asking, "Hello, sir, are you there? Hello?" But I didn't want to make a noise. And even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually, the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest of footsteps, slowly creaking down the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes, and I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. Soon after, I had heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I had finally felt safe, and I opened the door to the 2 of them and stood there almost crying. Nowadays, my parents don't even leave me alone anymore. Thank God. And I check every lock in the house now before going to bed. I still get nightmares occasionally, and my heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still, but I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found who the fuck was in my house. That sends shivers down my spine, though. Whenever I look outside, I half expect to see him just standing there under a lamppost, just looking my way. I have no idea what he wanted, or who he was. But regardless, I can't be alone anymore.
This happened to me in 2006 when I was 16. I was at the peak of my high school year, played football with my best friends, and drove a 2002 Chevy Avalanche, although I only had a learner's permit. On November 14th, my cushy high school life was altered by a scary dose of reality. It was a normal Tuesday morning, and I woke up at 6:30 a.m. to finish some homework. My mom left at about 6:45 to take my little sister to school and said she would come back around 7:25 to take me. I went downstairs to turn the music up on my cheap-ass radio that was loud as fuck for some reason, and I got in the shower around 6:55. The music was still super loud, even from where I was in the shower upstairs. My hand was inches away from the nozzle that turned the water on when suddenly, the music stopped. Somewhat confused, I stepped out of the bathroom and peeked around the corner to look at the radio. I was about to go turn it back on when a hand with a black glove reached over and pulled the cord out of the socket. It was like somebody had hit me in the gut with a baseball bat. I stepped back, terrified at what I had just witnessed. Across the hall from the bathroom is a closet where we keep the towels and soap. I grabbed my phone and went into the closet as quietly as possible and locked myself in, my phone glued to my hands. I was in such shock that I couldn't even think straight. All I could hear were three men talking back and forth, plastic bags shuffling and glass and other items breaking. I was about to call the police when I thought about my mom. She would be home any minute now, and the thought of what they might do to her terrified me. I called her, and these were my exact words.
Mom, okay, listen to me. 3 or 4 men just broke into the house and are robbing the place. I'm upstairs in the back closet and have the door locked. Park at the neighbor's house and call the police now.
Now, being a parent myself, I can imagine the fear she must have felt during that. In a shaky, terrified voice, she just said okay and hung up the phone. She was only about 3 minutes away but promised to rush back as fast as she could. Now it was just me and the unwanted house guests. I decided to call the cops too and told them the situation. Police were on their way, but our house was further out than most. Deep down, I knew it would take them a bit longer. I heard them, the robbers. There now had to have been 4 or 5 of them. I'm not bragging by all means, but we do live in a bigger house, and the downstairs is where all the bedrooms, living room, and kitchen are. This includes my dad's office, where he had computers for work and stuff. Minutes passed that felt like hours, and I could hear them getting closer to me. A couple of them were at the end of the hallway, and I heard footsteps. Mere feet from the closet. I actually looked back on my life thinking that I was going to die. 2 dark shadows appeared at the bottom of the closet door. Tears now began pouring down my face, knowing that I might actually get shot or kidnapped. Even though I was a pretty big guy, standing at 6'2", 250 pounds, I was definitely outnumbered. I heard the doorknob turn to open until the lock caught it. My blood ran cold and I got sick to my stomach when he said, "Shit, it's locked." I guess they went to the bathroom across the closet and noticed my clothes. This must have terrified them because the footsteps grew quieter. It was then that I heard police sirens, multiple sirens blaring. Never before has a sound brought such relief. That is, until I heard a voice at the door say my name. I opened it and a man in a police vest looked at me and said, "You all right, son?" Outside, cops and cop cars littered the street. My mom was right where I told her to stay. Hysterical, she ran up and wrapped her arms around me and held me for a lifetime. There were a total of 6 men, all middle-aged and all had criminal records. I didn't go to school for the rest of the week. I suffered from nightmares and anxiety attacks when I heard a crack or a knock in the house. I became depressed, and by the beginning of December, I was diagnosed with PTSD. My depression eventually began to diminish when I started working out. I joined the football team again, and my life was finally getting back to normal. Today I'm happy, have a nice job, I married my high school sweetheart, and we just had our second child. If there's anything I could tell you from this experience, it's that you should always cherish every moment of every day because you never know when it could be your last. Scary intro that changes the atmosphere into something spooky. I've never told this story to anyone other than my closest friends, but this felt like a good outlet to finally get it off of my chest. There's something called the 6 degrees of separation theory, which basically states that everyone in the world is separated by, at most, 6 steps. Well, I'm separated from Trent Reznor, you know, from 9 Inch Nails, by just 1 step, and it was due to a stalker. Back in 2006, I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, and I had just joined a pretty particular punk band, which mixed a very loud sound with cabaret-like visuals. We never made it big, but our act was appealing enough that it got us the attention of many people. One of them was a strange girl who was always chain-smoking, had a weird aura to herself, and who was always wearing a jacket on her shoulders, meaning her arms were not in the sleeves, and who eventually said she wanted to be our manager. She said she was friends with Slash from Guns N' Roses, that she had managed a couple of bands when she used to live in New Orleans and whatnot, so we decided to hear her out. Our band was sort of a crazy one, so drugs passed around freely at our parties. This girl, she told us her name was Christy something, would provide us with party favors sometimes. She would also tell us that she was worth $2 million, that she had 5 cars, that she worked in this luxury building, and that she had a huge house somewhere in the suburbs. See, the thing is, she was always picking cigarette butts from the street and smoking the filters like she was a homeless person. Something about her just didn't click particularly well with me. She always came to see us in some sort of fancy SUV, so we went along with her stories for the most part. Eventually, Christy fell hard for me, told me that she was divorcing her husband and that she wanted to be with me. I was intrigued by her, and so I started testing all of her stories. I asked to visit her at her office, and she would always make excuses as to why I couldn't, until eventually she told me her office had closed down and that they were looking for new space. I asked her why she was using the same car if she had like 5 or whatever she said, and again, excuses and more excuses. I asked to visit her at her huge house, and the same thing. She would come up with off reasons as to why she couldn't have me over, mostly that her husband was still there and whatnot. I started to get sick of all of her excuses and eventually confronted her that, well, that she was a big fat liar. She got desperate, started to make more excuses, and I just told her to get lost. She had had a previous fight with some of my bandmates before, so she had already been discarded as our prospective manager. She started calling me every day asking to see me. I would constantly tell her no, until one day she showed up at my house around 5 a.m., apparently wasted. She said she had picked up this guy friend of hers to go to a party, but that he was too drunk and that he was now passed out in her car, and also that she didn't know what to do with him. I looked across the street and saw no one in her car, and she said it was because the guy was laying down. I really couldn't bother going all the way to her car to check it out. She eventually even started crying, and I felt bad enough for her to let her come into my living room. It was at this point that she took off her jacket, and for the first time ever, I realized that she was missing her entire left arm. I was already giddy by her showing up at my house drunk and everything that I didn't dare ask about how it happened. I know this has nothing to do with my story, but it was something that just added to the already weird atmosphere. I hung out with her for a while. At this point, I started doubting that she was actually drunk, and I gave her coffee. I told her to please never show up at my house like that ever again, and eventually told her to just drop the guy off at a Waffle House and then just go home. It might not have been the most responsible thing to tell someone in that state to drive, but I just wanted the whole thing to be over. And like I said, I felt like she was acting drunk the whole time, and she seemed okay enough to drive. She eventually left, and that was that for the night. Next day, again she started stalking me by my phone, to the point I just stopped picking up. I worked early hours and she would call me at 2 or 3 a.m. completely drunk. I eventually got sick of it all and told her to stay away from me and never call me again. She complied, and for about a week it seemed like the whole thing was history. Around 6 days later, she calls me again when I was at work. I started telling her that she wasn't supposed to call me, but she said that she could finally invite me to her house and that she wanted me to come visit her. All sorts of red flags went up for me, so of course I told her to forget about it and just hung up on her. She again started calling me at late hours, to the point I just had to turn off my phone at night. Otherwise, I would never get a good night's sleep. I remember it was a Friday. After waking up, I had a voicemail on my phone, left at around 2 a.m. I checked it out, and it was her saying,
"Hi, Max. I just took 200 pills and, I've been drinking all night. I just wanted to say goodbye and that I love you. Good luck with the rest of your life."
Okay, so needless to say, I got totally weirded out. I was so sick of her lies, I just deleted the message, completely assuming it was one of her tricks to get me to call her. I decided to forget about it and went to work. So the next Tuesday after that, I get another voicemail from her phone, but this time it was a guy's voice.
Hi Max, this is Christy's husband. I'm calling her friends in her contact list to let them know that she passed away last Friday, and we're doing a memorial for her in downtown Atlanta tomorrow. If you want to go, please call me back so I can give you the address.
I can't even explain how I felt at that point. I was shocked, and I tried to evade the news by thinking that this was some guy that Christy had manipulated into calling me, just to get me somewhere at some time, but of course, the whole situation didn't make much sense to me. This guy eventually called another one of my bandmates, whose name was in Christy's contact list as well. I had told my band about this entire situation, so my bandmate, who had been suspicious of this girl for a while, started prying this guy for more information. We eventually learned that she used a fake name with us the entire time, that her real name was Amber, and that she had been using a made-up name because she had been in trouble with the law. We Googled her, and sure enough, turns out she had stalked Trent Reznor in the past and even managed to steal his credit card information. She even was arrested for it. I was stunned at this point, unsure of what to do next. We never went to the memorial. We were way too suspicious to do it. To this day, I still don't know if this girl committed suicide for real or if the whole thing was just a sham to get me into some trouble. But since I never heard from her again, I doubt it. Or maybe she's been using a fake name ever since and decided to move on with her life. I'll never know, but it's definitely the worst way to get 1 degree of separation with someone famous. I got rid of my cell phone after that, and it took me 3 years until I felt okay enough to get a new one. I really never want to go through something like that ever again. So after this story was posted, the people commenting on the story did some research. They found the girl's obituary online and confirmed that she had indeed killed herself. Definitely a very tragic story. This is a story about a creep who thought he had all the power in the world, a creep who probably had a horrific childhood, but a creep nonetheless. Anyway, I first befriended this creep online back in 2011. Facebook, of course. We had mutual friends who I trusted, so I assumed he was a cool guy. Well, that's a terrible assumption to make about strangers, whether they are mutual friends or not, but I was a naive 18-year-old girl. His name was Danny. I thought he was a cool guy at first. He had an awesome taste in music and shared a lot of great songs with me. He was also incredibly inappropriately hilarious. He was full of jokes and bizarre stories, and I soon grew to love talking to him. He never asked if I had a boyfriend. I mean, I assumed he knew I did. After all, we were friends on Facebook, and there were pictures of my boyfriend everywhere. And it's not like I kept my relationship status hidden. It was right there for everyone to see. But I guess he didn't know. One day, in October, he decided to tell me how he felt about me. He recited a poem he'd written, comparing me to a beautifully and elegantly handcrafted tapestry. Keep in mind, I've never even met the guy, and we'd only been talking for about a month or so. I responded with something along the lines of, "Wow, I wish my boyfriend said stuff like that." He got angry, so angry. He asked me how I could have let him on like this. He asked me how I could do this to him. He told me he had opened his heart to me. He begged and pleaded. Supposedly, he cried. I was beyond puzzled. I decided to give him some space, and it worked for a few days. But he eventually messaged me again. He may have apologized, but I honestly can't remember that exact conversation. I do know that things returned to normal. He became silly and fun again. At this point, I had his Skype and he had mine. I would talk to him there sometimes, but I never used the camera. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. Actually, I hated using that camera with anyone. I told him that when he started begging me to use it, but he still didn't relent. Still, I kept making excuses. Danny wasn't having it. He got more aggressive and then he got sexual. He told me to Skype naked with him. Time after time, I told him no. Eventually, I blocked him on Skype, but ended up receiving dozens of angry messages on AIM. I don't remember exactly what he said, though I do have screenshots of it all on an external hard drive somewhere. I remember it being hateful and absolutely insane, and there was some stuff about me being a really awful friend as well. Before long, he told me he was a very excellent hacker. He told me he had a whole crew of hacker friends as well. He told me he could change my college grades and make me fail. He told me he would make my life a living hell. I didn't necessarily believe it all, but I did believe he would do something. Despite these negative confrontations, we still had periods of silliness. During these periods, things were normal. I felt safe. To an extent, I tried to keep him happy. I wanted to stay on his good side because I really did believe he would try to tarnish my reputation otherwise. But before long, he started giving me ultimatums. He said things like, "Either you get on Skype with me or things will get very bad for you. I can tell your boyfriend you're cheating on him." I eventually asked our mutual friends about him. They said he was violent, dangerous, and twisted. And even better, he lived mere minutes from the college we attended in Reading, Pennsylvania. Every day, I started to get more panicked about going to school. While on campus, I'd look around for guys that looked like him. Guys with long red hair and beards, and I'd be wary of anyone who even slightly resembled him. At this point, I was honestly convinced he'd just show up and try to find me. I had him blocked on AIM, and I even made a new Skype. I knew this would infuriate him, and it did. I received another batch of messages on Facebook about how I needed to learn to treat people better. I told him I was uncomfortable with what he was asking of me. He responded with something along the lines of, "Fine, you've chosen your fate." I blocked him on Facebook. I'd had enough of him terrorizing me, but I should have known it wouldn't be the last time I'd hear from him. At the end of November, I received 3 Facebook messages from someone named Adam Knowing. Whoever he was, he'd just joined Facebook a couple of weeks ago and he had no friends or content. The messages read as follows. November 27th, 2011. You've been warned repeatedly and now you are being served notice. November 29th, 2011. I believe this is your last warning, and that you have been informed of your behavioral issues. The situation will change before the start of the next weekend, or action will be taken. November 30th, 2011. So, you attend college, right? And your grades are passing? Not for long. You were warned on how to treat him and how you are to act. You've got until this week's end to correct this behavior, or life becomes a very difficult thing. You should never treat someone who has a life like his the way you do. To this day, I'm still not sure who Adam Knowing was. It could have been Danny, or it could have been one of his low-life hacker friends. Either way, I was terrified at the time. Against my better judgment, I unblocked Danny on Facebook. By now, my boyfriend was aware of what was going on, and he suggested that I contact the police if things got any worse. Maybe I should have, but Danny hadn't officially done anything to me. I mean, what could they do? Still, I took screenshots of all his screen names, I saved our chat logs on AIM, I took screenshots of all his threatening messages, I then saved it all to a folder just in case I needed evidence. Danny's nonsense continued right through Christmas. Some days he'd be sweet and funny, others he was back to being angry and pressuring. I promised him a Skype session to calm him down, but I kept using my schoolwork as an excuse to delay it. Shortly after Christmas, I blocked him again on all of my accounts. I decided I would deal with whatever repercussions that came with. If I did end up getting hacked, at least I had the evidence, right? A couple weeks went by and nothing happened. Then I received a Facebook message from another account I didn't recognize. I don't remember the name of this one, but I do remember the message. After careful consideration, you're being let go. You may want to do the respectful thing and thank the one who you have wronged. It is thanks to his compassion that you are being forgiven so easily. I blocked the account immediately. In January of 2012, something magical happened. I woke up one morning to the news that Danny had been arrested. The charges? Possession and distribution of child pornography. A bunch of his creepy friends had been arrested with him, having been involved as well. In 2013, Danny was indicted. He's looking at up to 60 years, which will make him almost 90 when he gets out. Even if he's released early, he'll be supervised for the rest of his life. The link to the news story will be in the description. I guess being a monster creep catches up with you eventually. So the story begins in September of 1996. I was yet to be born. My mother and father lived in Collinsville, Illinois, which at the time was a small urban town that consisted of little odds and ends shops. It has now grown to be much bigger as the interstate runs right through the town, but at this time it was hardly noticeable on a map. Anyways, my mom and dad lived in a 2-story apartment which they shared with a couple that lived above them. At this time, unlike nowadays where murder is so frequent, Collinsville was unknown for harsh crime. Sure, there would be the occasional robbery or rape, but these things were so rare that it was hardly talked about. I was due in 2 months' time, so my mom was very pregnant. On this day, she had off, so she decided to take me down to her mom and dad's house to catch up a little bit. My dad had just gotten home from his 9-to-5 shift as a bar manager, so he opted out of going. My dad decided to instead sit down and play PlayStation. At this time, the first Resident Evil had just come out, which was a landmark title in this series. As he sat down to play it, getting immersed in the frightening atmosphere that the game held, something caught his eye. Right above the TV, he noticed a brownish stain coming down the wall. At first, he thought it was a water leak, as the landlord had noted one a few days ago, but upon further inspection, it was kind of chunky and looked way too old to be a leak. My dad called my mom over and she showed up about 20 minutes later. When my mom arrived, her first thought was blood. The neighbors above had had a fight the night prior, but my mom and dad had been out of the house all of that day. However, they were routinely fighting, so my mom had thought the worst. As it turns out, she was right. The police were called and arrived 20 minutes later. As they arrived, my father and the landlord went up to the second story to evaluate it. I don't even think my dad was allowed to go, but somehow he snuck in behind the cop and landlord in line. As soon as they got to the room, the cop opened the door with the landlord's key, and immediately my dad and the landlord were pushed aside, because sticking out of the trash can in the dimly lighted room was a slight resemblance of an arm. Turns out, earlier in the same day, a murder had occurred right above the apartment. Apparently, the couple had gotten into a fight, and during it, the woman had shot him 3 times. She had claimed self-defense, but the bullet holes were shown entering his back, which means that he was turned away at the time. She then cut off his head and stuck that in the freezer, and then dismembered every part of him, putting his legs and arms in the trash can, and leaving his torso and penis on top. This had all occurred when my parents were not home, but the numerous fights had occurred right above them. At any point of time, they could have been part of the murder, as the woman was found not to be stable at all. In conclusion, the woman was given 5 years in jail for claiming self-defense. Could it have been self-defense? Possibly, but the fact that she completely mutilated his body is appalling, malicious, and disturbing to say the absolute least. I have attached the 2 links I found speaking of this story in the description. They seem to differ slightly from my father's version, but I do believe the events that occurred that night have been best recounted. It's crazy to think that I was that close to a murder, even if I wasn't born yet. This story is a bit long. Instead of a singular story from this one person, they described all the other experiences that they've had leading up to their most recent experience, which gives us a timeline and a lot more background information. I'll start off with the first paranormal experience I've ever had. I don't remember this, but my mom told me about it when I was in my late teens. My mother and I were staying at my aunt's house during the summer, and I was around 1 year old. My mother and I were in the guest bedroom, and she was trying to sleep, but I was wide awake early in the morning and decided to hop out of bed and play with some toys. She was woken by the sound of a toy electric piano I was playing on the floor near her bedside. She was very tired and asked me to stop making so much noise. I continued playing, and she eventually snatched the keyboard from me to remove the batteries so that she could give me the keyboard back and I could very quietly keep myself entertained. She then realized that the toy already didn't have any batteries in it, and she became a little freaked out. When she tried to play the piano, it wouldn't work no matter what she did. She then handed me the piano and I began to play it. Being raised Catholic and being seriously freaked the hell out, she screamed, grabbed me and the toy, and ran into my aunt's living room. Waking everyone up with her scream, they all rushed into the living room and asked my mom what was wrong. She then explained to them that the powerless toy shouldn't work, but when I play with it, it works perfectly. My aunt tested the theory by trying to play the piano. Nothing. She then handed me the piano and I started to play it. Everyone in the room was apparently extremely freaked out. My uncle then grabbed the toy, took it into the street, and smashed the shit out of it with a hammer. And, well, that was the end of that one. Skipping ahead to the year I was in 4th grade, we moved from Kentucky to a nice small town in southwestern Illinois. This is a town near where I was originally born and close to where the toy piano story took place. We moved to a much older house than the previous one we lived in. After being there for a few months, I decided to meet our neighbors. The young girl that lived next door explained to me that every person that's lived in the house she lived in has either committed suicide or been murdered. As a young, impressionable kid, I was definitely scared. Later that same day, my stepfather asked me to please get his tools from the basement so he could do some house projects. Now, the basement, as much as I remember, consisted of a small room with a washer and dryer in it, a small room beside it with a bed and TV in it used as a guest room, and in the corner of the guest room was a small boarded up small closet/room. Some of the boards were falling off the doorway into the completely pitch black corner room. I got the worst feeling being around that enclosing, and sometimes when I went downstairs, the tools would rattle and wiggle on the wall, and I could see somewhat of a black mist coming out of that small room's doorway. I refused to go downstairs after the whole tool rattling thing. A few months later, I stayed up a bit late playing video games. I had a weird dream about my parents fighting and my mom getting hit by a car. I woke up right when the car hit my mom in my dream. I woke up, but not in a panic state, which usually happens when you have a nightmare. For some crazy reason, my head turned itself to the left to face the hallway in my parents' bedroom's doorway. A golden man who seemed to be from the early pioneer times slowly began to walk past my bedroom doorway. I stared at him, eyes wide, thinking to myself, "You should be freaked the fuck out right now. Why aren't you scared?" For some reason, I felt such at peace while staring at this man walking past my room. Was he an angel or just some kind of protective spirit? I don't know. He locked eyes with me and stopped right in the middle of my doorway, gave me a quick smile and waved his hand with 2 fingers facing the ceiling, kind of like a cowboy. He then turned and walked past my door until he was gone. I don't know what freaked me out more, the fact that I saw a ghost or the fact that I wasn't scared of him when I saw him. About 6 years later, we moved to an old farmhouse back in Kentucky right by my new high school. The house was even older than the one in Illinois and had a creep factor to it that was tenfold of my old house. There was a big creek behind the backyard, and next door was a very nice old man named Frank. A few months living in the house, I would start noticing what felt like breathing on my neck at night and very faint whispers being said in my ear. I would wake up and it would completely stop. Sometimes I would even hear footsteps going up and down the steps to the upstairs bedroom in the attic. One day, I ran into Frank and asked him about my house. My mother pretended to not believe me whenever stuff like this happened because it freaked her out so much. Frank told me that the last couple that lived there noticed weird stuff going on, and one night they just all of a sudden moved out, leaving a lot of their stuff behind, as if they got the shit scared out of them and ran for their lives. He also informed me that he's found tons of old Native American arrowheads and medicine tools in the creek behind my house. He's found a lot of this stuff over the years and believes that this land used to be the home of local Native Americans a very long time ago. Nothing different ever happened in that house until the day we were moving. My mom asked me to take some boxes out to the car while she packed her small things in the bathroom up. As I was bringing a big heavy box out the front door, I noticed what I can only describe as a black cloud with eyes in it floating around the corner of the house. As soon as I noticed it and it noticed me, it flew very quickly around the corner and out of view. I dropped the box and ran around the corner while yelling for my mom. The cloud was gone and my mom ran outside. I told her what had happened and she once again told me that she didn't believe me and I should quit trying to get attention. I was starting to get a bit fed up with the fact that she wouldn't believe me. She's supposed to protect me, but how could she protect me from something she refused to even look for? Now, let's move ahead to about 2 weeks later. And this is where and when shit starts to get crazy. We moved to a house about 15 minutes away, into a newer house in a rough neighborhood. I lived in a circle of houses on a dead-end street. About 2 weeks after settling into the new place, I invited a friend over to stay the night and play some Halo 3 with me on my Xbox 360. When he got here, he told me he got creeped out by the place, even though it was a brand new house. About 3 hours after we started playing some games online, we heard what sounded like plastic skidding across the tile floor. No one was home but us, so maybe it's a mouse or something. We looked back at the TV and continued playing. About 5 minutes later, we heard the noise again and we both snapped our heads towards the direction of the sound. As soon as we moved our heads into that direction, our vacuum cleaner started rolling by itself towards us down the hallway. My heart sank and we both probably shit ourselves while we stared in complete terror. We heard what sounded like a female laughing playfully. I ran upstairs thinking my mom was home and playing some sort of sick prank. I got to the top of the stairs and ran to her bedroom and flung it open as hard as I could to yell at her, but no one was there. I know I'm not crazy. We both heard and saw what happened. About a month later, I met the boy who lived 2 houses down. His name was Clay, and his friend who lived a street over was named Lewis. These 2 guys quickly became my best friends and still are to this day. I told Clay what happened, and he decided we should call whatever entity was in my house Mrs. Giggles, since she seemed to enjoy laughing so much. He was sort of freaked out when I told him I thought that my house was haunted. He began to inform me that the house between our houses was where they originally really wanted to move, but the night that they came to check out the house, they pulled into the driveway before the realtor did and decided to get out and look around. The garage door was opened about 1.5 feet off the ground. When they got out of the car, they could see dark bluish feet run from one side of the garage to the other, so they instead insisted on moving next door instead of the crazy blue feet house. This scared the shit out of me. What if the whole fucking circle of houses is haunted? What if this used to be a graveyard or something? Over the next few months, creepy shit would happen almost every night. I slept in one of the 2 bedrooms on the top floor, and almost every night I would hear running from my sister's room across the hall to my room. I would constantly wake up to what sounds like very heavy and aggressive breathing on my neck and ear. But when I would turn to go look at it, it would stop. One night, all of my friends were away at another friend's house for a gaming session and I was stuck at home. My mom was going out with some friends and she said she'd be back in a few hours and I could rent a movie on the TV if I wanted since I'd be home alone for a while. Hours passed and the sun went down. I was sitting on the couch in my small living room by the stairs that went to the top floor. Around 11 p.m., I started getting chills and the room began to freeze. And we all know what that means. I called my mom and asked when she'd be home and told her how freaked out I was getting. She told me I was being paranoid and that everything was okay, but she still wouldn't be home for a while. Another hour passed and I started hearing what sounds like running upstairs, then laughing overlapped the footsteps. I officially started freaking out. I tried calling my mom and my friends, but my phone had no service. I started having a panic attack and curled into a fetal position on my couch. The laughing grew louder and louder, and all the decorations on the wall began violently slamming against the wall, swinging back and forth over and over again. I put my hands up to my ears and shut my eyes to try and calm down and reject whatever was going on. The plates in the kitchen next to me started falling and breaking on the floor. The couch started to shake. Oh God, am I going to die? I thought. I jumped up and ran towards the kitchen to run out my back door, but as soon as I got to the small circular mirror on the living room wall, everything stopped. And I glanced into the mirror and saw who had been putting me through this hell and giving me a heart attack. It was a small, bluish purple and gray girl with hair that was dark and wet and resembled oil. Water dripping off her rotted flesh, she shot me a big nasty smile and started to giggle. By this point, I've pissed all over myself and I'm frozen in fear. The blue girl, Mrs. Giggles, then lets out this horrid scream. Everything in the house hits the walls at the exact same time, making one big loud booming thud. I then passed out and my mom woke me up when she got home yelling at me for making such a mess. I tried explaining to her what happened, but she wouldn't have it. She told me she was so tired of these ghost stories and that I needed to grow up. I honestly didn't care I was getting yelled at. I was just so glad that she was home. A few weeks later, she decided that we were going to move the next town over since she got in a big fight with our landlord over some stupid stuff. I honestly can say that that was the scariest night of my life. After moving, my mom came up to me and apologized for never believing me about the freaky shit that was going on. I got surprised and asked her what happened. She told me that when she was getting the last box in our living room, she heard footsteps running upstairs while she was bending down to grab this stuff. When she looked up, there was a blue girl standing by the kitchen just staring at her. My mom ran out of the house and sped far away from there. Only 2 minor things ever happened after that. The house we moved into next, I saw blue feet that faded into nothing above mid-calf of the leg. They were walking in my kitchen. I knew it was her trying to get me to react emotionally. I swallowed my fear and stood there with a smile. And then the feet vanished. A few weeks after my wife's grandfather passed away, she told me that she saw a shadow figure in our bedroom, but when I went to investigate, I saw nothing. I decided trying to stay as positive as possible keeps these things away. It's been about 6 years since my last experience, and I'm trying my best to keep that number growing. So let this be somewhat of a lesson. If you're a parent and your child ever gets freaked out and tells you about some shit like this, please, for the love of God, give them the benefit of the doubt. And if anything like this ever happens to you, stand your ground. These things feed off of emotion. This happened when I was 14. 3 years prior, we moved into a 4-year-old house in a relatively secure estate. It didn't take long for us to notice that we weren't the only residents. At first it was small things like doors and windows opening by themselves, weird knocking sounds, etc. Then it started getting worse. The hurricane lamp in my room burst into flames. Note, the candle had been snuffed, it wasn't even glowing. We had a weird incident where my mom and I heard the dial tone of a cell phone when neither of us had placed a call, which was shortly followed by ghost rain and bizarre dripping in the ceiling. I'd also felt a malevolent presence, seen shadow people, and I'd even been touched by whatever it was, but none of that comes close to what I'm about to share. One night, it was about 10 o'clock, I got into bed after reading my Bible and I was just dozing off when a strange thought penetrated my mind. "You're not going to sleep tonight." The words echoed in my head and I couldn't explain why I'd had that thought. I brushed it off as me being paranoid or something, rolled onto my side and turned off the light. It was then that fear gripped my body as another thought, no, not even a thought, another voice popped into my head. "Look at me," it hissed. My heart skipped a beat and my breath caught because I knew for a fact that that had not been one of my own thoughts, and I had this strange urge to turn to look in the corner on the opposite side of my room. There, in the corner above my door, crouched upside down on the ceiling, was a dark, shadowy humanoid figure. I bolted upright and reached for my lamp switch. Naturally, when light flooded the room, it was gone. I glanced around my room, my heart thundering in my chest. I eventually dismissed it as having been a product of my imagination. I laid back down and turned off the light. That was when the flashes started. I got a flash of my own fearful, still form lying in bed, the angle of which could only be observed from that corner, and I knew something was watching me. My heart felt like it was going to explode as I whispered the Lord's Prayer. I was so scared. I could feel this thing's hatred towards me. I could physically feel how much it wanted to do me harm. I blinked rapidly and tried to get my breathing under control, but another flash vision came to me and I was observing myself from directly behind me. I nearly screamed when something brushed against my shoulder. I whispered the Lord's Prayer again, but the thing only came back. I heard a loud click like my closet door being unlocked, and I was observing myself from the foot of my bed. Ice-cold fingers gripped my ankle and pulled me down. I felt tears stinging my eyes, and all I could think was that I was going to die. I flailed for the light switch, and I was relieved when my fingers touched it. I flicked the light on, and the malevolent presence seemed to fade a bit. I eventually worked up the courage to get out of my bed and to get my dad and tell him what happened. It was 2 a.m. when all of this happened. My father was a skeptic and he usually had a logical explanation for everything, but when I told him about the events that transpired in my bedroom just moments before, he believed me. He came into my room and prayed. I'm sure he felt it too. I eventually went to sleep, and when I woke up, I had nasty bruises on my ankle. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Needless to say, after a few years in that house, my father is no longer a skeptic, seeing as we've had countless more scenarios involving some other entity. He himself claims to have had physical encounters with a spirit. My mother also says so. None of us scare easily, but each of us can give you a truly terrifying account of something that's happened in that damn house. Anyways, thank you for listening to my story. I've had it rattling around in my head for a while now. I know it sounds crazy. I thought so too at the time, but I guarantee that it is 100% true. My name is Kat, and this happened to me when I was 17 in 2007. First, I'd like to say that this will sound entirely like poorly worded fiction. So, skeptics, feel free to pick it apart, and if you have an explanation for something, I'd love to hear it. Okay, so here's some boring groundwork. It'll be important soon. My grandparents' home was small. It had a front door that they never used, and they favored the door in the garage. The door from the garage consisted of an oak door with windows which opened inward, and to get to the aforementioned door, you had to go up 4 concrete steps and open a glass door which opened outward. They didn't have a dining room, but instead, a round kitchen table near the door to the garage. My grandfather always sat in his lazy boy chair with his legs propped up. The chair faced the television perfectly, but the volume had to be incredibly high due to his difficulty hearing. He was dedicated to always watching wrestling and hockey. I mean all of hockey. Following his passing, my grandmother had decided to move in with my aunt in Florida. My mother, my sister, and myself moved into the house for upkeep and free rent. My grandmother had placed what was essentially a shire to my grandfather with many pictures and his urn in the living room. It creeped everyone out a little, but we never moved it, you know, out of respect. After a few weeks of being in the house, things got really weird. I basically lived on my laptop, which I would often use in the middle of the night. I was incredibly quiet as to not wake the others. All of a sudden, my grandpa's chair started rocking. I hopped up, freaked the hell out. Then, simultaneously, the footrest on the chair popped out whilst the TV turned on with a higher volume than any of us had ever set it, and it turned to a hockey game. None of us would have watched that channel. I was spooked to high hell, but I decided that it was late and I'd figure out the things that caused it when I woke up. Even if it was a ghost, it was clearly my grandpa and he wouldn't hurt anything. When I woke up, I told my mother and my sister. We all agreed that it had to be something rational. First, we looked at the mechanics of the chair. Nothing was out of place, nothing was loose, even when we tried to recreate it. Weird. Next, we decided to check the remote, as it was a universal remote and maybe someone else was on the same frequency and TV. The neighborhood was a close-knit neighborhood, so we had no problems checking around. No one had the same TV as us and didn't have any brand similar to our remote. Okay, really freaking weird. We decided that if it was Grandpa, he was kinda just hanging out. The chair and TV thing became normal for us, part of the quirk of the house. Until one day, it got intense. I was sitting at the kitchen table late at night, reading textbooks. I had maybe 4 books out and one that I was reading. These are heavy books, I might add. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind came in with such force that it pushed the wooden doors wide open, while leaving the glass door closed. The wind blew all of my books across the room and sent the hanging lamp into a violently flailing thing. It blew my hair back, but nothing came close to my direction. It was as if the wind straight up avoided me. It was a calm night, still air. We'd locked both the garage exterior doors, then the wooden one, and also locked and wedged the door, so a gust of wind couldn't be the cause. After that, the chair and TV thing calmed down. The chair would only rock slightly and the volume didn't blast when the TV came on. Eventually, we couldn't handle the thought of Grandpa hanging around while there was basically a shrine to him. We put his urn in the closet with a photo of him in one of his favorite shirts. We left one photo in the living room and respectfully stored the other photos. The TV stopped turning on, the chair stopped rocking, and the wind thing only occurred that one time. It just stopped. About a week later, I fell asleep in his chair. I half woke up and felt a warm hand-like feeling stroking my cheek and hair, like my grandfather did when I had night terrors as a child. After that, there was nothing. Nothing at all. Alright, so I don't personally believe in ghosts fully, and I look for any probable reason for the occurrence. I was born a skeptic of everything. I got it from my father. I tried very hard to rationalize the events and found no reasonable explanation for it, even thinking about it years later. Some might say it was my grandfather's ghost or spirit, while others would just call it bullshit. And that's okay. I'm on the middle of the fence myself, but it's hard to ignore your own in-the-flesh experience. All I do really know is that those events in that house were some of the weirdest, most mind-bending, and terrifying experiences I've ever encountered. My name is Daniel. I'm 22 years old from South Wales, UK. This all happened 4 years ago when I was 18. My family and I just moved into a new house overlooking our town on the edge of a mountain. I was moving all my stuff into my room when my cat ran in for some attention. I was too busy to care, so I kinda just tossed him out into the corner of the hallway, and when he landed, he literally lost his shit. He started hissing like crazy, thrashing at thin air, and finally sprinted away with all of his hair puffed up. At the time, I thought nothing of it. For the next 3 months, things were fine. At Christmas, my whole family went to my grandparents for a week, leaving me alone, and that's when shit really got weird. I started feeling like I was constantly being watched, no matter where I was in the house. One day, I had a girl over and we were watching TV when I noticed that the Christmas tinsel my parents had hung over the photo frames were starting to bend upwards on their own, like someone was pulling it. Once again, I thought nothing of it, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, until about 5 minutes later when the TV just turned off. Still in denial, I think nothing of it again, but then, no shit, something poked me in the back of the head hard, and I almost jumped through the fucking ceiling. Later that night, the girl I had over left, and as soon as I stepped back into my house, that feeling hit me again. The feeling that I was being watched, the feeling of dread and darkness. I tried to ignore it and went to my room to play some PS3. It worked, and for a few hours I was actually okay. I finally went to bed at about 1:30 a.m. and I was laying in pitch black darkness when I hear scratching at my door. This isn't unusual as I have 3 cats, so I went to the door and all 3 of my cats are just sitting there. This was weird as shit because, to be honest, they never really came near me as they preferred my sisters. So I let them all in and they all pounce on my bed as I try to doze off again. But I keep noticing that they are all constantly watching something in my room. All 3 cats looked in the same direction, then they'd all look the other way as if they were looking at something. That uneasy feeling comes back again and I just lay there slowly getting more and more worried, remembering what had happened hours earlier. I then hear my gaming chair start to spin really slowly, which makes every single hair on my body stand up, and for about 3 minutes, I just lay there hoping this is all just some sort of fucked up dream, and then it stops. Silence. All my cats seem to relax and lie down next to me. I finally lay on my side and start to drift off, but then the most horrifying moment of my life occurred. I'm getting goosebumps just remembering it. Something whispered my name in my fucking ear. Dan. It paralyzed me. I was frozen with fear and I went cold. About 20 minutes later, I finally plucked up the courage to sprint to my light and turn it on. I spent the night sitting in my bed pretty much crying until the sun came up, which is when I finally got some sleep. I woke up at about midday and went for a bath, still shitting my pants about what had happened the night before. I was relaxing in the bath when that fucking feeling came back, like there were eyes on my back. So I turned to look at the door and there was a head, like somebody was leaning from the side of the door and looking in on me. This time, I screamed. Then whatever this thing was walked into the bathroom. It's hard to explain what it looked like. It's kind of like when you haven't unlocked a character in a game and they're just shaded out. That's what I saw. A full human body that was gray and partially transparent. Anyway, at this point I would have drowned myself if it meant not looking at it. It just looked at me, not moving for about a minute when I had this stupid idea to try and talk to it. I remembered back to a horror movie I watched where a character said something along the lines of, "If you ask a ghost to leave you alone, it will." So I somehow muffled out the words, "I'm sorry, but you're really scaring me. Can you please just leave me alone?" Its head cocked to the side like you do when you're thinking about something, and then it just disappeared. I got out of the bath and spent the next few days at a friend's house until my family got back. I told my family what had happened, but they did nothing but mock me for being a pussy and imagining things. I got so much ridicule for my stories that I actually started to believe that I had dreamt it all. Anyways, fast forward months later, we moved out and we get a call from the landlord of the old house, and guess what she asks my mother? She basically asked if we moved out because of the poltergeist. But anyway, I'm just glad to get my story out there. This is the story of our encounter with a potential killer. It was creepy in the sense that, at the time, we didn't know who we think we saw until months following. Alright, so I live in Canada for what it's worth to the viewers, and my friend and I were headed to his farm 80 kilometers north of Saskatoon to the middle of nowhere, essentially. We were on our way to scare his little brother and his friends who were camping the night out at the farm. The drive went great. I managed to sneak a road beer or two on the drive, and we discussed what exactly we were going to do once we got there. We finally arrive, and the first thing we notice is the front gate to the dirt road that leads to the entrance is wide open, which it's always supposed to be closed and locked. Whatever, easily could have been forgotten, so we brush it off as forgetful teenagers. We then decided that it was probably the best idea to park the truck a distance away from the cabin so that they couldn't see us sneak up on them. Well, here's where things start to get a little creepy. As my friend and I start walking towards the cabin, we see what looks like a large figure, easily 6 foot tall, and he appears to be standing still having a smoke. Well, we think it's his brother's friend, so we decide to keep watching. After about 5 minutes, we just say fuck it and keep walking. All of a sudden, the silhouette of a man looks over at us briefly and starts booking it. We're pretty pissed that our plan failed, so we just rushed to the cabin to alert everyone that we arrived. However, as we greeted everyone, we noticed all 3 of them were inside, and since all of them were inside, that means no one had been outside. Alright, so what the fuck, we swear we saw someone, a fairly large person actually. They immediately call bullshit and think we're scaring them, but we're serious. Anyways, the night progresses, we have some drinks and stuff, you know, teenage shit essentially, and then we decide to leave. When we're about to leave, the generator outside cuts out, which it has never done before. Me and my friend immediately get chills, but again, his brother and friends think we're bullshitting and plan this all out, which now that I think about it is pretty ironic. So we go outside to investigate, a large bamboo stick in my hand, and my friend is wielding a hatchet. For whatever reason, we thought being armed was appropriate, although I think it paid off. The moment we step outside, we see a guy peeking through the garage windows, which is beside the door leading into the garage. We flip shit at him and then we charge him with the hatchet and the stick. He immediately dropped what looked like a lockpick or something and starts running into the black night and eventually into a thick bush and foresty area. We were all freaked the fuck out and left the farm in record time, especially because it's the middle of nowhere and the closest neighbors are a few kilometers away. So now after all of this, fast forward 2 months and you have a husband charged with first-degree murder of his wife. He choked her to death, stuffed her in a storm drain, and tried lighting her body on fire to dispose of any evidence. The eerie part of the story? She was found no more than 2 kilometers away on a dirt road leading to the farm, and the body was found semi-burnt and decomposing for some time, meaning it could have been there for weeks or even months. I strongly believe the guy that we saw that night was the killer husband, especially because he was breaking into the garage where they kept gas and diesel, and because the generator ran out of gas randomly that same night. Makes me really think what would have happened had we not gone out there that night. Could 3 young teens have been murdered also? It could all be a coincidence too, but I strongly disagree with that. Anyways, it just goes to show that even when you're in remote areas, danger always seems to follow. When I was a boy, my parents used to take me and my older sister to my relative's house in eastern Kentucky, right around Letcher County. The closest city is Whitesburg. My uncle, who taught me everything I know about the outdoors, lived in a cabin nestled in a holler way back up in the mountains. His place was at the base of a big strip mine seam up on the mountainside. As a young boy, he and I used to sit out on his back porch at night and use predator calls to try and call something down out of the hills. Well, one night, he and I were out using one of his tapes. We'd been out there for a good 2 hours and had seen nothing, so we were thinking of calling it a night. We were about to pack everything up when he realized his squirrel feeder was empty. He then decided to go fill it back up with seed. His feeder was about 50 yards away from his cabin and on the mountainside that bordered the tree line. He walked up the hillside about 25 yards when his wife came out to see why we were still outside. The only light out that night was the light from his porch. He was about 35 yards up the hill, and he called back and said that he forgot his flashlight, so his wife, aka my aunt, went back inside and got one of his spotlights. We had forgot to turn off the tape with the predator calls on it, so I reached down to the tape player to turn it off when I noticed my aunt was stiff as a board. I hit the off button and looked up at her, and she had the spotlight shining straight up to the squirrel feeder where my uncle was at. I heard her say,
"It's coming toward you, Jim."
Jim is my uncle's name. He turns back and goes, "Huh?" Then a little louder that time, she says,
"It's coming straight toward you, Jim."
That's when I looked up and saw a set of eye shines about 15 feet away from where my uncle was standing and closing in. Whatever it was massive. The eyes were about 4 to 5 feet off the ground. Also, whatever that creature was, completely and totally got the drop on my uncle, who has pretty much spent his whole life in the woods studying and tracking predators. Well, he was turned around looking at us with his back to the woods, so we told him to freeze. We all just kind of stood there for about 3 minutes, which seemed like a lifetime. It was dead silent, no crickets, no sounds of the night. It was the most eerie and creepy 3 minutes of my entire life. It just sat there at the tree line staring at us all and us staring right back at it. The brush at the tree line was thick, so we couldn't see what the shape of it was. Just the eyes and where they were in relation to the ground. After those 3 minutes, my uncle slowly turned around to see what was about 15 feet away from him. With our spotlight on it, as he was about to turn and look at it directly in the eyes, it split. And for the next 15 minutes, we could hear limbs cracking and snapping all the way up the side of the mountain as this animal decided to retreat. Scared the piss out of me and my uncle. Literally, my uncle pissed himself. I think that was the thing that scared me the most about it. It was that he was so scared. He was shaking, and I had never seen him like that. The other thing that scared us both is that we had been sitting out there all night listening intently and watching that tree line like hawks. Whatever animal or creature it was did not make a single sound coming down the side of that mountain. It never made a sound until it took off. I didn't sleep that night, and neither did my aunt or uncle. This next story is not safe for work, so go to the description and click to the next story if you think you can't handle it. I'm a 33-year-old white female from Los Angeles. Yeah, I know, really convincing, right? 3 years ago, my boyfriend and I, as planned for 5 years, turned 30, sold everything we owned, including my car, took his Trailblazer and decided to just travel around the States and Canada. I guess you could call us backpackers, as we tend to chase good weather, find a state park, and backcountry hike into the wilderness for days at a time. My brother likes to joke that we are, quote, anti-establishment hippies. We don't necessarily live off the grid, but between the two of us, we have one prepaid phone, which we use for emergencies or just checking in with family and friends, and one MacBook, which I use for work, as I'm a freelance writer / content creator, and I'm on retainer with a robotics company. I mostly write boring white papers or web content. The whole point of our living situation is to live debt-free and have as few bills as possible. I only use free Wi-Fi, so 1 to 2 times a week we have to go to a city with a Starbucks. This background info is only important so you know more about who we are and simply how we live. Neither of us is involved in social media and know very little of Reddit or Instagram or use any apps because, you know, our phone isn't a smartphone. We don't even text. Alright, so on to it. Last summer we decided to do some backcountry hiking in Arkansas. It's one of those states you don't ever really hear about other hikers visiting, but we read that it had some beautiful natural landscape, and it does. The rules at this particular park were pretty lax. We didn't need a permit, there were a few basic laws and guidelines, but there was no check-in needed. We had all the basics and had planned to do a 6-day hike, 3 in, 3 out. The whole time we were out there, we didn't see or hear another soul, but on day 1, we were prepping to move off the trail and find a camping spot as it was getting near dusk. Half a mile off the trail is usually standard for us. We took what looked like kind of an animal trail, and about half a mile out, we saw a green 2-person tent. It was almost camouflaged in the foliage, so we kind of found it almost by accident. So some backpackers prefer privacy and others are more social. We're the more social type. We've had great experiences camping near other backpackers, sharing stories, food, and a joint or two. We were around 30 yards away from the tent and it was zipped closed. So my boyfriend shouted a greeting to make our presence known. No movement and no sound. We assumed green tent guy either wasn't around or didn't want to be bothered, so we started off in a new direction to get some distance between us. We camped and we never heard a peep. We moved along the next morning, completely forgetting about green tent guy until nearing the end of day 5 on our trek back. We were, again, looking for a spot to camp off the trail when we came up on the green tent again. This isn't that unusual, but normally backcountry hikers keep moving, so we weren't really expecting it. The tent flap was open, so my boyfriend yells his greeting again, and nothing. My boyfriend wants to go check it out, saying it's weird and maybe someone is hurt, but I didn't really like the idea from the get-go. Because even though we hadn't had any bad experiences personally, we'd heard enough stories from other backpackers about hermits and mountain men that want privacy, carry guns, etc. But my boyfriend assured me we'd be fine, and if all else fails, offer him some weed to keep the peace and we'd go on our way. As soon as we get within 20 yards of the place, the smell of decomposition is intense. My boyfriend has been hailing his greeting over the last 20 yards, and once the smell hits him, he stops and turns to me and says, "What if we find a dead body?" My skin crawled. I was immediately afraid. I've never seen a dead body before, and I really don't want to. The closer we got to the tent, the worse the smell got. I knew for sure we were going to walk in and see some old camper's rotting corpse. What we found was worse than that. Outside the tent was a dead doe's legs, all 4 of them covered in flies. It looked like the legs had been cut most of the way and then ripped off the rest of the way. It was a mess. Inside was the body and head of the deer, but the middle portion was swaddled in a blue fleece blanket that was blood-soaked at the bottom where the legs used to be. It was laying on its side, bottom facing the tent entry. The tail had been cut off and the anus and vagina was covered in dried blood and agape, like something had been penetrating it. The same with its mouth. The bottom portion was bent down at a scary, broken-looking angle. The tent was open so we could see everything without having to go inside. Not that we would have anyway, because at this point the smell was almost debilitating. There was a dirty, almost empty clear bottle of Jergens baby oil and a stained green and white fringed kitchen towel. And that was all. I immediately started crying and begged him to go. All he could muster was, "What the fuck?" And we turned and ran. We ran to the trail and jogged down it as far as we could go until dusk was fully on us and we had to set up camp. We didn't go very far off the trail and neither of us slept. We didn't start a fire or use headlamps after dark. We just sat up whispering to each other, going over and over what we had just seen. Every little noise startled us. It was like our brains were on red alert. I kept thinking any moment a dead deer rapist would come back to his tent, see our footprints or something, know we were there and track us back to our tent. I've never been so scared in my entire life. Just before dawn, we tore down and started out. My boyfriend stopped at the ranger station on our way out of the park to report what we had seen. The ranger was a young guy around our age, and he looked as freaked out by our story as we were telling it. He wrote most of it down and my boyfriend showed him on a map approximately where it had been. He asked if we knew how the deer had been killed, and at that point we hadn't even thought about it. We just assumed it had been shot, but because of the blanket we didn't see a wound. But we weren't exactly giving it an autopsy either. Since this, we shortened our backcountry hikes to a maximum of 4 days. We've also been a lot less eager to call out to other campsites. And we've never approached another unmanned tent again. When I was 20, my girlfriend at the time and I decided to take a week-long camping trip to some property that belonged to her father's friend. We brought my Australian cattle dog, Wrangler, and her German Shepherd, Zero. Where we were going was a 4,000-acre undeveloped ranch in the northeast Texas woods. The plan was to be taken by four-wheeler to a point on the property unknown by us, and then we would hike back to the main gate over the next week. I had a GPS for an emergency, but we planned on doing the trip with maps and compass only. We were well equipped for the trip, had enough food for 3 days as we planned to hunt for the rest, water for 3 days, and water purifying systems. We also had all the necessary camping gear, and she had her bolt action 223 along with a Taurus Judge. I had my .22 rifle and my .40 cal Baby Eagle, so we were prepared to say the least. We arrived at our destination and bid farewell to the friends that dropped us off on the four-wheelers. Our first day, we mainly wandered around exploring and figuring out our plan. There was a creek running through the property that we could follow, and it would get us pretty close to the gate. We had our plan and had done enough exploring, so we started setting up camp before it got dark. Our first night was very pleasant for the most part. We had dinner by the fire with the dogs chit-chatting all night till about midnight when we decided to turn in. I woke up around 2:30 with a strange feeling. I saw Zero and Wrangler at the door of the tent, very tense but not making a sound. I knew right away something wasn't right. Both of these dogs were very well trained and very loyal and protective of us. I stepped out with the light and the .40 to look around and left the dogs with my girlfriend just in case, as she's a deep sleeper. I made my rounds around camp and found nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I passed it off as maybe a pack of coyotes and went back to bed, trusting the dogs to watch out for us. We woke up the next morning and I told her what had happened. We just blew it off and began our day. Well, the second night we set up camp near the creek and things got a bit weird. While we were sitting around the fire, we heard a very strange sound, something I've never heard before. The dogs began to growl and snarl, facing the woods north of us. We quickly drew arms and began to sweep the campsite. We found nothing, but the sound persisted around the camp. It was like a snarling, gargling, sniffling sound. We didn't sleep that night. No matter how much we looked and checked, we could never find the source of the sound, and the dogs were restless the whole night as well. By the third night, it was almost impossible to sleep. When night fell, we sat by the fire with arms at our sides. We were going to stay up in shifts to keep watch, just in case. While I was asleep, I heard the dogs go off, and when I woke up, I saw my girlfriend standing with her dog Zero at her feet and her Judge drawn. I quickly took arms at her back. Something had apparently ran very rapidly behind the tent. She couldn't describe what it was. Then it ran by again. I caught a glance under the light of the fire behind us. It was big and very fast. It ran on all fours, but that's all I made out. It sounded like more than one creature this time. They couldn't be coyotes, way too big and much too fast. She spotted one again behind the tent and fired. We heard the nasty snarl again, and Wrangler broke away from me and gave chase. I love my dog but didn't dare go after him. I just called and called, but he didn't return. We stood there, guns drawn, for an hour after she had fired. Everything was quiet. Then we heard rustling. We had our sights on the sound, and then Wrangler came out of the woods. He wasn't hurt, but he had blood on his back. After this, we decided to bug out at sunrise. We packed up and started hiking. We were about 2 days hike non-stop from the gate, and we were ready to do it. The next night, we didn't camp. We instead broke out the headlights and kept going. Whatever was in those woods was back, following us, but at a greater distance this time. They followed all night. That was one of the most intense hikes I've ever had. We hiked with our guns in front and the dogs in back. Whatever was following us wasn't stupid. It stuck to our sides, usually about 40 yards out into the woods, always out of sight. We stopped for a few minutes to rest around 4 a.m., and they stopped too. From what we could hear, it sounded like maybe 3 things out there. They got closer when we stopped, and I thought I saw something, and I fired the 223. I didn't hit anything, probably my mind playing games with me, but the shot scared them back to a much greater distance. By sunrise, they were gone again. We made it to the gate before dark and hightailed it out of there. We returned the next day on four-wheelers and with several other people to have a look around. We went to the site of our second camp and found a blood trail from whatever the hell my girlfriend had hit with the slug shot loaded in the Judge. The trail ran for about 200 yards before we lost it. We found nothing else and headed back before darkness caught us again. We never found out what they were, and no one had ever experienced anything like that on the property before. To this day, I try not to talk about it too much because I even have trouble believing it sometimes. I try to tell myself they were coyotes with mange or mutated or something, but my girlfriend at the time never let me believe myself. Not too many creatures out there can take a 410 slug and bleed that much without going down, especially not a coyote. All I know is that I won't camp on that property anytime soon. Before the video begins, I'd like to state a few things. This video contains some very graphic and disturbing stories coming from emergency workers such as police officers and EMTs. I ask that you please respect them in the comments as these were very traumatic experiences for them. I hope this video helps spread awareness on how hard their jobs are. That being said, let's begin. Number 1. Okay, so I was an EMT in LA for 2 years many moons ago. So we get a call on a DUI who hit a bunch of cars at a stoplight. All hands get called on deck. When we get there, 5 units were already there, plus 2 fire trucks, cops, and everything else. It was absolute carnage. There were medics patching people up all over the scene, several critical transports. One EMT is treating the DUI. To say that he was blind drunk is not an exaggeration. His face was bleeding, but otherwise unharmed. This guy was in an old steel round fendered pickup truck and hit a group of cars going 50 miles per hour. Never hit the brakes. I head over to the medic who looked like he was in charge and he immediately gave me a blue tarp. Blue tarps are not good in EMS land and there were a bunch of them lying around covering various lumps and bumps in the street. He tells me to go cover some white thing in the street. So what had happened was that this big blue missile had hit a Pinto driven by this Hispanic family. The back blows open and the oldest child hurtles out of the back and 60 feet down the street and lands on his head. A human body when thrown or dropped out with force doesn't go boing, it goes splat. The kid's body blew apart like a bug on a windshield. Hence all the blue tarps. There were pieces all over the street. The white thing I was asked to cover up was the top third of the kid's skull. It still had tufts of hair on it. I had nightmares for years. So then we're asked to transport the parents. This was far away and the worst. Their faces were all sliced up and they were screaming in Spanish. They had just seen their child blow apart right in front of them. The floor of the unit was slick with blood by the time we got to the hospital. The whole time they're screaming, I can still hear it in my head. I was crying but trying to be quiet so they wouldn't hear me. I was heartbroken for them. They were carrying their new baby, 3 days old, in her lap who got thrown into the windshield. Died 3 days later of cerebral hemorrhage. So, of their 3 kids, they had 1 left. I never found out what happened to the DUI. Number 2. A guy high on dust, aka PCP, went over to his adult sister's house right before they left for a family birthday party. As the family is packing the car up, the guy remains behind in his 7-year-old niece's bedroom, still high on dust. His niece forgets something in her room and runs back upstairs into the apartment. As soon as she reaches the apartment, she hears a gunshot. She walks into her room and sees her uncle proned out on the floor, bleeding profusely from the back of his head, brains all over her bedroom wall. Family calls 911. I show up, walk in, and assume the guy is dead by the lack of movement and loss of blood. I find the gun, make it safe, and out of nowhere hear a huge deep breath and see the guy's chest moving. With half of his brain blown apart, the guy was still alive for at least 10 minutes, but unresponsive. Medics transported him to the hospital where he died, but donated his organs. In the end, it's the little girl who will live with that picture of her uncle for the rest of her life. It would be nice if you could take every kid out of every bad situation so they have a fighting chance to live a normal life, but that's unfortunately not how it works. Number 3. So, a suicidal female walks to the top of a 9-story hospital parking garage. She does a backward swan dive off the top, trying to kill herself. She ends up landing on both of her feet, which take all the impact. Every bone from her feet up to her first rib is shattered, but somehow she was still alive as I got there first. She looked like a slinky as EMTs picked her up from the ground to transport her, which in the end was futile. But for the few minutes I was on scene with her, I was able to speak to the woman who was still conscious. The most peaceful and eerily quiet conversation I had with a person who knew they were dead. She talked about her family life and how she felt abandoned. She felt helpless and with no faith in life, just like a vicious dog backed into a corner. She wanted me to tell her family that she was sorry, but didn't regret her decision. Very stoic if you ask me, and someone who was intent on killing themselves, not just a cry for help scenario. Number 4. My dad is currently sitting right next to me and has a story. He has 20 years active patrol duty and then 7 as a sheriff. We got a call from this one woman saying,
Mrs. Smith is 90 years old and we haven't seen her in 7 weeks. Can you perform a wellness check?
This was in the middle of August after a couple streaks of 100-degree weather. 7 weeks is a long time. So me and my partner go over and lo and behold, no visible AC unit in this 100-year-old house. So we load up our noses with Vicks and open the door and yeah, the Vicks didn't help. That house was well over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. This lady had basically melted into a huge mess with some human features still visible on her couch. The vapor her body was giving off was on the windows like condensation. My partner and I both threw up and called the coroner, who basically had to remove this lady with her couch cushions. It was really bad. The poor lady didn't have family or anything. She had missed multiple doctor appointments or something like that, and they alerted them that she might not be okay. Number 5. My partner and I got a tip from a narcotics source to check out an abandoned bowling alley for some activity. It was the middle of the day, so we didn't really expect anything to be going on right then. We called in and then pulled up from the back entrance to have a look around. Lo and behold, there were heavy chains on all the doors except for one side door where the chain had been cut with an angle grinder or something similar. The bowling alley faced a fairly busy highway, so our first thought was that local drug dealers were using it as a convenient stash or pack spot, or that there were squatters inside. We pulled our weapons and flashlights, called for another car, and then went in. We came in from the side, looking across the lanes, about even with the scoring terminals. A quick look around and it was obvious that people had been there. Empty beer cans, cigarette butts everywhere, some boxes of sandwich bags sitting out on the little tables. The place smelled like 20 years worth of cigarette smoke, mildew, wet wood, old plastic, rusty metal, and musty seat cushions. It was a very familiar smell after Katrina. I don't remember who saw her first, my partner or me. There was a woman at the far end of the lanes, away from the door and hidden from the front windows. She was in an orange dress, the skirt pulled up around her waist and the top pulled down under her breasts. She was lying on the floor between 2 benches as if she were passed out drunk, a young black lady. She was wearing very dirty sandals with gold-colored straps and little fake jewels across the tops. Her skin was dark, shiny, and blotchy and contrasted sharply with the soft, bright orange material. Her head was completely removed, crudely and raggedly as though it was sawn off. We stared at her for a few seconds, taking it all in. The colors washed out somewhat by the harsh beams of our bright tack lights. All my partner could muster was the word, "God damn." I barfed into my mouth before the smell even really registered. The scene turned out to have been a couple of days old, and the metallic rotting smell was turned up to 11 by the midday heat trapped inside the building. There was a huge pool of blood around her torso and neck, almost black and blending into the dark industrial carpet that was between the lanes and the snack bar. Her limbs were grotesquely swollen and flung outward, the straps of her sandals digging into her feet. Backup pulled up right as we staggered back through the side door and into the harsh sunlight. It was our supervisor and the young officer he was FTOing. We explained the situation and he called for more units and the coroner so they could secure and begin processing the scene. We put some Vicks on and went back in to look behind the snack bar and the counter where the shoes are. The sergeant found the lady's head on the floor behind the snack bar. Her teeth were showing as if she were growling and her eyes were swollen and puffed out. There were several squadrons of flies and gnats buzzing around the head. She was wearing a wig which had partially come off and the whole thing was almost comical, like a wax head where the details weren't quite right. But my brain kept screaming at me that this was an actual person's head. It felt like all the emotions I could possibly feel were fighting together in my stomach. I've seen hundreds of corpses throughout my careers, but this one was burned into the film of my memory. We continued to perform some mundane functions at the scene for a little while, but once others started arriving, our lieutenant sent us back to the office to start writing up our notes. The investigation later revealed the woman was a prostitute. She was involved with a drug dealer who used the bowling alley for business purposes and to entertain clients. I think the story came to be that she was offered as payment to another drug dealer from Central America, and this person murdered her while he was having sex with her, right there on the floor. He slit her throat with a knife and continued until she was fully decapitated either during or right after the rape. I think I remember that the suspect was identified, but I know he was never caught. This was, by far, the worst scene I ever saw firsthand. Number 6. My dad is a police officer and they had a scene the day before Halloween. This guy had killed his mom, chopped off her head, and then dragged her body into the street, and then he jumped in front of a train. Meanwhile, this woman walking by thought it was a Halloween prank and picked up the lady's head. When she realized it was real, she tossed it really far away. So the crime scene in between her and her son was in like 7 different places. The guy had apparently been off of his meds for 4 days and was scheduled to meet with his psychiatrist in 2 days. Tons of people walked past her body and head and didn't even realize it was real. They all just thought it was a Halloween prank. The whole thing was just really messed up. Number 7. I joined the military at 18 and became a cop. The very first night of shift, within the first 30 minutes, we got a call of a baby not breathing. I was with my supervisor at the time, and when the call came in, he put his foot down and didn't let up until we made it to the address. As soon as I ran into the residence, the mom was screaming hysterically and holding the baby, yelling,
"Please save him!"
over and over again. I was right out of boot and tech school and freshly spun up on CPR. I grabbed the baby and started CPR, knowing the whole time I performed it that there was no way I was going to bring this child back from the beyond. I could tell he had been gone for quite some time, and even if I did bring him back, it wouldn't matter because the brain had been without oxygen for too long. I kept on performing CPR until the paramedics arrived. When the paramedics ran in about 10 minutes later, they gave me the "he's gone" look, but they knew why I was trying. The poor mother and father were a mess on the floor praying for a miracle right behind me. The paramedics took over, taking the baby with them to the waiting ambulance. After the ambulance departed the scene with the baby and the parents, I remember standing on the front lawn with my supervisor and staring at the night sky, smoking a cigarette, wondering just how in the fuck I was going to get through the rest of the night without bawling in front of everyone. Somehow, I remained stoic the rest of the night, but I did kill 2 packs of cigarettes. Not much else was said that night, except maybe during our report, and even then little needed to be said. We found out later that the baby had died of SIDS, and there wasn't anything I could have done to save him, or anyone could have done for that matter. This did comfort me a little bit, but it was still a horrible experience, especially at the age of 18. This was roughly 12 years ago. I have 2 kids of my own now, 5 years and 2 years, and I worry about them constantly. During the entire SIDS stage where they were susceptible to it, I would wake up in a panic and sprint to their rooms to make sure they were still breathing. Fuck SIDS. The following story took place in Norway in 2015. If the wording seems a bit off, it's because the story has been translated. I was called in for a night shift on Saturday at the gas station that I used to work at. I'm 19 years old and a guy. I'm pretty short, like 5'6", but I weigh around 190 pounds. Because my lifestyle almost only aims for both powerlifting and bodybuilding, depending on which time of the year it is, I got really mad that I got that shift because I need a good night's sleep. But whatever, I needed money anyway. I shaved my head clean like I do every second day while keeping my full beard and packed 3 decent meals for the shift. I went to work at 11 p.m. and the shift was gonna last until 8 a.m. whilst being alone until 6 a.m. I don't mind working alone. Some people get paranoid and everything, but I myself have the kind of facial features and build that most people would not bother to mess with. Even though I'm a very, very nice person, it doesn't really look like I am. I had some customers while working, of course, a lot of drunk people. Since it's Saturday and in Norway, people tend to grab a burger or a hot dog at the gas station before heading home, others just there to fill up on gas. But later, at around 4 a.m., when it started to get more and more quiet, I saw a stressed out woman a few steps away from the door outside. I couldn't exactly tell what she looked like from behind the cashier desk, but I could tell that she was stressed out, standing with her arms crossed together while turning her head to the sides and turning around every now and then. I was considering to go out and ask if she needs any help, but I brushed it off and was thinking she was probably just waiting for someone. But then she looked inside and began to walk towards the entrance. She came inside, breathing in between normal and heavy, and she sat down. I greeted her with a smile, and I could tell immediately that she was a drug abuser, and that she was really stressed out. She was dressed with normal-looking clothes and looked like she was in her 20s. She kindly responded with, "Hey," with an obvious fake smile where you could tell that this person is sad behind the mask that they're putting on. She then came to the desk, asking if she could borrow my phone to call her boyfriend. She said that there were people following her and that they wanted her hurt or dead. The following conversation goes on like this. "Are they looking for you? Like right now?"
Yes. Please let me borrow your phone.
"Sure thing, but wouldn't it be better if I called the cops for you?"
No, please. All I need is to borrow your phone for a quick call.
Long story short, I told her to go sit down at a specific corner of the station where there was no glass wall so that people wouldn't be able to see her. She called her boyfriend 2 or 3 times, but nobody responded. She kindly asked me if she can log into Facebook with my phone, to see if maybe she could contact him there. I was kind of unsure about this, but I am by natural reasons very humble, maybe a little too much. Another thing was that I was standing right behind her, so there was no unacceptable things that she could do without me seeing it. So I said, "Alright, you can log into your Facebook." I told her to use the Google Chrome app to go on Facebook and not the Facebook app itself, since I hate spending time logging in and out of my account on my phone. Call me a lazy bastard, whatever. She logged in, and long story short, no response on there either. She thanked me a lot for the help and was about to walk out. I asked her if she was sure about me calling the cops or not, but she was 100% positive about me not doing it, which was weird, I thought. Okay, well, be safe, I told her. Later on into my shift, I turned my phone on only to find out that she forgot to log out from her Facebook on the Google Chrome app. Out of curiosity, I checked the messages, which I believe every other person would probably consider doing. The most recent conversation was obviously her boyfriend, I thought, but there was nothing about come and pick me up or even the slightest thing that made me believe that this was her boyfriend. I checked the others below. Every fucking conversation I checked, which was about 6 or 7 of them, was either about drugs or money. Meth, coke, heroin, codeine, you name it. As humble as I am, I just felt bad for her and I logged out without judging. 2 days later, I'm at the gym doing some deadlifts when I get a call from a number that is not registered in my contacts. I picked up.
Hello, Alan speaking. Hello, who are you? Who am I? You called me and I've already said my name. Who are you? You called me 2 days ago in the middle of the night. No, I didn't.
And then I remembered about the girl calling her boyfriend at the gas station 2 days ago.
Oh wait, I remember. I don't know her name, but I assume you have a girlfriend?
Then I went on to explain the situation. You may think, how the hell didn't I know her name when I had her Facebook logged into my Chrome app, but I simply didn't bother to remember it. He then responded that he didn't have a girlfriend. Surprisingly, this didn't shock me at all. I could tell that she was full of shit when I saw the messages with my own eyes, but I pretended like this was something that came to me as a surprise.
Oh, really? Well, that's what she told me, and I tried to help her out after that, which I've already explained to you. What do you know? What do you mean, what do I know? Has she told you anything? If so, I need to know right now.
I was really starting to get pissed off. First of all, I was being mixed into some bullshit for no reason now. Second, getting interrupted during my workouts makes me want to rip off someone's head.
She hasn't told me anything and I'm really busy at the moment. Please don't call me again because none of this is actually my business. It is your business. You helped her, you piece of shit.
Before I hung up, I told him to fuck off, otherwise I would take this case to a level that he would regret. I mean, obviously I would never kill him or anything, I just tried to come up with some dumb shit to scare him. I got a bit frustrated too. Why the actual fuck would that girl call a psycho who obviously didn't like her? It was clear that he was mad because he thought I somehow helped her, which I still don't understand what he meant by that. So, on to the rest of the story. My neighborhood is quiet, and my town is small, so it's not hard for anybody to find anyone. It's as simple as pasting someone's phone number in a specific website and their address will most likely show up. And eventually, I happened to get a little visit. As I said, the neighborhood is very quiet after midnight, and while being in bed and watching some bodybuilding videos for entertainment, I started to hear someone driving towards my area. Well, that's not normal at this time, but it happens. Eventually, I heard a car park right outside my property behind my garden, which goes a little bit uphill filled with stones and flowers. So I couldn't see the car from that point on, but I heard someone opening the car door and locking it. What the fuck was going on? I quickly grabbed my tank top and shorts. After that, I would just be silent, trying to listen for every sound that I could get. I opened my window quietly, just to be able to hear a little bit more. I could hear the man walk up the little uphill part of my garden, which made some sounds because of the stones. I won't lie, I was scared as shit. I couldn't see him either, because everything behind my garden is blocked from my point of view by tall cements for the garage. The garden uphill leads to the balcony where a big glass wall is, and that's where my little sister's room is. I went to the exit of my door and quietly walked out. I walked to the cement stairs at the side of my property, which leads me to the exact same spot as him. I could hear footsteps, and I quietly walked up the cement stairs. Then I caught a glimpse of the guy. Probably the guy I was speaking on the phone with. Keep in mind, I still don't know what the hell he wants from me and why the fuck that junkie woman called him in the first place at the gas station. I know nothing. My adrenaline was high, but got almost to its peak when he was right outside my little sister's glass wall. I was scared, but also really pissed off. No way he's going in there or trying at all. At the top of the cement stairs, I walked quick but silent until I saw that he could hear someone walk behind him just a few feet away. Then, I ran as fast as I could and pushed him with all my anger, leading him to get smashed into the wall beside my sister's glass wall, before I proceeded to get over him and hold my palm over the side of his face, pushing it down while asking what the fuck he wants. My little sister woke up screaming, which also woke my mother up. She ran out and asked what the hell was going on. Why my dad isn't home is another story, but anyways, my family's facial expression was filled up with fear, and I told my mom to call the cops. The man said nothing, just laying still with his left hand wrapped around my right wrist because of the pressure I was holding his face down with, while my left hand was holding him down between his biceps and shoulders. He was literally resting for a few seconds before starting to resist like a horse again, but he ran out of energy fast. I would ease my palm off of his face so that he could get his head up a little bit, only to smash it down again with anger. Both he and I were breathing heavily. I stopped asking questions and my mother was on the phone with the police, always reacting with fear when the man started to resist again, but I told her it was under control. It didn't take long before the cops showed up and arrested the guy. I told them the whole story about both the girl and the guy. They were both just regular fucking drug addicts and have both been in prison previously for it. I was scared as shit and still to this day don't know why I had to be involved in this. Maybe he was just a paranoid psychopath. My lesson to you, never let some creepy stranger borrow your personal phone for situations like this. If it sounds dangerous, simply call the police to help them, and if they don't want you to, then just leave it. If you're at work, like I was, use the work phone. I had just started working a graveyard shift at a grocery store in a big city on the West Coast. We were sat in the middle of a residential area and we had at least one cashier on the floor at all times. The other cashier I worked with every night was named Barry. Barry was an old man who used to live in Chicago. I didn't learn a whole lot about him while I worked with him, as he was pretty secretive about everything. He was a nice guy though. He was the perfect example of a grumpy old man. You know, the kind that would yell, "Get off my lawn," and was absolutely fearless. They had a hired third-party security guard, and I use the word security loosely since it would be illegal for him to actually apprehend anyone. His job was to patrol the aisles in an effort to ward off thieves. On this particular evening, as I started my shift, I'd noticed a gentleman in nothing but dirty sweats lounging at our outdoor furniture display up at the front, which was only a couple yards from my station. I just ignored him and did my job since it took more brain power than I could actually spare, and it was the busiest time of the day for us. He stayed there for a good while until our security walked up to start a conversation and he got scared and left pretty quickly. Fairly soon after, Barry approached me and told me that the guy was a local vagrant and that if he comes back that I should let him know because he had a history of harassing customers, especially for money. Seeing as I'm a very short girl with, at the time, very little strength, I told him I would let him know and went back to scanning items. Hours passed by, and when I returned to my station, I see him at the display again. Immediately, I called back to Barry and let him know what's going on. I'd never seen someone get from the back of the store to the front in such a short amount of time. Right behind him is the security guy. The store is pretty much empty at this point, except for maybe 2 or 3 lonely shoppers getting their 2 a.m. fix of chocolate, mac and cheese, or other comfort food. I try to keep my head down as Barry confronts the homeless man. I can hear the man start to get a little bit angry, slowly building up his yelling until he startles me, and I turn around to watch what's going on. Hand on the phone to call the police if I need to. The man stands up and he's really tall, like really tall compared to all 3 of us. We all hovered around the low 5 foots and he shoves Barry back. Barry went to move forward and the guy pulls out a long knife that he must have taken from our minuscule aisle of kitchenwares, yelling about how he needs some place to sleep, and he swings at Barry, who dodged it. Security hightailed it back to me at that point and I called the police. In the meantime, it was just us 3 and this crazy hobo with a knife and an intent to hurt someone. Barry gave him space and kept his attention while I talked to dispatch. It would take them 5 minutes to get to the store. Barry tried his best to talk the man out of his frenzy, and for a while it seemed like it was working. Then the guy started advancing with a white knuckle grip on the knife. Barry stood his ground for the most part, but the man caught up too quick and swung again. Barry tripped, and I thought for sure that was it. I was going to watch someone get stabbed, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. Apparently, I had made some sort of noise because he turned back and made eye contact with me. I couldn't read his face. My mind was just blank. The security guy decided now was his time to shine, and he yelled something. I can't even remember what he yelled. Probably something about the police. The man bolted, and I watched through the storefront windows as he ran around the building and disappeared into the dark. The police eventually arrived and searched for him. They caught him, I heard, and he was sent to prison for aggravated assault, I believe. Barry was grumbling louder than usual, his way of expressing shock, I suppose, and we both finished our shifts before going home. That wasn't the last time I ever witnessed scuffles between Barry and aggravated people, but it was the only time they ever had a weapon. This story takes place only about 9 months ago or so, and it still works me up to this day. I've worked at GameStop for about 4 years and in multiple places, some sketchier than others. I'm a key holder there, and I often close the store, so I'm normally out around 10 p.m. The last 2 years, I've been at a rather nice GameStop in a better area, so I had discarded my habits that I had accumulated over the years for my own safety. I'm about 5'3" and pretty small. I'm aware that I'm a target for, well, nothing good. Anyway, it was about 10 p.m. and I had just closed with another employee. I don't have a car, so I had to wait for my ride, which was not out of the ordinary. She was running a little more late than usual, however. Whoever I close with always offers to wait with me until my ride shows up, but I always assure them that they can leave and that it's fine. The GameStop I work at is in a decent-sized strip mall plaza with many other stores, including a Walmart that's a little more than a quarter-mile up the parking lots. Most of the stores closed a little sooner than us, so we were typically the last ones out anyway. The associate I closed with walked across the lot and got into his car, waited about 5 minutes, and then left and waved his way by me. As he did, I noticed another car further back in the lot. It was the only car left, and I had just assumed it was someone else getting out a little late from their job. My eyes follow the associate's car all the way to the end of the plaza until he's gone. I check my phone and my batteries are low, but I can see that it's about 10:10. I was sure my ride would be here any minute. That's when I saw the other cars start to move. They must have been sitting there because no one had walked to the car since I had left my store. They didn't turn their headlights on, which was odd to me, and started the gut-wrenching feeling that it was a little weird and that I should leave. But for whatever reason, I stayed. The car drives around the lot and then slows down near me. At this point, I have my phone out just in case, and I have my messenger bag on my shoulder in case I need to ditch it fast. He pulls up about 15 feet from me, just outside of the first handicap spot. The car stops and is still running. It's an old, gross, beat-up two-door car with rust all over it. The door opens and no lights come on. Out steps a very large man that was most likely about 6'2". He had brown, messy hair and was brolic but still lanky. His clothes were stained with sweat or grease and he looked very unwelcoming. He had casually gotten out of the car, but then he turns around and clicks his fucking front seat upward and immediately, with the door open, starts walking fast toward me. I hadn't even realized it, but I was already on my feet backing away from him. He kept eye contact and made a gesture to come back. Basically from there, I turned around and booked it to the Walmart parking lot. The sketchy guy got into his car and pulled around and started driving toward me. I don't know him. The store had been closed for over an hour, and it's dark and the lot is empty. There is no reason to be approached like this. He still had his headlights off, which absolutely terrifies me, because I can hear him, but it's still very dark and my heart is pounding in my ears. I can't tell if he's right behind me or if he's leaving. I peek back and he's still slowly driving toward me. At this point, I'm certain I'm about to be shoved into a car and sold into human trafficking or some bullshit, and I'm in absolute panic, but all I can do is run. The Walmart was still so far away, and I was sure he would probably try to actually make an effort to get me in the car by then. I felt like he drove slowly behind me to tease me and scare me. But then I saw a big truck in the very back of the Walmart parking lot with about 5 people around it. There was another car, and their hoods were up. Someone was jump-starting a car. I hauled ass to the left in their direction since they were closer, and as soon as I felt like I was in earshot, I started screaming for them to help and that a car was chasing me. The group looked shocked, and for all I know they could have been sketchy too, but I had to take that chance. A man and a woman ran towards me and met up with me. I was pretty nervous, winded, and shaken up. I could hardly talk, but I looked back and saw the taillights of the car driving away. I walked towards the rest of the group, which was just a few people attempting to jump another car. I told them that a big guy was following me and that I felt very unsafe. They offered to call the cops, but I wasn't even able to see his plates, and I really just wanted to be home at that time. The 2 women of the group and 1 man were kind enough to walk me into the Walmart and even waited with me for my ride to arrive. I thanked them and went home. After that happened, I requested to open for about a week so I wouldn't be at the store after dark. The next day, I told my boss the time that it happened and we both watched the DVR in the back. It was incredibly uncomfortable to watch, but we forwarded it to the local police. The police didn't end up finding much, but they now keep a squad car patrolling the plaza from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. I don't take chances anymore. I wait inside the store until my ride calls me and I can see them. The whole thing really bothers me. I always felt like that type of thing only happened in the city or in unsafe places, but not to me, not here. I haven't discussed it much since, but it still bothers me. You're really never safe. I was 15 at the time and in the capital city of Kansas. Don't even start with the Wizard of Oz jokes. I was hanging around a group of people I regularly hung out with at the time. The day was slow and cloudy, like really dark type cloudy. We actually had a huge storm the night after or some shit like that. But anyways, with it being such a slow day, we really wanted to get fucked up. We were at my friend's house. For the sake of the story and protection of my friends, let's just call him Tyler. Well, anyways, we were at Tyler's house. Tyler, our friend Josh, and I decided we should go get some weed and a little extra hardcore shit on the side. Coke. It was mostly for Tyler, as he was into the more hardcore types of drugs. We hit up our dealer and do the usual and let him know what we were looking for. Turns out, he hadn't upped his supply recently and we had to go through one of his contacts, which was immediately sketchy as fuck, as I only like going through people I know personally. It's really just a matter of not being ratted out or some bullshit like that. We got his contact info, hit him up, and oh boy, lucky us, he had exactly what we were looking for. So we set our deal up, and by that point it was super late at night. I honestly just wanted to get high and get the fuck home. We decided that the poorly lit skate park a few blocks from Tyler's place would be a wonderful spot to meet up. We took our time to get there as we had a bad rep around that part of town. To sum up why we had a bad rep, we stole a fuckload of fireworks a few 4ths ago and the cops came into the neighborhood and busted all of us. Anyways, back to the story. We eventually get there and we had to wait for the guy to show up, which is immediately more sketchy, as I like for my dealer to be there at the same time as I am. Eventually, a blacked out vehicle with no lights on rolls up behind the park and a group of people step out of it. We wait in the skate park for them to get up to where we were sitting, which is also the area with the least amount of light. A man stepped up to us first, who must have been the dealer, and he was dressed in dark clothing. In fact, from what we had seen back when they first got out, they all were. Just as we were about to trade off, his group of friends who we obviously weren't paying enough attention to managed to sneak up behind us and placed objects which we all described as what felt like a gun onto us and told us to empty our pockets. We were being fucking robbed. I knew the whole thing was a sketchy ass thing to do, but we set up the deal anyways. They took Tyler and Josh's phones and wallets which were loaded with info and cash. And now I was the center of the fucking freak show at the circus. I told them I had nothing in my pockets, which I didn't. I don't take valuables to deals. Only money, and that's if I'm the one carrying it. As they're all surrounding me getting ready to beat the fuck out of me, Tyler attempts to disarm one of their weapons and fails, which results in him being stabbed. They then fled and left us all there. Josh and I had to help Tyler to his house and called 911. We said it was an incident in the kitchen. I found out a few days later that their phones were sold and people started coming to Tyler's house at strange hours. Tyler has since moved and Josh has ended up in prison for a situation he shouldn't have been involved in. I haven't talked to any of them in over 3 years. Moral of the story, don't go to deals that you don't trust yourself. Or, you know, you could just like not go to deals at all, that'd be good too. I'm a 17-year-old Hispanic female, but at the time that this happened, I was 14 and this took place in Texas. I had recently gotten out of a mental health hospital and was diagnosed with chronic depression, bulimia, and body dysmorphia. The only way I felt loved or appreciated was by having sex with older men and doing drugs. It was summer and I was about to start high school. I was invited to a party with some of my older friends, Vanessa, Callie, and Jackie. I knew my mom wasn't going to let me go to a party after I got caught having sex with a 20-year-old at my cousin's quinceañera, so I lied and said I was going to spend the night at one of my friends' houses. She let me go, seeing as I hadn't left the house since I got back from the hospital, and even let me stay with my friend for 2 days. I thanked her and went to my room to get my stuff ready. A few hours later, my friend Vanessa picked me up and my mom gave me $45 just in case we went shopping or we wanted to order a pizza or something. As soon as I got in her car, I smelled weed. She smiled at me with low, red eyes and threw me a pack of strawberry swishers and some weed, then told me to roll one for us. I did, and we went to pick up my other friends. After we got Jackie, we went to Callie's house to get dressed and then we were on our way. I was pretty high and didn't realize that we had left town and we were going to Dallas. When we got there, I found it odd that it was just me, my 3 friends, and Jackie's boyfriend, who was 21 and she was 17. I didn't say anything, thinking more people were probably just coming later. At the time, all I had really done in the past was smoke weed and drink. My friends knew that, so they told me I didn't have to do anything else if I wasn't ready. But I wanted so bad to seem cool in front of them and Jackie's boyfriend. Plus, I was getting bored just sitting there drinking while Callie and Vanessa were snorting coke. They told me that they had a dealer that gave them an 8-ball for a pretty cheap price. They called up the guy and said that they can meet up at his place since he was on house arrest. We got into Kwan's car, which is Jackie's boyfriend, since he had a van and we could all fit inside of it. We were on our way and Callie was rolling up another blunt. I got higher than I've ever been in my entire life. They told me that this was the strongest strain they ever had too, and to just relax so nobody would trip out. I was giggling at nothing. My entire body felt like I was vibrating and I felt like we were floating. When we got there, I could barely walk. My legs felt like jello, so Callie helped me walk since she needed help walking too. We knocked and went inside. I think there were around 6 guys, all in their mid-20s. One caught my attention. He looked out of place. He was dressed way better than the other guys and was very attractive. I guess he noticed me too and came up and started talking to me. He asked me what my name was and my age. I told him the truth and his eyes got big. I felt awkward and asked him how old he was. I'm 24, but don't worry, I'm not a pedo, he said with a chuckle. I didn't care since I had been with 20-year-olds before. I looked over at my friends and they were all laughing and talking to the guy who was on house arrest, but I didn't pay attention. The guy asked me if I wanted to sit down on the couch with him. My legs still felt like jello, so I nodded and sat down. He sat down next to me and said, "I'm Kodak, by the way." I smiled and he scooted closer. I guess he noticed that I was tensing up and he said, "I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. I just think you a fine little Spanish girl." I felt myself blush and I said, "No, it's okay. I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just really high and I feel like time is going in slow motion." He laughed and I felt stupid for saying that. "Do you want to go to my room and lay down for a sec?" I said sure, not wanting to make a fool out of myself in front of the other guys there. I told my friends I'll be back and they said okay and kept talking and laughing. I was holding on to the wall and he said, "Don't worry, baby girl, I got you," and grabbed me by the waist and took me to his room. I sat on his bed and he sat next to me. I could tell he wanted to kiss me by how close he was to my face and his hand rubbing on my thigh. I really wasn't in the mood for more than kissing, so I just kissed him hoping he would be satisfied with that and let me rest. He stood up, and I thought that was it. My eyes were very low, so I didn't notice him taking off his shirt until I heard his belt being undone. I looked up at him, and he smiled at me. I couldn't understand what was going on. I wanted to say no, but I couldn't. He took off my pants and got on top of me. He kissed me and was touching me. As soon as he tried unbuttoning my jeans, I screamed. He put his hand over my mouth and my friends were too busy laughing in the living room so nobody heard me. He told me to shut up or he was going to shoot my brains out. I bit his hand and he hit the side of my head with something hard. This is where I blacked out for a few minutes or seconds, I couldn't tell. I woke up only to see him putting on a condom and being almost completely naked. He didn't know I was conscious again and I got up and tried to run, but my underwear was still around my ankles. He saw me get up and tried to run after me, but he was looking for something in the covers. I managed to pull up my underwear and grab my jeans and ran out screaming. My friends were in shock, and the guy who was on house arrest was too. They all paused to look at me, and I told them he tried to rape me. He came out of his room, stumbling over my shoes, wearing only black gym shorts and socks. That's when we all ran for the door and went outside. Quan grabbed his keys out of his pocket and we all jumped in. Callie was the last one to get in, and as soon as she closed the door, we heard 2 gunshots and bolted out of there. I was crying hysterically and they were trying to calm me down. We drove fast, and when we were at a stoplight, something hit us from the back. It was Kodak and his friends with guns out of their black car. They had been following us without their headlights on. I screamed at Quan to hurry, and he did. We swerved and ended up losing them on a busy street. "Let's just go back to my house and you girls can go home. I'll switch cars and follow behind you guys just in case," said Quan. I didn't want to argue. I just wanted to go back to Vanessa's house and sleep everything off. We got to his house and Callie, Jackie, and I went into Vanessa's car while he switched cars into an old beat-up black Acura. Quan followed us home, and thankfully, the other guys didn't follow us. We took the long way back to Arlington and took a lot of turns just in case. Quan stayed with us since it was around 2 a.m. and he was tired. We got into Vanessa's house, and being the hippie she is, she made some lavender and chamomile tea. We went to Vanessa's room upstairs so that we wouldn't wake up her parents, and they asked me what happened. I told them everything, and then Quan said, "I know why they followed us." We all looked at him as he pulled out what looked like an ounce of cocaine from his hoodie. He had apparently slipped it in his pocket while they all turned around to look at me when I came out screaming. "You dumbass, we could have gotten killed," said Jackie. He had just stolen a ton of money's worth of cocaine. That's why they went after us. We got calls and threats for weeks because of that. It eventually stopped when Jackie called and left an anonymous tip to the police and they got arrested. To this day, I haven't told my parents what happened. I still have nightmares about that night. This story took place many years ago. My brother used to be a big-time drug dealer. If he didn't sell what you wanted, he knew someone who could get you what you wanted. He had a contact in Mexico who said he could hook him up with a well-known former Sitzer member out of Arizona. He was supposed to be in the secret witness program, but was no longer a part of it. My brother called the number given to him, and the man on the phone requested a very large amount of ecstasy pills. My brother had to make a call, but was sure he could get it for him. After a few more phone calls, my brother had secured the deal. He would make a set large amount of money in the process as well. 2 days later, the son and a friend of the former gang member flew in, and my brother met up with them. As they're driving to the Connect's house, they informed my brother that there was a change in plan. They tell my brother that they have no intention of paying for the pills and my brother is going to help them, or else. They then explained the plan to my brother. They arrived at the house and found the Connect along with his grandma there. The son pulled out a gun and told the Connect to have a seat next to his grandma. They told my brother to tie them both up. He did, but he gave a look to the Connect to let him know that he wasn't doing this willingly. When he tied them up, he made sure to tie the Connect up real good, but not the grandma. He whispered to her that she was going to be okay, but to sit still. The son told the Connect to tell him where the ex was. He told the son to go fuck himself. The son laughed and asked again. Again, he told the son to go fuck himself and laughed. The son was not happy with this, so he ordered my brother to hit him. My brother knew he had to, so he hit him hard. He busted the guy's nose and blood sprayed everywhere. My brother felt bad but knew that it had to be real or else he'd suffer the same fate. The son asked the Connect one more time, "Where's the ex?" He told him to go suck his friend's dick. This time, the son pulled a gun out, told my brother to shoot him, and handed him the gun. My brother told the son, "Look, if we kill him, we'll never find the pills." The son said, "We won't be killing him. You will. And if you don't, we'll kill you. Do you understand? What's it gonna be? Kill or be killed?" Just then, the grandma saw her chance and hauled ass out of the front door. They told my brother to go grab her. He went after her but ensured that she kept ahead of him. As soon as she was far enough out and screaming for help and my brother saw that she was going to be okay, he ran to his car and got out of there and didn't look back. He came home, packed a bag, told us what had happened, and then left town. I had always stayed out of his business. I absolutely hated what he did. And now something serious had happened and I was sure it would come to our house. I became paranoid. Every car I heard outside became their car coming to kill us. I knew who these people were and killing us would be nothing to them. After about a week of nothing but paranoid sightings, my brother came home. The first night he was home, we were all mostly relaxed. I say mostly because after all of this, I was never relaxed. At about midnight, we all went to bed. I finally fell asleep after about an hour. I hadn't been asleep very long when I was jarred awake by a loud crash and then yelling. I ran into the living room only to see fire. My mom and I got it put out. That's when we realized that it appeared someone threw a Molotov cocktail at our big living room window. I started to call 911, but my brother made me hang up. He said that I couldn't call. That's when I knew I couldn't live here anymore. Our lives would always be in danger. I moved out a week later. My brother was arrested for sales shortly thereafter, and, to be honest, I felt relieved. It sounds stupid, but in my mind he was safer in prison. However, 3 months after starting his sentence, said gang member was arrested for a large ecstasy ring. I was scared that they would end up in the same prison, but thank God that they didn't. My brother has been out of the drug dealing business since his release many years ago. I still look over my shoulder, worried that one day they'll get even. Alright, so I'm a huge fan of Pokemon, and like every other fan, when Go came out, I immediately got the game the second it was released. Now, I live in the middle of nowhere, and the closest town is about a 15-minute drive away, so I never explored that area alone. And when I did go, there was normally someone else who knew their way around with me, so I could just blindly follow them and not get lost. So, in other words, I don't particularly know the towns near where I live very well. Since there was absolutely no Pokemon anywhere near my house, I decided to go to the closest town and go on my first Pokemon adventure. So I'm walking around catching a bunch of Zubat when I take a look at the Pokemon tracker. And awesome, there was a Pidgeotto nearby. I followed towards where it was, and it took me to an alleyway with a garage that someone painted, "You piece of shit, stay the fuck out, I know who you are," across it. I always take pictures of interesting things like that, so I just snapped one real quick and went on my merry way. Now, that was weird, but I didn't think much of it. I just figured the people who lived there were having a problem with a thief or a squatter, and it was broad daylight, so what's the worst that can happen, right? So, a few steps later, my phone vibrates and I found the Pidgeotto. As I hold the phone up to catch it, I hear a rapid crunching on the gravel behind me. I turn to look and this fat old scruffy man who looked like a straight hill jack is running at me. He screams, "Now I told you to stay the fuck away!" And I could see something metal in his hand. I forget the Pidgeotto and run for my life. I ran straight for Joby's, which is a store that is a hybrid of a pawn shop, a yard sale, and a junkyard. There are always these big, intimidating, but friendly hillbillies that hang around and work there. So I figured I might as well fight fire with fire. By the time I get there, the hillbillies can tell just by looking at me that something was up. "What's wrong?" the oldest of them asked me. I think he's the manager, but I'm not entirely sure. I explained what happened, leaving out the fact that I was playing Pokemon Go because, you know, technology is evil and Thomas Edison was a witch. "Don't you worry, you can hide out here and we'll make sure no crazies come and get you," he told me. I stayed and looked around at the piles of junk for sale. There was no sign of the guy. So, to repay them for their help, I ended up buying a dog crate from them for about $20. Now, after that ordeal, I go across the street to start heading back to my car. I look at my phone to see what time it is, and lo and behold, the Pidgeotto was still there, locked in battle with me. I took a picture of it, with Joby's off in the background. You can even see all the shit they have for sale off to the right of the Pidgeotto. After all that, I threw a Pokeball at it and the game froze on me and crashed due to the servers being down. I say fuck it and give up and go home. Hours later, when the server was finally back up, I saw that not only did the game register that I caught the Pidgeotto, it also glitched and said that I didn't use any Pokeballs when I did. So, at least in the end, something good came out of all this mess. I go on a jog every night, like many others, just to keep my mental and physical health at a good level and to wind down after work at around 9 p.m. Anyways, a few days ago I was taking my usual route, and now that Pokemon Go is out, there were quite a few people of all ages out and about near the parks, parking lots, golf courses, etc. Very populated and well-lit places. It was nice seeing others outside for a change, especially at night. I'm a 16-year-old girl, so not much more to explain about that. Again, there were people of all ages, including children as young as 5 or 6 from around the neighborhood roaming around. There was also a pretty shady car that was driving around the area. I don't call it shady because of the type of the car, color of it, or anything that would indicate that it was a pedo car because there was really nothing that stood out about it. However, they would drive very slowly when they came around. I scratched the worst case scenarios out of my head because nothing really has ever came from me worrying. I figured it was just someone being cautious because they knew kids might not notice the cars coming in the road, or maybe it was a parent making sure their kid was getting along or something like that. I shrugged it off and forgot about it. About halfway through where I walk, all of the parks and stuff cut off to where it's basically just houses and churches. As I was walking by one of the churches, I noticed a group of young kids, like very young, we're talking the ages of 5 to 7 here, that must have lived in some of the houses nearby, gathered up in the parking lot of this church. I figured it would be smart to keep an eye out for them, plus I was pretty tired from jogging and just really wanted to sit down. I kept an eye on them for about 15 minutes. Then that car I mentioned earlier rolled through even slower than before. Now I was beginning to get suspicious. They began driving up and down the street for a while before pulling into the church parking lot. I began to walk towards the church with 911 ready to be dialed and pepper spray in my hand, just in case it was a situation in which I needed to intervene. I really didn't know what I, a 115-pound girl, could do, but I figured something was better than nothing if something were to happen. The person in the car rolled down their window and was talking to the kids. They looked as if they were thinking about agreeing on something, turning to each other and exchanging thoughts. I walked towards the car, asking if something was wrong, making sure to keep my distance from the windows of the car in case he decided to grab me. He turned to me and interrupted what they were about to say.
I was just picking them up to go search in a different location. No big deal.
His tone was that of someone who you interrupted during an important meeting or call. That "this is none of your business, get out" tone. I stepped backward and asked them if they knew the man. A little girl in their group looked up and said, "No, we just met him, but he's going to help us find something." I felt the color drain from my face as I realized that my fear for these children was absolutely real. I calmly turned to the man so I didn't scare the children, turning the screen of my phone to where he could see that I dialed 911. He put his car into gear and sped out of the parking lot. I managed to catch the plate number as he drove off, thankfully. I called the parents of the only child who had his parents' number, and thank God they picked up. I explained the situation, and they came with the other parents to get their children. The police looked into it, and apparently the church is the site of a Pokestop, one of the few in the area. The man told the kids he would drive them to where a gym site was and was trying to convince them to get into the car. I really hope that parents make sure to watch out for their kids while they're playing this game. They don't need to be helicopter moms per se if their kids are older, but should at least talk to their kids about the few sick people out there in the world. The game is a beautiful concept, don't get me wrong, but people definitely should keep an eye out on their kids, especially if they're like the ones in the parking lot. To start off, I'm 16 and female, and I just got home after being followed. As I'm sure everyone knows, Pokemon Go has taken the attention of everyone after its release. I myself enjoyed the playing experience of the handheld games much more, but my siblings wanted me to play and I was extremely bored, so I took my brother's bike for a ride. Now, my brother is much taller than me, so when I sit down on the bike, my feet just barely touch the ground, and the seat digs into my crotch, making it extremely uncomfortable to sit on the bike when stopped. This will be important later on in the story. So I locked up the house, keeping the key on a lanyard around my neck, setting off towards my friend's neighborhood as it was an easy 5-minute ride. I was having at least a little bit of fun, stopping every few yards when my phone chimed that a Pokemon was nearby. When I started to make my way past my friend's house, ready to loop back towards mine, a tall man in a hoodie carrying a plastic shopping bag waved my way. I didn't think much of it. Trying to be polite, I waved back. He tried to ask me about my day, but I never stopped my bike to talk to him. So by the time he asked, I was already way too far ahead to say much besides "I'm good, thank you." I rode up my friend's street and actually passed some other kid who was playing Pokemon Go on his bike, and we gave each other an approving nod and laughed as we passed each other. I'm about to pass the busy main street to my neighborhood when I spot him. The same tall, skinny man in the black hoodie. He ran up to meet me and stood in front of my bike, not letting me pass.
"Hey, girl. What, are you doing donuts around the block?"
He was trying to make small talk. I tried my best to smile. "No, just out for a short bike ride in this nice weather." At this point, I put my hand on my pocket as he was making his way to stand at my side, which had my phone.
"Hey, do you mind sharing that water? I just came back from the community center after pumping some iron."
He lifted his scrawny arms up and down, leaving the plastic bag on the ground. I looked at its contents. A gallon of milk, some beer bottles, and something wrapped in a paper bag. I got a bit nervous at this point and wanted to leave as I was quite uncomfortable from standing on top of my bike for this long. But I refused to get off and give this guy a chance at whatever he wanted. "Oh, that's cool." I pretended not to hear his question as I didn't want to anger him by denying his request.
That's a nice bike you got. Maybe we should ride around together. You know, my house isn't too far. I live in the apartments up the hill.
Nah, man, this isn't even my bike. I'm borrowing it. I have to give it back soon, and I can't ride it again for a long time. Not complete bullshit. It was my brother's bike.
What do you mean, nah?
He looked irritated at this point and was reaching for something in his pocket. I felt trapped at this point. He was on my left and to my right was a busy street with cars flying by. But it's not like any of them could see me, as the trees at the corner we were on covered us from their view. And I was utterly uncomfortable with the bike seat digging into me. I was about to make another bullshit reason why I couldn't go with him when my phone chimed, signaling to me that a Pokemon was near. At this point, I used this to my advantage. I picked up my phone and pretended to read a text. Oh, man, my sister wants me back. It seems my dad's home. Then I started to ride off in the same direction that I came from. He said something as I left, but I didn't quite catch it. I pedaled fast as hell to my friend's house, flying down her street and skidding into her driveway. I threw my bike into her backyard and hid on her back porch. I was hoping she'd be home, but I didn't see anyone inside. I didn't want to try going back towards my house if that guy was still there, but I couldn't wait long. Outside it was getting way too hot and I'm not used to being out of the house. I have some pretty bad depression which leaves me to sleep all day. Just my luck that the one day I decide to go outside, some fucking creeper finds me. I called up my other friend who lived about 3 minutes away and no answer. I texted another who lived about 5 minutes away. She wasn't home, but her sister was. She has to be. She always is. Her house was pretty close to mine, on the same street that guy was on, but I had to take that chance. I waited about 2 minutes before I flew to her house, again throwing my bike into their backyard before pounding on the door to get in. The gods must hate me because there was no answer. I looked up the street and saw the guy wandering around. He was looking for me. I hopped their fence and hid in their yard. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. I spent another 5 minutes looking through the hole in their fence, watching the guy walk up and down the street. Right when he turned to look for me down another street, I picked up my bike and bolted across the main road, almost getting hit by a car, and unlocked my house, throwing my brother's bike into the garage and locking the house back up. I was panting and looking out the window. I've been sitting here writing this for a good 30 minutes by the window and he hasn't walked by. I think he gave up on me. So I wasn't that into Pokemon Go, and after this I don't think I'll ever play it again. I should have just taken a nap like I usually do. My boyfriend and I share an apartment in London with our dog, which is a husky. My boyfriend is in the film and television industry and used to work from home most of the time, so he would generally look after the dog during the day while I was at work. Take him for walks, keep him company, stuff like that. However, recently my boyfriend was given a new job opportunity in the center of London, much higher pay and much more related to what he actually wanted to be doing. But obviously this meant that he would be out of the house more often, so we had to change our schedule for walking the dog and stuff like that. We decided on alternating days since this seemed fair. So 2 or 3 mornings a week, I would now get up early before I had to be ready for work and I would walk the dog. Now, I'm really slow when it comes to getting ready in the morning, so I had to get up super early on my days to walk him, usually around 5 or 5:30 a.m. I would walk around for 15 minutes to the park near our apartment and let him off the leash in a large field-type area that was enclosed by tall hedges on all sides so that he could run around. This one particular morning, back in November of 2015, something happened that scared me more than anything I can think of. With it being close to winter, it was still very much dark out when I left at that hour of the morning. It was cold and had been raining quite heavily during the night, so everything was wet and still stank of damp. I was groggy, as usual, and not wanting to be there at all. The park creeped me out at the best of times. It was dark and always deserted at this time. There were streetlights, but they're sparse and that old kind that gives off that dull yellow light that just makes everything look even creepier. The enclosed area where I let my dog off is usually pretty dark because there are no streetlights actually in the space itself, as there's one at the entrance gate and one on the other side. I should say that there is a small side road running along one side of the field with a row of garages that I think belong to the apartment buildings just behind them. It also isn't the nicest area. The park itself is nice, but you do get the occasional drunk passing through. They wander through the park to find somewhere quiet to drink more or just go to sleep. Thinking about it, I probably should have never gone there alone in the dark, but the dog needed a walk and there wasn't anywhere else close by. Plus, I figured that it was morning, not late at night, so who's going to be out mugging people at that time in the morning? Anyway, back to the story. I had let the dog off and he had run to the far end of the field to go sniff around and do dog stuff, I guess. I stayed as much as I could at the better lit end of the field, but after a few minutes I decided to follow him to make sure that he wasn't eating stuff off the ground or something like that. He's mostly white, so I could still make out the vague shape of him moving around in the darkness. As I approached the darker end of the field, that's when I heard it. It sounded like somebody coughing or retching, like they were throwing up violently. I turned around quickly and scanned the field. No one was in the enclosed area itself, but just over the hedges at the far end, I spotted the silhouette of a man's head and shoulders, illuminated in the light from the street lamp. He was standing on the side of the field with the garages, one hand up against the wall, head down, and obviously being sick. I could tell it was a guy from the sounds he was making. I figured he was just drunk, probably didn't even know I was there, and just carried on with what I was doing. Still, I was a little uncomfortable with him being there and hoped he would just leave soon. Man, was I wrong. A minute or so passed and I began to hear him mumbling to himself indistinctly. I chanced another look over at him, and this is when I began to get kind of freaked out. I had to quietly move a little closer towards him in order to verify I was actually seeing what I thought I was seeing. He had vomited down the wall and onto the floor and was now proceeding to scoop up what he could of the vomit with his bare hands and wipe it all over his body, his face, and his hair. He did this all while mumbling to himself and chuckling occasionally. This guy was clearly not all there. I decided that it was time to go. I turned my back on the man and called for my dog to come to me. This was a big mistake. I began walking towards my dog, all while calling him and looking back to keep an eye on the crazy man. I stopped in my tracks when I realized that he had now turned to face me. He was reasonably far away and I could only see his head and part of his torso over the hedge, but the street lamp made it clear that he was definitely facing me. He knew that I was there. I froze momentarily, paralyzed with a sudden panic in the pit of my stomach, and then snapped myself out of it. I grabbed my dog, who had wandered over to me and was sniffing around my feet, and put him back on the leash and made a beeline for the gate. I looked back over to the other side and was relieved for a moment because I could no longer see the man. My relief was short-lived though, when I realized that he had not gone away, but had just moved out of the light a little and was now crouched down slightly behind the hedge. I could still hear him mumbling though, and I'm fairly certain he was still watching me. I was almost at the gate when I began hearing him rustling through the bushes. So let me try and paint a picture of where he was in relation to me. Imagine a square. The gate is in the top left corner and he was in the hedges at the top right corner. I reached the gate and began fumbling with the sliding locks. Suddenly, the rustling stops, and with dread in my heart, I look over to see why. I really wish I hadn't done that. I wish I had just opened the gate and walked quickly in the opposite direction. He was now standing in the field with me. I couldn't see his face as he was in near complete darkness, but I could see his body outlined in the light from the street lamp. He looked tall and thin. He was breathing heavily and still mumbling to himself. Once again, I was momentarily unable to move out of fear, but only for a second. I bolted, and to my horror, so did the man. This creep set off at a terrifying speed towards me. I slammed the lock on the gate open and dragged myself and the dog through, throwing it shut with a crash after me. Seconds later, I heard it open again and could hear loud footsteps behind me. I ran, faster than I ever have before. I didn't look back, not once. I didn't dare. Sprinting like I was, you can reach the main road at the park entrance in less than 5 minutes. Only then, on the well-lit street with cars and people on their way to work, did I pause to look behind me. He was gone. I was so relieved, I immediately burst into tears, panting and sobbing like a maniac. I sat down at the bus stop to compose myself for a moment, and then hurried home to tell my boyfriend what had just happened. Seeing how scared I was, he suggested calling the police, but nothing had actually happened. Whether the guy was just trying to scare me or had worse intentions, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, I'm never going back to that park when it's dark again. So, I live in South Florida between Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and it is hot as all fuck here, the real field temperature hitting 110 and 115 regularly. So, I do most of my walks in Pokemon Go playing at night, typically between midnight and 4 a.m. Even though my area is getting pretty ghetto, I don't really have that many issues. My family has a reputation, and I'm a large, tall, intimidating looking male. I also go out armed, and I know what streets and places to avoid, so I'm usually perfectly fine out there on my own. My normal route has me going down a well-lit, typically populated street with 2 shopping plazas with 24-hour businesses inside of them. I hit 2 Pokestops there, go back down my street 3 blocks to another Pokestop and gym by a park and a police substation, then in front of a school, down to a very dark parking lot in front of another park with another Pokestop and gym. The last of those has a community center at it with large glass doors where some light shines out onto the sidewalk in front of it. And there are some parking lot lights when they're actually working, which isn't often. The sidewalk in front of this building has hedges that block it from view from the parking lot, which up until this week when they were trimmed down to waist level were maybe about 5.5 feet tall. I was sitting out on one of those concrete parking meters capturing the gym to get my defender bonus and decided to drop a lure since I'd be there for inventory and leveling my newly captured gym. About 10 minutes into my lure, I noticed something moving near the hedges in the light from the doors. I thought maybe it was a cat or an owl, as we have a lot of those in this area, so I ignored it at first. Until about 15 minutes into my lure, I got up to stretch my legs. I did some minor stretching, and as I was sitting down, I realized the shape in the light was there again. Keep in mind, the light is coming from behind, and the parking lot lights blow ass even when they are working, so this figure was mostly shadowed. All I could make out was the top half of a human torso and head peeking out around the side of the bushes, just fucking staring at me. I just stared back, and after what seemed like an hour, but was probably only a minute, the form vanishes behind the bushes. I'm sketched as fuck by this point, so I pull my knife from my belt, open it, and put away my phone. Standing up, I call out, "Who the fuck's out there?" All I get in return is a fucking giggle, not like a little kid's giggling, a fucking adult woman's giggling. So I call out to her again. "Quit fucking around, you're gonna end up getting shot doing that shit." She just laughs more and sticks her head out from behind the bushes from a bit further down. Keep in mind, as I've said, the area isn't the greatest. We have hookers, druggies, homeless people, and even combinations of the three wandering around here at all hours of the night. I'm figuring this is probably some drug-addicted chick high as fuck and decide I don't want to stick around. So I start backing out slowly, watching the bushes. Her fucking head peeks out from the bushes in the original spot, and then her fucking body. She starts following me slightly faster than I'm backing out, just giggling and shambling out at me. I back out to a better lit area and yell out for her to fuck off, and she just stops and stands there laughing and pointing. By this point, I decide that if she follows me and makes a move, I'm getting stabby. Otherwise, I just want to get home. I turn and walk fast back in front of the school area that I mentioned previously, and started heading towards the other Pokestop by the police substation, figuring I'd stop at the substation and if there was an officer out there, just give them the heads up that there's some crazy chick by the park and community center. Then go down some random streets to get home, making sure I wasn't letting anyone follow me. Turns out, she had followed me, very slowly. When I checked behind me at the Pokestop on the corner, I saw her looking out from behind a tree. I booked my ass to the substation and spoke to the cop on duty, then followed through with the rest of my plan. I haven't seen that creepy lady ever again, even though I head out there every night. I'm assuming she was a druggie or a homeless crazy person and that the police chased her off on my tip. When I was 14, I would spend the summer holidays away from school at home. In the small village I lived in, this meant I mainly spent my days on my own while my parents worked, either watching TV or playing The Sims for the most part. My parents were generally out of the house from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. I was raised to never answer the door to strangers. However, where I liked to sit in the living room, my chair was next to the window anyway, so I could always see people on the street and they could always see me too, I guess. One day, I was sitting down watching daytime TV when I noticed a man walking down our street. As our street is a dead end, I normally recognize everyone who walks down it, but I had certainly never seen him before. He was tall, thin, and unshaven. He was wearing a hooded jumper with the hood up and sleeves rolled up, revealing tattoos on his arms. He was carrying a large duffel bag and looking closely at each house as he passed. As I sat watching him, I was clearly in full view of him too. He started to pass our house, and when he saw me, he smiled and turned to come up our driveway. He came up to our front door and knocked. I knew I shouldn't answer the door to someone I didn't know, but he had seen me, and at 14 I was afraid of being rude to an adult. So I obediently went and opened the door just a crack. I peeked around the door and said hello. As he spoke, he pulled the duffel bag around to the front of his body and asked me if my parents were home. At this point, I thought he would probably leave if I said no, but instead he stepped towards the door and unzipped the bag.
Well, the thing is, I've just got out of prison. I want to do the right thing, you know. It's so hard to find a job, so I'm trying to sell some things.
He started pulling towels, handkerchiefs, and other junk out of the bag. The word prison made my heart skip, and I quickly mumbled something about having no money and closed the door. He stood there on the step for a minute, still talking to me about being able to help. So I went upstairs and waited for him to leave, which he did eventually. I soon settled back down to watching the TV and forgot all about the encounter. At 5 p.m. my parents came home and they took the TV, so I went up to my room. A little while later there was a knock at the door. I came onto the landing and peered down as my mom answered the door. She opened the door to 2 police officers. They asked if anyone had came to our house that day. My mom said that no one had, and that was when I remembered my visitor from earlier. I came down the stairs and said that someone actually had been at the front door earlier. Seeing I was young, the 2 police officers asked to come inside and talk to me. They asked me to describe the man and the conversation that I had with him. They seemed really worried and kept telling me not to worry and to be honest about what happened. Once I had told them what had happened, they asked to speak to my parents on their own, and then they thanked me and they left. I went straight to my parents asking them what was going on. My mom explained that shortly after the guy had come to our house, he had gone to another girl's house. She was in the shower and hadn't answered the door when he knocked. Apparently, he let himself into the house and walked upstairs when he found her in the shower and sexually assaulted her. With my description and the evidence from the girl, they tracked the guy down. It turned out he had just been released from prison for a similar attack on another girl. I never answer the door when I'm alone now, and I also won't shower when I'm home alone.
To preface this, I want to say that last year I spent about 32 days in the woods either scouting, hunting, or fishing. The year before that, I spent about 22 days. This doesn't include my regular hunts and camping adventures, which in the past 3 years adds up to just over 100 days. I've been hunting since I was 9 and have spent a lot of time outdoors in various different parts of the US and in Canada. I've seen and heard a lot of strange shit, but this takes the cake. I was in Cohutta in the North Georgia wilderness for 7 days scouting for bears, wild hogs, and deer, prepping for a hunting trip later that year. I had hiked in about 10 miles and then went off the trail for another 3 or 5 miles. Basically, I was out in the middle of nowhere. Since I was alone, I was using a hammock that has a built-in bug net, and I had a rainfly over it. I spent about 3 days halfway up a mountain just looking for a good place to hunt. I saw 3 or 4 good-sized bears, about 10 hogs, and came across some good-sized deer. On the 4th day, I was going to head down to a small stream that I had marked on my GPS and then set up camp, restock on water, and prep for the 2-day hike back. I could have gone faster, but I wanted to be able to look for any animal sign along the way. As I was approaching this small stream, I noticed a tent, which I was really excited to see, as I had been completely alone for a few days, and it's always nice to run into another hiker because generally us wilderness folks are pretty down to earth. As I got closer to the tent, I noticed that there was a small pack on the ground just outside of it. I figured the person couldn't have been far from where the camp was, so I set up my camp about 30 yards away, and with about 4 hours of daylight left, started cooking some dinner. 2 hours later, I was starting to wonder where this person was. Given that I was in the wilderness and it was a 1+ day hike out, there wasn't much that I could do. But I did hike around the site, making a circle as I went out to look for any signs of struggle in case of a bear attack or maybe they had an injury. I got about a 1/4 of a mile from the campsite, walking a circle, but I didn't find anything. Eventually night came around and no one showed. I started a fire in hopes that the person would be able to find where they set up and have some light. Fires burn really bright and are very easy to see from far away. After eating, searching, and hoping that the person was going to make it back, I called it a night. I had a small flask with me and took a couple sips of whiskey, jumped into my hammock with my pistol, and attempted to go to sleep. I sleep pretty hard, I mean really hard, regardless of where I am. It literally annoys my friends because I can always seem to fall asleep and stay asleep regardless of where in the world we are. But this night was different. I felt like something was off, but I figured it was just me worrying about this person who, by all my accounts, was completely missing. So, for the first time in my life, I woke up to the sound of what I thought was footsteps, but not in the sense of footsteps on leaves, but what a heavy-footed person would make on an old wood floor. It was extremely loud. I got my gun, grabbed my headlamp stored in a small compartment up above me, and waited to see if it would stop. Right at that moment, it did. And that's when I saw something that scared the absolute shit out of me. On my rainfly, the gleam of a flashlight, faint but there. I shouted, "Hello?" And right when I did, it sounded like 10 people suddenly running away from me in every direction. I dropped out of my hammock onto the ground, frantically turning on my headlamp and shining it all around me. But I didn't see anything. My heart was racing pretty bad, but I thought it might have just been the reflection of the moon on the rainfly. Yeah, that was it, and those footsteps running away from me was probably just armadillos or something, even though their eyes shine and they're pretty easy to spot. Problem was, there was no moon. I'd never seen an armadillo above 2,000 feet, not to say that they don't live up there, just I've never seen one. And for some reason, the campsite I set up by was gone. The fire had been put out by water. It was apparent because there was not a damn coal in the thing. I thought for sure it was about 4 a.m., but I had only been asleep for about an hour. At this point, I wanted to leave, but hiking out in the wilderness while it's dark is always a bad idea. So I grabbed my flask, took a swig of whiskey, removed my rainfly so I could see out of my hammock and around the area I was in, and tried my hardest to go back to sleep. I'm laying down when I saw some light hit the trees above me, and it was clear it was coming from downstream. I got out of my hammock and started yelling, "Hey, do y'all need any help?" No response. I saw whatever was putting out the light, and it spun around and started heading down the stream really fast. At this point, my body had pumped more adrenaline than it had blood, and I was exhausted from it all. I finally was able to fall asleep and woke up around 7 a.m. When I did, I noticed that my water filter I had left out was missing. It's a gravity filter and it hangs on a tree filtering water down into my main bladder that I put in my backpack. And my water bladder, which was sitting at the base of a tree, looked like it had been cut down the middle with a knife. They cut down my bear bag, which had food in it, and took some of it. The creepiest part of it all was that they went through my bag, which was under my hammock, while I was sleeping. I checked my bear bag before I went back to sleep the second time, and it was still there, hanging, and my bag under my hammock hadn't been touched. I packed all my shit and hightailed it out of there, keeping my pistol close to me and moving as fast as I could. I ended up making the hike back in just under 15 hours. I hiked the trail part in the night because I wasn't about to spend another night out there. I didn't see anyone on my hike out. There were no cars parked at the trailhead, and the DNR said that they had only seen my car there. Since then, I haven't gone out there without any friends. I reported all of this to the local DNR, but they looked at me like I was crazy. Maybe I am. I hike very frequently and was on a trail and about 8 miles from the nearest gravel road. It was just me and my dog. Just to note, I've hiked these trails frequently and have only seen other people during mushroom hunting season and only near where the parking patches are, and this was in January, so it was freezing cold and there were no mushrooms. I'd been going at it for almost 2 hours when I stumbled upon a pile of bones. Large bones, bigger than human, maybe a cow, maybe buffalo, maybe horse. They were completely clean and sun-bleached. No flesh, no fur. I find deer remains all the time. They always have fur on their legs. This means someone or something cleaned them, or their old bones. The scary part is that they were neatly arranged into a pyramid shape, all leaning on each other like a teepee. I was just on this trail the week before and there had been no bones. There had also not been a giant dead animal, and there wouldn't have been any rotting happening because it was 20 Fahrenheit. I stared at them for a while, then turned around and spotted more peculiarities. The tree behind me had several bones strung up and hung in the tree by the trail marks. They swayed in the wind and kind of clunked gently like morbid wind chimes. So this means it had to have been somebody and not some weird raccoons or something. I start to panic because does this mean that somebody's watching me? Am I being warned or stalked? I always go on a select few trails, and this is one of my most frequented, and never have I seen someone else out this far. The hairs on my neck stand up because I'm sure I'm in the crosshairs of some serial killer who's been stalking me. I walk with my headphones in. He could have followed me for weeks and I wouldn't have known. My dog freezes and points towards a different large tree 10 yards away. The hair of her scruff raises and she starts to growl and creep toward the tree. I'm panicking. I have nothing other than my hiking stick. My dog barks once. She's 40 pounds, by the way. She's not an attack dog. And she starts sprinting towards the tree. I instinctively crouch down. She reaches the tree and a turkey takes off from the other side, gobbling as it flies away. I can still feel my pulse in my eyes as I watch it fly away. I sigh, pet my dog, and check to make sure I didn't shit myself. I snap a few pictures of the weird bones and make my way back. I still hike through there, and the bones are still there untouched. No way am I touching them. No idea where they came from. Probably some weird old coot trying to scare people. It definitely worked on me. Tennessee has some real bumfucky people out in nature. I hiked all around while in school there, made some good memories with a girl in the enveloping nature. Tennessee has good roads to popular hiking sites and tons of mini trails branching off. Sometimes you need to know what to look for as far as trail markers go, because the interesting ones are always a good ways out. There's one spring waterfall that spills across a mossy granite wall towering over a shallow stream that empties into a decent-sized pond. I went out there with a friend last time and we got separated on the way out. I have no fucking clue how this happened. We've each been hiking for over 10 years. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, and it has to be this one ledge system. To get to the top of the fall, you need to take a longish detour that has a lot of old wooden railing and a 3-way branching ledge system. Okay, so I've taken all 3 routes and ended up at the same spot. They take maybe 3 or 4 minutes to blast through, and they're kind of like rocky corridors. I don't take the left one anymore because I'm 90% sure these big stains in the middle are blood. Don't want to know what happened there. It's really odd because the left path is by far the most inviting. Flowers bloom from the vines that are etched into the moss-matted bedrock. Anyways, I'm 45 seconds ahead of the girl I mentioned earlier, and I opt for the right path when I realize that I should tell her to avoid the left path. It's really hard to reverse given the sloping angle of the path and a few short drops that become narrow climbs. Fuck it, it's faster if I speed through and then yell down to her. I get out of the right corridor, swing around to where the middle path drops off, and I yell. No reply. She took left. Fuck. I run over and climb into the left corridor, thinking maybe she saw the stains and freaked out. It looks like someone got bludgeoned to death, to be fair. She's fucking gone. Ashley? Nothing. And that's what made my hair stand up. I literally heard nothing. No birds, no hum of the forest, not even wind. Just myself in the babbling water. I traced left all the way back and noted a few side passages if you miss a couple of the jumps. No bodies were in there or the middle. Good. I figure I may as well get to the top of the falls where I can get somewhat of an aerial view. I get there and Ashley is sitting there waiting for me. She says she took the left path with the trail guide. What? There are no trail guides. There are rangers, but she knows the difference. They wouldn't be in the rock labyrinth. This guy had a uniform on and a trail authority visor on. She knew what I was thinking based on my face and agreed that we should reverse course ASAP without us saying anything out loud. Man, it's a weird feeling when you know you're being watched. So we pretend like we're going back to the car real quick to get some more water, and so I left some fish food in a little crevice like I always did, and we left. She showed me this weird side passage that could not have existed a year ago. I walked all the way around. You had to crouch, but you could walk through the labyrinth if you kept left through. In hindsight, we should have taken another way. I think that he lives in those tunnels. She said that he kept trying to lead her in different directions, but she just followed the light and saw him standing in the tunnel as she walked the rest of the trip to the top. That means that he was there when I was looking for her. That means that she followed him before seeing the blood splatters all over the floor and walls. And that's not even the totally fucked part. The fucking fish food was on the hood of my car. Her water bottle was gone too. She had it carabinered to her pack, so he must have snuck up and taken it at some point. We hiked fast too. We never went back, and I don't think we ever will. Before the video begins, I'd like to let you guys know that this video contains gore-related things. So, if you have a weak stomach, this may not be the video for you. For this video, you all sent me a ton of different kinds of stories, so I tried to mix it up and include a brutal story, some creepy stories, and a weird and unexplained story that maybe some of you can relate to. Joining me for this video, I have a good friend of mine, Lazy Masquerade, who will be narrating a couple of the stories. We also did a video on his channel, so be sure to check that out once you've finished this one. Now, on to the stories. When I was younger, I used to live in the province of Newfoundland in Canada, in a town called St. John's. It isn't a huge city, and people are very welcoming. We're actually known for our hospitality and as being the friendliest people in Canada. I think that's what makes this such a surreal story to retell. My neighborhood mostly consisted of families, so it was pretty quiet most days. There was, however, a group of boys, not malicious, just young, and so they would often get into trouble. Usually for silly childish things like playing ding-dong ditch, but occasionally they did cause bigger problems. Not long before this particular day, one thing these boys had done was put duct tape on one of my cats. They had said that they were mimicking a video they had seen online. We needed to cut the tape out of his fur and gave him a lion cut because of it. Needless to say, I was not a fan of those kids. One afternoon in the early summer, I had been outside on my front deck reading when I see two of these boys running up the hill. I lived on the corner, so when they turned onto their street, I could clearly hear them say that there was something dead in the field. They seemed hysterical, so I didn't think it was a prank, and all I could think of was my cats. I was instantly terrified. I used to take in all the stray cats since it snows so much in Newfoundland. I was certain that they had done it, that they had gone too far and murdered one of my cats. I ran towards the soccer field as fast as I possibly could, filled with the dread that one of my animals was dead. When I ran down the gravel path alongside of the field, I could see a couple of the boys still there and obviously upset. They asked if they were going to get in trouble. They said the other boys were going to call the cops. At that moment, I was so sure that they had killed something that I was sick with fear and anger. I asked them where it was, and they told me it was beyond the fence and not in the field itself. Beside the field, there was an underdeveloped area. It ran along the half of the block that wasn't occupied by the soccer field. It was filled with many trees and dense underbrush. All the kids used to play there, and so did I. So I crawled under the gap in the fence and went looking around. I walked through the lot, following along the back of the houses. There was trash strewn about that people had thrown over their fences. However, it didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. The smell hit me long before I actually found anything. It was like being hit in the face with a compost bin. It was rotten and stale, and I'll never forget it for as long as I live. Among some of the other debris, there was a suitcase. It was open and there was something there, something not right inside. There's no real way to describe what I saw. It looked like meat, but it obviously wasn't. It isn't like what you expect from watching TV. It wasn't covered in blood. I think my instincts realized what it was before my mind did. It still had skin. Obviously human skin. I don't really know what happened next. I just ran out of there as fast as I could move. It just didn't seem real. It was wrong. So many levels of wrong. That's not the type of thing that happens in real life. You don't just find things like that outside of TV shows. People don't just find parts of another human being. The boys screaming must have gotten the attention of more than just myself, as there were many adults headed into the field by this point, and the police were not far behind. Many people gawked from the entrance for quite some time. Eventually, I headed back to my house and watched from the patio as the circus unfolded. Some of my neighbors spoke to the police as well as the press. I personally said nothing at all. I couldn't process what I had just seen. It was just this out-of-body experience that was far too surreal to be true. What I saw that day was a piece of a person, a real, dismembered woman who lived at the bottom of my street. It wasn't long before the police identified the victim, and once they did, they arrested her boyfriend. Rumors flew through the neighborhood. They said that she was pregnant, and that's why he did it. Some said they never found all the pieces of her body. More disturbing, and something I have no idea if it's true, but it was said, was that her head was still in his freezer. What I do know is that it took a long time for the people in the neighborhood to recover from that. What had once been this quiet little community was shaken by something so violent, quite literally happening in our own backyard.
When I was 10, my dad and I took a trip to see my grandparents down in North Carolina. I'm from Virginia, so it was a quick 2-day trip. I'd never really been very close to my grandma or grandpa, seeing as they lived in another state. When we got there, my grandpa made an extra effort with me for some reason. He went out and bought me my favorite ice cream, and stayed up late eating it with me while we watched movies and whatnot. It was nice. Weird, but nice. We left and thought nothing of it. That was in the last week of October. December 18th comes around. I'm in my 5th grade class when I get an absolutely horrible stomach pain. I'm crying as my mum's picking me up. It just hurts that bad. That was around 2 in the afternoon. We get home, and I take a nap around 3. I wake up at around 5 p.m. with some really weird chest pain. It felt like my heart was beating funny. I told my mum, and she said she'd monitor it, but that it should be fine. It eventually went away around dinner time. We go about our night, have dinner and do homework, and my little sister and I get sent to bed. As I'm falling asleep, I hear our house phone ring, which I thought was strange considering it's around 9 p.m. and on a school night. That's when I hear my dad scream. He's screaming and crying, running up the stairs, and bursts into our room, and my mum jumps up to ask him what happened. They walk out of the room and leave my sister and I wide awake in our beds. After my dad finally calms down, my mum and him bring me downstairs, explaining that my grandpa had died suddenly that evening. He was in great shape for his age and never had any problems with his health. I sit there confused as they continue on telling me what happened. My mum tells me the following. He and Grandma were going to go out for dinner tonight, but Grandpa had a really bad stomachache, so he went to lay down. At around 3 p.m., his heart exploded in his sleep, honey. Grandma went to try and wake him up around 7, but he was already gone. That's when it hit me. He had a stomachache and went to sleep at the same time I did. I woke up with my heart feeling funny, right around the time he died. My mum just kind of passed it off as a weird coincidence, but weird things like that happen to me sometimes. When his wife died, I dreamt that she reunited with him in a dream, even before my parents told me. And when my grandma died on my mum's side of the family, I was at school and just burst out crying for absolutely no reason. And when I got home from school, my mum told me she had passed. I haven't lost anyone in a long time, but I swear that stuff with my grandpa seriously made me rethink a lot of stuff I thought I knew as a kid. Weird shit, man.
I'm a female, currently living in New England, but spent much of my childhood in Arizona. I lived in a semi-decent neighborhood in Phoenix that used to be a citrus orchard. The neighborhood itself was okay, but bordered poorer areas that were known for being a bit sketchy. I loved to explore on my Razor scooter, run around with the other kids, go play on the swings, and climb grapefruit trees. I never once felt unsafe, and my parents were comfortable with letting me roam around as long as I came home before 6 p.m. I wasn't a timid child and even went into people's yards when something interesting caught my eye. When I ran into the occasional adult outside, probably questioning what a chubby 10-year-old was doing in their yard, I would speak to them just as I would another kid. This led to a few cringeworthy moments, such as me proudly announcing I was harvesting minerals out of a random guy's gravel in his front yard, completely oblivious to the fact that it was his private property.
Anyway, one day I was biking around in the afternoon looking for something to do when I spotted a cat in someone's yard. I absolutely adored cats and still do to this day, so of course I brake immediately and just leave my bike in the road to go pet the cat. The cat was friendly and let me pet her, but after a minute walked over to the entrance to the side yard of the house. The gate was open and I followed her a few feet into the side yard, thinking the owner of the house wasn't home as there was no car in the driveway. The cat walked into a small shed with the door propped open. I peered inside and, to my delight, there were several newborn kittens. I was so ecstatic I could barely contain my excitement at this newfound adorable discovery. Maybe the homeowner would even let me have one. I pet them gently and cooed to the kittens as they crawled around the dusty shed. Eventually, the sun began to set and I was forced to leave my newfound babies behind, but I promised myself I would return the next day. For the next week, I would bike or scooter to the house with the kittens and check on them, bringing a small paper bowl with water for them and the mother cat. One day, I did my usual after-school routine of heading down to the kitten shed. A man in his mid-30s was outside in the backyard sitting in a cheap plastic lawn chair. Surprised, I darted back out of the side yard and back to my scooter in the street. Up until this point, I had never seen the residents of the house, and the thought of anyone living there had honestly slipped my mind. The man followed me out of his yard, giving me a warm smile, not something I expected. "Hi there. You can pet the kittens. I see you here almost every day. You really care about them," he said happily. The man, who I would come to know as Leo, was really kind and never once gave me any bad vibes. He even gave me Capri Suns when I would come over to play with the kittens. Over the next few weeks, I began to think of him as a friend, and it felt cool to be hanging out with a grown-up. I guess the whole stranger danger thing slipped my mind when faced with a man who would let me pet his cats. Stupid as that sounds. Leo would talk to me as I pet the now energetic and playful kittens. He would tell me about himself, how he took care of his mom and was searching for a job. It didn't occur to me how strange and inappropriate it was for a man in his mid-30s to be talking to a 10-year-old girl whose family he didn't even know. This odd relationship continued until I brought it up to my mother. She surprisingly seemed pleased that I had found something that made me so happy, but told me she wanted to meet Leo before I went over there again. She and I walked over there one evening and Leo welcomed us, friendly as always. It was great to have someone both me and my mom could be friends with since, of course, she wasn't friends with any 10-year-olds. I hoped with all of my heart that she would let me take a kitten home one day. I mentioned this to her a few times and she seemed enthusiastic about the idea. One day, after getting picked up from school, my mom said she needed to talk to me. Thinking I was in trouble, I was a bit nervous. She explained to me that she didn't want me to ever visit Leo again and that it was completely non-negotiable. "But what about the kittens?" I pleaded. She wouldn't budge. I was sad and angry that I wasn't allowed to visit my friend and see the cats anymore. Thinking about it in retrospect, I am immensely grateful for her ultimatum. Once or twice after this, I rode by Leo's house and didn't see the kittens or even the mother cat outside, and so I became disinterested and eventually forgot about it all. Around a year ago, I was talking with my parents about our old neighborhood and asked my mom if she remembered the house with the kittens. My mom gets a serious look on her face and tells me she could never forget it because of what she witnessed one afternoon. On her day off from work, my mother had gone over to Leo's house to ask if my family could adopt a kitten in the near future. Leo gladly let her in and they started chatting. As they chatted, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye in the hallway on the floor. She casually glanced over during a break in the conversation, and to her disbelief, it was none other than a dead kitten. The thing is, this poor creature wasn't just dead, it had been squashed, like roadkill, in the middle of this guy's house. My mother, obviously appalled, asked Leo if he knew of this. "Oh, yeah, I hate it when they try to come inside." He then explained to her that the kitten had been let inside by its mother and that sometimes they snuck in. Every time that this happened, he put on his steel-toed boots and, quote, got rid of them. Looking around, my mother slowly noticed more peculiarities. She got up and left immediately, and that very day forbid me from ever going back to Leo's house.
This explained why I never saw the kittens again. I assume now that the mother cat had probably been killed as well or left when her babies were slaughtered. My mother later called the police, who said there was very little that they could do since the cats were technically feral. I'm not sure what would have happened if I had continued to visit Leo, but needless to say, I hope he's never around another innocent animal ever again and that one day he gets what he deserves. Kids, always listen to your parents in these situations. And seriously, never go hanging around a stranger's house or try to be friends with an adult. No matter how nice they seem, you can never truly know what someone is really like behind closed doors.
This story goes back to 2004, back when I was 6 years old. We had recently moved to a town called Puyallup in Washington State. I moved a lot as a child, and it was always hard to make new friends, so moving was always a pain. Although, this time I was excited. The town I was moving to was home to the Puyallup Fair. I had previously been to that fair, but it was always a rare occurrence, as it was very far from where I lived before. Anyways, enough about the backstory. My family and I were at the fair and were partaking in the usual fair activities. Deep fried food, people watching, and riding the rickety roller coasters. I was standing in line for a roller coaster, occasionally looking at my parents standing by. I vaguely remember a man standing closer to the ride than most parents, holding a camera. Me, being as young as I was, I just kind of figured it was some guy capturing pictures of his children. I didn't really notice anything was wrong, until some guy started yelling at the man with the camera. I just remember the guy grabbing the camera from the man and looking through a few of the photos before getting louder and visibly more angry. I didn't understand what was wrong, but before I knew it, the guy pocketed the man's camera and threw a fist his way. The man tried to fight back, but the guy just threw him on the ground and started to slam the man's head into the pavement, making a bloody mess. The ride attendant kept the line moving, and had another ride attendant keep the kids exiting the ride in a safe area, away from the brawl. I remember looking down from the ride, seeing security run up in their bright yellow vests, and a few police officers taking the man away. Not too long ago, I asked my mother about that event. It turns out that that man was taking pictures of children. Not his own, just random kids at the fair. Luckily, that guy caught on to what he was doing and quickly shut it down. My mother ended up talking to that guy before he confronted the man. She said that they were all kind of watching him creep around and take pictures of the kids. I don't think it was until the man paused his photo taking to scroll through his collection that the guy saw many pictures of children, even some naked children. I'm pretty sure that was that guy's snapping point. I know that I don't have too much strong information, or that good a memory of this, but really, it's just the thought of it that gives me the creeps. I know we all hear about stories of pedophiles, see it on the news, and are constantly warned about it. But it's one totally different thing to see it firsthand. Just thinking I could have been one of the kids in his collection. We're all just lucky someone caught on. You can really never be too observant.
It was the fall of 2007, and I was going into the 10th grade. The girl I had been dating since the summer between 7th and 8th grade had moved away over 2,000 miles from our town, and I wasn't doing well because of it. You know, being an angsty teen who had just lost the love of his life paired with all those super great hormonal imbalances of your high school years. I sort of became withdrawn, spent less time around friends, less time going out, and sort of just turned to the internet for a lot of my social stuff when I was actually feeling it, mostly sticking to just playing games on my computer. It wasn't until the summer of 2008 that I had met a girl on a game I was playing at the time. She claimed to be just a little older than me, lived less than 50 miles away, and while she wasn't a 10 out of 10, she wasn't ugly or even average by any stretch. We had a lot of similar interests and similar family situations. I felt really easy around her. I could talk about things that I wouldn't be able to with any of my friends in real life, and I didn't feel the need for the walls I had put up after me and my ex had split up. All that stereotypical bullshit people express when finding a new best friend or significant other. Her name was Kim, and we hit it off well. Spent tons of time together on our game, and I was even introduced to her friends. Not long after getting close, she wanted me to add her on MySpace. I hardly used it, but figured, what the hell, why not? So I add her, and even a few of the other friends that she had introduced me to. We started talking more on there than in the game. After that, summer ended and school let back in, and Kim eventually asked me on MySpace if I'd be her boyfriend. I was new to the concept of long distance or internet relationships, but I really liked spending time with this girl and wasn't really interested in an in-person deal at the time, so I went for it. Almost immediately, she began to change. Or maybe she was just beginning to show her real self, I don't know. Either way, a week or two after we made our relationship official, she began to send pissy messages to my female friends or family members who she didn't know were related, telling them to back off, keep away from me, that I was hers, etc. I called her out on it, and I got told something along the lines of,
"I just really love you and want them to know you're off limits."
My dumbass teenage brain accepted it and thought that if some guy was getting too close to her that I might do the same. It then stopped for a while and things were fine on that front, but I started getting messages from other girls of various ages and attractiveness, flirting with me out of nowhere. In 1 week, there were maybe 15 different girls, obviously not spam bots, but also totally obvious that they were not different people or who they claimed to be at all. It carried over to the game as well. I asked Kim and her friends if they were pranking me, and they all denied it, saying maybe it was a friend or family member, or even my ex. I just marked all the messages as spam and went about my life. The whole time though, she would treat me like a king. We'd do things on the game together constantly, talk way late into the night, all that stuff you'd expect from a long distance relationship. Some things fell out of place, but I could put them out of my mind. That was until maybe 2 or 3 months after those messages. Kim started asking me about things that she shouldn't have known about. Things I had discussed with other people outside of her group of friends. Things that I had talked to family about in private messages on MySpace. Even things that I had talked about in real life at school and not online. I didn't think anything of it at first because it started with inconsequential things. Figured maybe she had overheard background conversations during one of our 2 to 4 hour long phone calls. But when it started becoming blatantly obvious that there was no way she'd know details of some private ones, I flipped my shit and asked her what the hell was going on. She, of course, denied everything, said that I had told her or that she had overheard. I didn't believe her and asked her how the fuck she knew about these things when some of them were only said in person to people I knew didn't know her. That was the last night that she spoke to me as Kim. For several months, I was getting texts from different numbers, probably spoofed, emails from throwaway accounts, messages from various fake profiles on MySpace and even on the game. These were messages with personal details that had snippets of discussions I had in private. During that time, I had also noticed messages I had never sent coming from my account, calling women I knew cunts, whores, sluts, horrible things like that. I immediately put one and one together and I realized she had my damn password. I don't know how the fuck she got it, but she had access to my account. Everything I had said on there, plans with people, where we were going to meet for school projects, my address to out-of-state family members so that they could send me packages, all sorts of information that I had kept private. She had access to it all. It still didn't explain how she knew about things I had talked about off the internet though, and I was pissed. After running damage control with friends and family, I decided to try and see how the hell she knew these things I didn't talk about online or on the phone. So I set up with a friend from school to meet up somewhere, telling him in real life that I'd send him a message on MySpace with all the details, and to act as if we hadn't talked about it face to face. We set up to meet at the park after dark that Friday night, with him messaging that his brother and his brother's girlfriend would meet us there with beer and pot, and that we should wait for them in the parking lot. He told me what time to meet him there, and said that he might be a few minutes late since his bike had a flat and that he'd be walking. The actual plan was for him to intentionally be late, and to scope out to see if anyone was following me while I sat there alone playing music on my Zune. Yes, I was one of the few people that had one. Friday night came around and I had made my way to the park around 8 p.m. At about 8:10, I see a car pull up into the other side of the parking lot with its lights off and just sitting there. Based on a small light I saw inside that looked like a phone screen, there was at least a driver and a passenger. I pretended not to notice them and even thought it could be someone else intending on doing what me and my friend had claimed we would be there to do. But even as 8:30 rolled around, no one got out of the car. At 9 p.m., my friend walks up from the sidewalk that ran on the other side of the parking lot, stopping behind the car for just a moment while pretending to tie his shoes, and then walked up to me, saying loudly that his brother had canceled and that he had been called into work. Only a minute or two later, the car pulled out of the parking lot and sped off. My friend tells me that he had watched them follow me up the street, stop at the corner while I made my way to where I was going to wait, and then followed me in after a few minutes. He had taken down the license plate number and type of car when he pretended to tie his shoe, and he was saying that we should go to the cops. Being dumb, I told him I'd handle it myself. We left, grabbed pizza, and headed back to my place. That night, I changed my passwords and then sent the license plate number to every one of the accounts that had recently messaged me, telling them I knew who they were and to fuck off. In return, I got a message back from one of them telling me what I had wore that night and that they would, quote, see me again soon. After a week of texts telling me various things about me, I finally told my parents, who then called the cops. I gave them all the information that I had and was told that they would contact me if anything came up. While I never heard from Kim again or even the hordes of fake profiles, the cops never called. And when I called them, they would always say that they had nothing to report. I don't know if everything had scared her off or if she just found another target. What creeps me out to this day, though, is that my friend had told me when he looked inside the windows, he hadn't seen any younger girls in that car. Just what looked like to be two very ugly looking women, at least in their late 30s. I don't know what they intended, if it was just stalking or if they had other things planned. But from that day on, I was a lot more careful with anyone who I met online. For some background information, I was a 16-year-old male high school student at the time of these events taking place. I'm not very outgoing, and due to some social anxiety and frequent mini panic attacks at school, I was fairly bad at making new friends and talking to people. This is all relevant information because the story I'm about to tell you happened precisely because I had such low self-esteem. I had just recently gotten out of a relationship of 2 weeks with my ex-girlfriend. She had broken up with me right after I had returned from my uncle's funeral, and I later learned from friends that she had cheated on me with one of my good friends on the weekend that I went to the funeral. Yeah, thanks for respecting the bro code, dude. I was very insecure due to being cheated on, and I was at an all-time low, thinking that there must have been something wrong with me. Due to being such a socially deprived teen, I always took solace in the internet and the various technology I had at my disposal. Surfing the web was one of my favorite pastimes. One day, while doing my usual obligatory Facebook check, I had noticed I had gotten a new friend request. This came across as very odd to me because I never get new friend requests outside of my circle of friends that I knew from elementary school. The person who had sent the request was a very lovely older girl. She appeared to be around 20, but her profile said she was actually 19. I didn't know this girl at all, and I know some of you will judge me for deciding to add her, but I was going through a very depressive state of mind at the time. Anyways, let's just call her Kate. Kate was always tons of fun to talk to. We would talk about the most nonsensical things and just have a complete ball. She had told me a decent amount about herself, where she lived, what college she was attending, what major she was going for, things like that. Honestly, at the time I was just so psyched that such an attractive older girl had been speaking to me on such casual terms that I sorta just tuned out most of the intricate details. Kate and I had been speaking for roughly a week or two before she asked me if I had Skype. I told her that I did, in fact, have a Skype account, and of course I added her to it. One day, she turned her webcam on, and what I saw absolutely floored me. She was partially naked in her bed, giving me all sorts of alluring gestures, and beforehand had typed out that she also wanted to see me on webcam. I did as requested and got on webcam. This was partially funny because at the time I had considered putting on my scream mask to cover up my face as a joke. In retrospect, I should have gone ahead with that plan at the very least. Once I was on cam, she started typing again, telling me she wanted me to touch myself. I'm very timid when it comes to the subject of masturbation, but since she seemed to take an interest in me, I didn't want to lose her attention. So I did as she asked and I began to touch myself on cam. Not even 10 seconds after I did this, her webcam immediately cut off and faded to a blank black screen, with Skype saying that the call had been disconnected. At first, I didn't really think much of this since my parents had a very shoddy provider and the internet cut out pretty often. But then Kate began to start typing again. The following text is around what she typed. After listing out all my family and friends by name, she then said, "If you don't send me money for my tuition next semester, I'm going to leak this video to all of your friends and family on your Facebook account." It took me a few moments for my mind to process what had just happened. This person had put a pre-recorded video of a half-naked woman and lured me into masturbating on camera, just so that they could blackmail me and extort money out of me to pay for their college tuition. By this point, all of my parents' advice for being careful on the internet is flashing through my mind, and I'm slapping my palm furiously against my forehead, wondering how I could have been so foolish. Luckily, in my panic, I was still in a rational enough mind to tell my dad about the scenario, and after grilling me about being disobedient, he marched up to my room and got onto my computer. I don't know what all he and this would-be blackmailer said to one another, but I do know that he pulled out his cell phone and called the authorities on this matter. Afterwards, he had told this person that blackmail was illegal and that he had told the cops about their little scheme. The person immediately logged off and deleted me as a Skype contact. My dad had kept the call and all history of the conversation on my Skype account in case we needed to present it as evidence in an inevitable court case. The unfortunate thing is, the cops could never find out anything about this person. Hell, I don't even know if I really helped matters when I couldn't tell them if the perpetrator was a man or a woman. Because, to be honest, I didn't know. All I could tell them was the information that Kate had told me. So the chase pretty much got nowhere. I had deleted and remade my Facebook account in this time frame and never got another contact from Kate ever again. The moral of the story is this: be very careful online. You never know when someone is willing to take advantage of you and use your low self-esteem against you. And this goes for everyone. It's not just to girls. After all, I was a victim too. This is a video on 5 real paranormal and ghost-related stories that have been sent in to me by my subscribers. They are in no particular order, and in 2 of the stories I've included proof with pictures or audio. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the video, and let's begin.
My friends, we'll call them Mary and Elizabeth, and I live in a very small town with a lot of back roads, and we take them often to go to the river. There was this old, creepy, abandoned house that was on the way there that we had never even thought of stopping to look at. Well, that was before our Marine friend came home to visit. We'll call him Mike. Mary was always up to go as she was into creepy things and didn't scare easily, but Elizabeth and I were not quite as brave. So when Mike came home, Mary suggested that we all go, and if Elizabeth and I felt unsafe, Mike would be there to make us feel better. We headed off at about noon so that we would have plenty of light to explore by. The door was open when we got there, so it wasn't hard to get in. We were all immediately drawn to a large room that had a desk and some file cabinets inside of it. There wasn't much in the file cabinets, but the desk was full of notebooks and important papers. All the others were looking through drawers and important papers, but I decided to look through the notebooks. I opened the first one I came to and saw that it was a woman's handwriting. The woman who stayed in this room must have used them for journals. What I read in them sent shivers up my spine. They were journals of a grown woman who lived with her parents. She didn't live with them by choice. Her parents were very religious and thought that if she left the house, quote, the evils of the world would corrupt her. I read that she wasn't allowed to have visitors and that her parents brought her food to her room. I can't remember many details because this was years ago, but I remember feeling scared and hopeless. And then we heard something fall upstairs, and so naturally Mike and Mary wanted to go see what it was. The upstairs was full of canned food and clothes, like they had been preparing for something bad to happen. I told them that I was ready to go and that we should come back another time. I know they didn't want to leave yet, but they respected my wishes. Fast forward a few weeks. Mary and I had bought a Ouija board and wanted to try it out. We didn't bother contacting Elizabeth about going with us because we knew she hated Ouija boards, but we did call Mike and made plans to go that night. We packed up the board, some candles, and a camera and made our way out there at about 11 p.m. Mary set up the board on a small table in the room, Mike lit the candles, and I set up the camera on the windowsill. We stood around the board, and before touching it, we went over the rules with Mike to ensure our safety. Then we all put our hands on the planchette. I didn't plan on talking, and I'm not going to lie, I was scared as shit, but I trusted my friends. Mary spoke first, asking if anyone was there. No answer. She asked again. Once again, no answer. Then Mike laughed and looked at her and said,
"They're probably too chicken."
This really set me off. I was already scared and he wanted to taunt things that could be here. I yelled at him and told him this is exactly why we went over the rules. Don't laugh at it and don't challenge it. Then the planchette moved to no. I looked at Mary and then to Mike. Guys, that's not funny, knock it off. They both denied doing it, and then Mary asked it a question.
Are you a man or a woman?
M-A-N, man.
Did you write those journals?
The planchette moved to no.
Do you know who did?
At that moment, my camera beeped and fell out of the window. It was fully charged when we got there. The planchette moved. M-Y-D-A-U-G-H-T-E-R. My daughter. I felt a burn in my throat and looked at Mary and said shakily, I want to stop. Let's just say goodbye. I'm scared. You guys can do it and I'll just watch. They both told me no because it might scare him away. I was not happy with this answer. I closed my eyes and cried silently while they asked questions. I know, I'm a wuss. I don't remember many of the next questions, but the one that did it for me was when Mike asked if he was good or bad. We waited a few seconds and the planchette started moving slowly. It landed on the moon, which means demon or bad spirit. I yelled at them and told them to say goodbye. They asked a few more questions and then finally said goodbye. We packed up our things and I was the first one out the door. Mary and Mike lingered a little longer and started towards the door. Mary had just stepped out when Mike decided he had one last thing to say. He turned around, laughed, and cursed at whatever was there, calling it a pussy and everything else. Then he turned around and started to step out of the door when he fell forward and screamed. I thought he had tripped and went to go help him, but he started running towards us. He told us that he was pushed and that his back hurts. I got behind him and pulled up his shirt to discover that he had 3 red scratch lines down his back. We bolted to his car and heard things banging around in the house. He sped off and we went straight to Mary's house. I didn't sleep much that night and refused to ever go back to that house. The marks on Mike's back healed within a few days and he really had no interest in going back either. I'm glad it was only scratches and not something more serious. I was in the middle of work yesterday when my mom started to blow up my phone, which is weird because she usually never calls me that late. I texted her to see what was up and we had this exchange. There will be a picture on screen right now showing the conversation. At first, I couldn't get the message to play, so I didn't think much of it. My mom has always been into ghost stuff, and I'm your average atheist that thinks it's all bullshit. If you're unable to look at the screen, my mom was basically texting me freaking out, telling me my dead grandpa had sent her a voicemail from a number that doesn't exist and she was wondering how something like this could have happened. Then she called me on my brother's phone and played the voicemail through that, and a shiver went down my spine. We talked on the phone and she said the message came from a number that was just all zeros and the phone never rang, she just got the voicemail. After I got off work, I sent the audio my mom texted me, converted it to MP3, and got it to play. What you're about to hear is the voicemail she received, followed by an old video of my grandpa speaking in comparison.
This is Dad. I was trying to contact you. This is Dad.
To honor you today, okay?
Okay.
All right. And we have Chuck.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him. I know you know him.
Now, 2 things immediately jumped out at me. This is Dad, I was trying to contact you, this is Dad, is not at all like any voicemail he would have left. His voicemails would always be something like, hello, I was just calling to see how things were, call me back when you get the chance, stuff like that. It's especially weird that he had to reinforce, this is Dad. The second strange part is he was dealing with mesothelioma the last few years of his life, so the fluid in his lungs and being drugged made his voice a lot more slow and gravelly. That was his voice before he got sick. Also, he died in March, and that part makes this strange as well. I don't really know how to explain it. If it was an old recording that someone sent, no one in the family would know where the recording came from to start with. No one that would have that message has a shred of technical knowledge to send audio directly to voicemail on a blank number. My family can hardly even log into Facebook. The only non-supernatural explanation I can think of is that it's a really old voicemail that just now got sent. Either it being a delayed voicemail, are those even a thing? Can you even send a future voicemail? Or it just never got sent until something triggered it, like maybe it was from his old cell phone that someone turned on after a while. Again, I don't even know if that kind of stuff even happens. It's really hard to give a reasonable explanation. You don't really think straight when your mom gets a voicemail from your grandpa that died almost 6 months ago. And as for the wrong number theory, the voices are just too similar in my opinion. I'll play the video one last time before going to the next story.
This is Dad. I was trying to contact you. This is Dad.
To honor you today, okay?
Okay.
All right. And we have Chuck.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him. I know you know him.
When I was 14, I was sharing a hotel with my parents for a basketball tournament out of state. I was sleeping on the floor on the other side of the room because there was no pull-out couch or extra bed. I know I fell asleep and the room was very dark, but at one point I opened my eyes and could see perfectly everywhere inside of the room. The room had a slight yellow tint to it. I saw a very pretty girl about my age turn the corner and walk out of the bathroom. She was carrying a long piece of wood. I'm not sure how else to describe it. It looked like a wand and the wood had holes all over it. I just remember she was very lovely and maybe had white clothes on. I specifically remember I wasn't scared at all. I did, however, call out, wondering what she was doing. I said something along the lines of, "Hi, who are you and what are you doing?" She looked at me, but she didn't respond. The next part is so hard to understand. My father apparently had heard me call out with the whole "Hi, who are you and what are you doing" thing. My dad says he woke up and saw me, but it was actually her, and he got out of bed to flip on the light switch to the bathroom and help me with whatever I was doing. She turned her head and looked from me to him as he got up. Keep in mind, I'm watching all of this go down from across the room. My dad reaches around her to turn on the light, and in her last millisecond, she manages to look back at me. My dad flips on the light switch and she's immediately gone. Now the lights are on and my dad is looking where she was standing. I call out, "Dad, did you see her too?" My dad then responds with, "Kate, I thought that was you." I explained that I was over here the whole time and that I saw her walk out of the bathroom and I didn't know who she was. We couldn't explain it. We both definitely saw her walk out of the bathroom. We sat there for maybe 20 minutes recounting what we had seen over and over. My dad then prayed over me and we somehow went back to sleep. Another crazy part about the whole thing, my mom, who has a horrible time sleeping for more than 2 hours at a time, slept through the whole thing and still said she had never had a more restful night of sleep that she could ever remember. Can anyone explain what this occurrence could have been? Was she a ghost, a memory, an angel? Why couldn't she talk? Why was she there? Why could we both see her? I've always told this true story as a party trick, but lately I'm really hoping to do more investigating. This story is based in mid to north Saskatchewan, Canada. At the time, I was 17 years old, and the perspective is from a female who is skeptical of ghosts, monsters, you name it. You couldn't get me to believe that shit. Saskatchewan has a reputation of being super flat and all prairie, but if you go more up north, it's full of lush green forest and hills. And for some odd reason, plenty of abandoned houses, churches, and small schools in the middle of nowhere. Luckily for me, I used to live in the middle of nowhere. Before I had moved out for college, my brother and I lived with our father in the childhood home that we grew up in. And when I say middle of nowhere, I mean we lived on the outskirts of this huge provincial forest. Neighbors were far away, but we knew everyone from grids away, and the closest city is a 30-minute drive. I had the benefit of being neighbors with my best friends. Us three have known each other since we were 4, and we're actually still best friends to this day. We liked to take our friends who didn't live where we did to these abandoned buildings and told the stories we were told as to why they were abandoned. For example, there was a small building for worship that had a priest hang himself inside of it and also had a small graveyard of maybe 5 headstones, all of them for children under the age of 5. We heard a noise one time while we were all there and we all booked it. My one friend, who was way at the back, said he was hit or kicked by something on the leg and then a bruise appeared not long after. But the creepy part was he was far behind us and you could see where he fell. There were no sticks or anything, and this was in the wintertime, so snow was high and you could easily track your footsteps. But that's kinda just a backstory for everything. Now for the actual story. We like to show people this abandoned church at the end of the road near the entrance of the provincial forest. This church is standing alone, a couple of trees surrounding it, but it's mainly an open area. There used to be a mass grave around it, and it had been there until a couple months before this incident. The odd thing about it was, the ground looked like it hadn't been disturbed once, but all the headstones were gone. Of course I was like, fuck it, it's nothing, don't worry about it guys. So the group that was with me was my friends and my boyfriend at the time, Cody, Kennedy, Megan, and Wendell. When we approached this church, we had to pry the door open, and when we did, it took us a lot of courage to go in. I had been in here many times before, but the door thing was new. There's a couple steps in the entrance and then the main portion of the church. Well, here is when shit gets creepy. There was red paint or something all over the walls and in a language and symbols I couldn't recognize myself. I explained that this is new because this wasn't here a few months ago, and there was this weird altar with what looked like blood and some tufts of fur, but no body anywhere. We then heard noises under the church, but there was no basement. That was what did it for us. All the girls ran back to the truck, tails between our legs. On the way out, Megan tripped on something. We run back to grab her to only notice that there was a fucking noose on the ground. Why the fuck is there even a noose here? Meanwhile, the guys are laughing and calling us babies with overactive imaginations. We're standing at the truck facing the church, and as the guys walk out, I snap a picture of them. The next day, I was looking at the photos I had taken last night of our adventures, and I scrolled past the one I took of the guys next to the church. My stomach dropped and I became anxious. There was only 5 of us during that night, and I only took a photo of 2 people, but in the photo, far off to the left, there was a fucking figure or ghost or something standing there. How did we not see it last night? I show everyone, and collectively the group got quiet and questioned what it was. But it's clearly a person or ghost holding something. The picture is on screen right now. That day is the day I became less skeptical about that shit. I mean, obviously nothing like that has happened to me personally before, but now I have that photo. I haven't gone back there yet, and I don't think I plan on it. I was about maybe 10 when this happened. My sister and I were spending the summer with our grandparents at the time. I have insomnia and have had it ever since I was very young, so I wasn't asleep. I usually just stared at the ceiling and thought about a lot, but I had to go to the bathroom, so I got up and crept quietly to the bathroom down the hall. I never particularly liked this bathroom, especially at night. It gave me the creeps and made me feel really uneasy, but I sucked it up and hurried anyway. I did my business and was in the process of washing my hands when I looked up into the mirror, and there was this huge black mass hovering over me. My eyes had gone wide and I couldn't move. It was like I was frozen, and instantly I felt this emotion come over me, like whatever the hell this was wanted to hurt me. I was standing there for a solid 15 seconds before I dashed out of the bathroom. I ran back into my room and woke up my sister. She was extremely irritated that I had woken her up, but she came back with me anyway. I walked behind her, holding her hand as we tiptoed to the bathroom, careful not to wake up our grandparents. When we got there, the mass was gone. I walked in and looked around, but it was definitely gone. My sister then came to the conclusion that I was just tired and delirious. A couple of weeks after that night, I was out in the back helping my grandfather water some of the plants that he had been growing. My sister had ran out to us, screaming and crying with tears streaming down her face. My grandfather and I dropped everything to see what was going on. We couldn't understand what she was saying between her uncontrollable sobs, but we were able to calm her down enough to understand her. She told us that she was in the bathroom doing her hair when she felt like she was being watched. So she looked around to see if any one of us was walking down the hall or something. She said that she had seen something black standing in front of the doorway to the room that we were staying in. She said that this thing had rushed at her and she felt hands press against her stomach. What makes this even more chilling is when we lifted up her shirt, there were 2 huge bruises on her stomach. She then said she believed me about the night I had my own encounter with whatever the damn thing was, but it was clear that it wanted to do harm. My sister and I went back with our parents, and my grandparents have since moved from that house. The experience has not left my mind, and I hope whatever it was doesn't come back. This
This story is told from an 18-year-old French female's perspective. The story I'm about to tell happened to me almost 2 years ago. A friend of mine, her younger sister, and I had decided to go shopping one afternoon. My friend's mother was nice enough to drop us off at the mall since we were all too young to drive at the time. She said she would pick us up around 6 p.m. and that she would text us where she'd park so that we could meet her. At 6:12, my friend received a text that her mom was waiting for us in her car in the underground parking lot. She then gave us the lot number so that we could find her. It might sound careless for 3 girls to roam around an underground parking lot on their own, but we knew the place well and it wasn't the first time we had to walk through it. My friend and I were in the middle of having coffee when she received the text, and her sister was making a big fuss because she was tired and really wanted to go home. My friend finished her coffee and we didn't want her sister to cause a scene, so I told her it was fine and for them to go and that I would join them in a few minutes. After I finished drinking my coffee and paid the bill, I headed for the parking lot. I should say that this happened in winter, so it was already dark outside, and of course, so was the underground parking lot. In addition, it was also late, so the place was completely deserted. However, I knew my friend's mother's car was less than 250 meters away, so it wasn't a long walk. After a few seconds of walking, I heard footsteps getting closer and felt like someone was behind me. I know that underground parking lots are not the safest place to be, especially for a girl, but I decided to stay calm and walked over to a car as if it were my own, thinking that whoever was behind me would walk away. Still, I pulled out my phone and pretended like I was texting when, in fact, I used my phone to take a picture of who was behind me in the reflection of the car window. The picture will be on screen right now. I didn't have enough time to react though when I felt a hand grab around my wrist and pull me to the side. I was thrown down on the hood of the car. I knocked the side of my head in the process and my vision was blurry for a few seconds. I had a metallic taste inside of my mouth, and I later found out that with the blow, my teeth had cut inside of my cheek and also split my bottom lip. When I came to my senses, I felt a pair of gloved hands sliding up my calves to my thighs. I've never been in such a scary situation before, and I was way too shocked to scream. Now, I haven't mentioned it before, but my father insisted a few months prior that I take self-defense lessons, which I did. So I took a deep breath and repeated in my head, "Don't panic," like a mantra. The guy probably thought he'd knocked me out cold since he wasn't paying much attention to my upper body. I thought about my bunch of keys inside of my jacket. I slowly grabbed it inside my pocket and, like I'd learned, fisted my hand with the keys held in between each of my fingers. Then I quickly pulled my fist out and hit the side of the man's face as hard as I could with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to knock him out. The guy had his hood up, covering most of his face, and like I said, it was pretty dark, but I could see that this guy was pretty bulky and obviously stronger than I was. He cursed and pulled a fucking switchblade out of his rear pocket. I really started to panic then. Now, I don't know if it's the adrenaline that made me move fast enough, but I immediately put my arm up to block the blow. However, because I was shaking so badly, I didn't manage to block his arm like I wanted to, and the knife cut through the skin of my arm before flying away. Anger took over fear, and I could honestly feel rage boiling inside of my veins. I tried to kick the guy with my feet, but he had a firm hold on both of my ankles, keeping my legs spread. I was screaming now and struggling as best as I could, trying to scratch the man's face with my nails. Finally, he let go of one of my legs to pin down my wrist. I saw my chance and I took it. I kicked the guy with my free leg, aiming for his kneecap. The guy screamed in pain and fell on his knees. I slid off the hood of the car and punched the guy in the throat. I quickly grabbed my phone, which fell when the guy threw me on top of the car, and ran as fast as I could without looking back towards my friend's mother's car. My friend got out of the car when she saw me and asked what the hell had taken me so long. Obviously, they hadn't heard the screams or seen anything. She stopped yelling when she realized that something was wrong with me. She asked me why I was shaking like a leaf and told me that I looked really pale. And then she grew pale herself when she pointed out the blood running down my arm and my mouth. Her mother got out at that point, and I bent over and threw up against the wheel of the car. They then drove me to the nearest hospital. I didn't say a word during the drive, probably because I was too shocked to say anything. I later reported what happened to the police, but they never found the guy. My photo and the videotapes from the security cameras were useless since we couldn't see the man's face on either of them. I'm now terrified of underground garages, and for some weird reason, I never go out alone without having my set of keys firmly in hand. I still have nightmares about that guy, and what upsets me the most, strangely, is that I'll never be able to put a face on the man that haunts my dreams. A few summers ago, just before the start of my junior year in college, I decided to take a trip to San Francisco. Since I attended my home state's flagship university, I really needed a brief change of scenery. I've always wanted to be in California, which was convenient as one of my friends was interning in San Francisco and offered to let me stay with her. All the details were eventually worked out, and I was so excited to go. My friend was still interning while I visited, so she wasn't able to show me around too much, but I had a blast exploring on my own. I spent the majority of my time reading at different parks and taking pictures. She got off work at around 5, so I would head back around then to hang out with her. I always knew I was close to hers when I saw the construction. It was a huge project that required pedestrians to navigate through tunnels. I had been through them many times before, but on that particular day, someone ran up next to me right as we entered the dimly lit passage. He was a larger guy, wearing a white wife beater and blue jeans. I'm usually pretty friendly, but something felt off about him. We awkwardly exchanged heys before I quickened my pace, expecting him to just drift away. But he changed his pace to match mine and kept lingering.
"So, what's your name?"
he asked. "None of your business," I responded without looking at him, hoping he'd get the hint. He didn't.
"Hey, you're really pretty. Do you want to go to a party?"
But before even giving me time to respond, he grabbed my arm. He was pulling me towards the end of the tunnel. I had no idea what awaited me there. His grip was incredibly tight, and he was so much bigger than me, there was no way I could escape by strength alone. Despite being a very tiny person, I didn't have any pepper spray or any self-defense skills. I had never felt so vulnerable in my entire life. My mind was trying to find a way to survive, but then I felt someone else pull my other arm from behind. I thought it was all over, but I looked back and saw that it was a woman around my mom's age, dressed in business attire. Needless to say, I was very confused.
"Hey, it's really you! I haven't seen you in so long,"
she said as she started sprinting towards the way she came from and pulled me with her. I let out a sigh of relief as I felt his grip loosen. I was ecstatic to exit the tunnel, and when I looked back, he was gone. She told me that she saw the guy go after me and knew that something was wrong. She walked the remaining block with me to my friend's place. I thanked her for everything, and we hugged before I hurried to tell my friend what had just happened. We never even got to exchange names, but I don't know what I would have done without her. It warms my heart to know that there are people out there who have the courage to help others. I actually recently moved to San Francisco, and the construction at the site of the incident has been completed. Even so, I think of her every time I pass by. Okay, so I'm a member of the slam poetry scene. Basically, it's an excuse to get people to listen to performance poetry by adding a competitive element to things. After running through this small scene in my city and wanting to branch out and push my career further, I started visiting places within driving distance that I could go to. This eventually led me to Charlotte, North Carolina. I started at their local team venue where you would compete to be part of a squad that goes to a national competition every year. I was doing really well and was accepted into the local crew pretty quickly. This led to longer stays and features at some of the other venues in the city. I started going to one that was particularly popular and really good for selling CDs, and that's where I met him. He slowly started flirting with me more and more. Although in my loose days, searching for acceptance and love everywhere, something always kept me leery. I would gladly accept the drinks he sent over, smoke his weed with the group in the stock room between sets, and hang out at parties and events. I always had the tickle in my gut warning me not to get close, but over a year or two we continued to become friends. After a while, he started calling and texting me more often, poking me on Facebook daily, sending messages about wanting to be more than friends and that he wanted to find a, quote, snow bunny. Yes, I'm white and he's black. Settle down. Again, I never entertained the idea. There was always something gnawing at me. The crazy in his eyes was too hard to miss. I eventually moved to Denver to take a position teaching poetry and to work at a friend's law firm. The second Christmas I was there, I got the call. A friend from Charlotte, North Carolina relayed the following. He had found his white girl and gotten married. They seemed happy at first, but slowly began fighting more and more. It spilled over into the venue, and often they had to be separated by friends from physically attacking one another in public. One friend, later thinking back, remembers the last time she saw them together. Him pushing his wife, followed by her throwing a drink in his face and scratching his neck deep enough to draw blood. My friend told me that after the couple had been dragged away from each other, she sat with him and smoked a cigarette. She said she laughed and jokingly said that you guys are going to kill each other someday. Around Christmas last year, his wife just stopped coming to the bi-weekly events that they both attended regularly. He explained it casually that they were just on a break. Time goes by, no one really questions why they haven't seen or heard from her in a while, thinking maybe she was breaking from the whole scene in order to put distance between herself and her husband. Her parents, however, hadn't heard from their daughter since Thanksgiving dinner. They would call him and he would say everything was fine and just blow them off. This continues until a week after Christmas, knowing their daughter would never miss a holiday without at least one call. So they call the police and send them to the couple's home for a well-body check. The cops arrive, knock on the door, and they're let in. They ask him where she is, and he replies that she's in the bedroom. He shows them to the room, and there she lay, dead for weeks, rotting in their bed. Oh, and he killed their little dog, too. During this time, he had been attending events, hosting hip-hop nights, even publishing a blog on making a marriage work on one of the local organization's websites. Never once letting on that every night he was going home and sleeping with his murdered wife. The sickest part of all, he has a child from another relationship, a daughter who he gets to celebrate every other holiday with. That Christmas, they opened gifts, had dinner, cuddled up on the couch, and watched movies less than 100 feet from her decaying stepmother. I don't know what would have happened if I'd ever taken him up on his offer to date, but I do know that me and my gut are going to stay on speaking terms, and I will always, always listen. Audio recording devices have been around for well over a century now, and some pretty horrifying things have been captured as audio files and tapes. Here's a list of the top 5 most disturbing audio recordings along with their backstories. Keep in mind that this list is in no particular order. Some material may be deemed inappropriate or too disturbing for some, so don't say I didn't warn you, and viewer discretion is advised. Number 5. The Night Stalker voicemail. The original Night Stalker was a rapist and serial killer active on the East Coast from 1978 to 1986. During this span, the unidentified killer raped over 12 women and murdered over 50. This sick killer has gone by many names, such as the East Area Rapist, the Diamond Knot Killer, and more recently, the Golden State Killer. One name he hasn't ever gone by, though, is his real name. That's because he was never apprehended. Though his crimes have allegedly stopped, he still could be out there in the world killing and covering it up. In 2013, forces pushed to have the reward for his capture increased to $50,000. Despite this whopping reward, no tips have been sent in about the Night Stalker, and he's considered still to be at large. This audio recording comes from one of the victim's voicemail machines. He breathes deeply into the receiver and whispers, "I'm going to kill you, bitch," over and over as the machine records. It's clear that he's trying to hide his true voice, probably from fear of being identified. In the background of this voicemail, other voices can be heard, implying it was sent from a public place, again likely to prevent the number from being traced directly to him. It's uncertain why he felt the need to send this voicemail. Serial rapists rapists and killers often returned to the scene of the crime to reminisce on their sick acts. Since his victim survived in this case, this was likely as close as he could get. Number 4. A castrato. In the case of the haunting castrato's voice, the backstory is a little more unsettling. A castrato is the title given to a male singer that was castrated before puberty to preserve their voice in that state, whether they be a soprano or alto. Castration causes puberty to cease, and hormones that would cause the young male's voice to deepen are never released. These castrato boys never fully grow into men and often face medical problems associated with that. It was said that many castratos died from complications related to never fully maturing, such as hormonal defects and organ failure. The act of castration for creating the high-pitched castrato voice greatly decreased throughout the 1800s and was finally made illegal in 1903. This recording is from famous castrato performer Alessandro Moreschi. As you can tell from this recording, he does sound very much like a little boy or young woman, despite being a grown man. In most cases, young boys were forced into castration by parents, choir instructors, or even priests that noticed their vocal talent from a young age. But it was not entirely unheard of for a boy to make the choice on his own if they had enough passion for music. As if the background doesn't make the audio unsettling enough, the song itself seems to have a solemn tone that increases how eerie the act of creating castratos really was. Manhood stolen from a child too young to understand the consequence. And it doesn't help to think that everyone that may have been around during this recording is long gone by now. Number 3. Jonestown mass suicide. This small town-like land was more formally known as the People's Temple Agricultural Project, led by the cult-like religious group founded by Jim Jones. On November 18, 1978, Jim Jones and other leaders within the group convinced over 918 people to participate in a mass suicide. Men, women, and children all committed what has been referred to as a revolutionary suicide. This form of suicide had been planned by the temple for several months and was allegedly a way to go down in history while protesting capitalism and supporting socialism. This mass suicide was carried about via poison that the members ingested and also fed to their children. This eerie recording from November 18, 1978 displays children crying in pain as the poison begins to take hold and their loved ones drop dead around them.
1,200 people's lives in my hands, and I certainly don't want your life in my hand. But I'm going to tell you, Christine, without me, life has no meaning. I'm the best friend you'll ever have. Get calm, let's get calm. To us, we had nothing we could do. We can't separate ourselves from our own people.
Number 2. Operation Wandering Soul. During the Vietnam War, there were several American tactics that could be seen as cruel and unusual. Operation Wandering Soul, also known as the U.S. Ghost Recordings, was probably one of the more disturbing of the American tactics against Vietnamese soldiers. The recordings were a psychological weapon often used to get forces to retreat or surrender. The recordings were of Vietnamese peoples, mostly women and children, crying into the forest as if they were looking for their family or grave site. This gave the impression that these souls had not been given a proper burial. As the afterlife is very important in Vietnamese culture, these recordings would make men fear losing their lives and becoming one of the alleged lost souls featured in the audio playing over huge speaker systems at US base camps. Apparently, these recordings were successful a significant majority of the time. In fact, they worked so well that they were not allowed to be played around southern Vietnamese soldiers on the American side because they would fall for it as well and not want to fight alongside Americans. Number 1. The Real Exorcism of Anneliese Mitchell. This young girl from Germany was allegedly possessed around the age of 23. She underwent a Catholic exorcism conducted by a priest, which her parents approved of. A year after her supposed possession began, she died from malnutrition and dehydration. The trouble all began when Anneliese had an epileptic seizure at the age of 16 and was diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy, a condition that can often lead to psychiatric issues. She was later diagnosed as severely depressed and sought treatment at a psychiatric hospital. As time went on, her condition worsened and she would react violently to religious objects, claim to hear the voice of the devil, and fell into suicidal emotions. Her family convinced themselves that she was possessed by numerous demons and they contacted their local Catholic church. 2 priests, with the approval of their bishop, treated Anneliese and performed exorcism rituals on her for 10 long months. After her death, her family, as well as the 2 priests, were found guilty of negligent homicide and served roughly 6 months in jail. This case became notorious for a textbook example of misidentified mental disorders, negligence, abuse, and religious hysteria. Many people, to this day, still believe that Anneliese was actually possessed, and this audio recording is a major point of evidence for those believers. Despite what you believe, this young girl should have been given proper care. Possessed or mentally ill, she was still a person and she lost her life at the hands of a family that would rather hide the truth than seek proper care.
Ja, dit schrijft nog door niet is.
Ja, dat is van hier.
Je kunt ze aan in, nou. Ja, deze is nog twee
Im Namen des dreifaltigen Gottes und aller Todesten Jungfrau Maria, sagt die Wahrheit.
Last year, around Halloween, several clown sightings were reported all over the country. Everyone was unsettled by the idea of creepy clowns standing in wooded areas and staring as cars or pedestrians walked by. It seems this year the trend has spread like wildfire, and even worse, the clowns have begun to do more than just stand and stare. Some clowns have started chasing down people on walking trails, chasing cars going down dark roads, creating social media pages to threaten schools, robbing both stores and individuals, and allegedly even luring children into the woods with promises of cash or candy. But another aspect of the clown frenzy that we have to think about is, who are the true creepy clowns and who are just thugs and drug addicts piggybacking on this in order to not be caught? Everyone should take precaution this year, as clowns seem to be popping up all over the nation and truly could be a threat to your safety.
These 5 stories show just how dangerous and creepy these clowns can be. Throughout the video, I will also be playing videos from people who have recorded their alleged clown encounter. Keep in mind the stories I'm narrating and the videos you're seeing on screen are not connected to each other, but they're all from this year and are very recent, as well as the stories. Now that that's out of the way, let's begin. Number 5. Clowns luring children. There have been several cases of clowns luring children into wooded areas, but several of them have been deemed false. One case in Winston-Salem, North Carolina had a little more proof to back it up than other reports. 2 children and 1 adult were walking near the outskirts of the woods when the children wandered a little too close to the entry of the woods. They claim a clown wearing white overalls and a red wig came up to them and offered them candy or money if they came into the woods with him to play. The adult overheard the male voice and ran up to get the children. The clown quickly ran the opposite way before the adult could catch a glimpse. Officers say there was no proof of a clown in the woods, but it wasn't completely impossible as the clown could have parked a car at a separate entrance and fled the scene before a unit arrived. Apparently, later that day, an anonymous phone call alerted police that the same clown was back in the same wooded area, but once again there was no sign when officers arrived. Number 4. Sex offender in costume. One of the most notorious serial killers and rapists in history doubled as a clown for children's parties. Not to mention countless adults have admitted that they were either raped or molested by a party clown during their childhood. It isn't unusual for pedophiles and rapists to take jobs that allow them to get closer to their victims, but the idea of a sick and twisted rapist sporting a clown costume to get closer to women or children makes it all the more unsettling. Take that horrible image and put it on a walking trail in a wooded area and you've got a pure nightmare. A Winchester woman was jogging down a walking trail one morning when she was attacked by a man wearing a full clown suit. Winchester police have yet to release the name or age of the woman attacked or any possible suspects. According to the victim, she was jogging down the trail when the clown jumped out from a bush-covered area and tried to drag her into the woods while simultaneously trying to pull her pants down. She was able to fight him off by injuring his leg. She then sprinted to the safety of her car and called 911. Winchester police are certain this attack was carried out by a sex offender and are investigating their registry, as well as looking for signs of someone with a leg injury. The Winchester Police Department, as well as local newspapers, have published and posted safety tips in relation to walking trails, sexual assault, and, of course, the recent rise in clown sightings. Number 3. Clown shoots man. A Houston man was sitting alone in his apartment around 11 p.m. when the door was thrown open and a man in a clown suit came charging in. He pistol whipped the resident and shot him in the head. Luckily, the bullet only grazed the back of his neck and was not a fatal shot. The clown began to run off but quickly came back. He ransacked the apartment and stole under $100 in cash before fleeing the scene without a word. The resident claimed that he doesn't believe the attack was truly robbery-based, and that it was more of an afterthought to cover the true nature of this creepy crime, mostly because of the way the clown returned as if he forgot to do something. Number 2. Full-on attack. Kim Youngblood, a 45-year-old woman from Reading, Pennsylvania, was attacked on her own front porch by a man in a clown suit. It was 2:30 a.m. and Youngblood was sitting on the front porch of her apartment smoking a cigarette when a man wearing a clown mask and holding a blunt object approached her. She began to scream and he grabbed her abruptly by the neck. He slightly choked her as he said, "I should just kill you now." Youngblood begged for her life, but the masked freak's only response was, "Some students and teachers would never wish they were born at the junior and senior high school tomorrow." He was referring to the local junior and senior high schools, which police immediately reported to local superintendents. A loud beeping, possibly an alarm or cell phone from a neighbor's window, startled the clown and he pushed Youngblood down before fleeing. The victim was taken to a hospital for observation but had no serious injuries. This threat caused schools to shut down as students were advised to stay home and out of public dangerous areas. Number 1. Boy chased by knife-wielding clown. A 14-year-old high school student from Columbus, Ohio was faced with a nightmarish morning one day on his way to school. The student was walking from his home to his bus stop when a man wearing all black and a clown mask began to chase after him. The student claimed that the clown emerged from a nearby parking lot and yelled out for the boy to stop. He was also allegedly holding a knife in one hand as he raced after the teenager. The victim was able to throw a large rock at the clown's head, which slowed him down enough for the boy to make it to his bus stop and board the bus, which was going in the opposite direction. The teen reported the incident to his bus driver as well as his principal as soon as he got to campus. Police are patrolling the area in which the attack occurred as similar incidents involving teens and children continue to sweep the nation. These strange clown happenings have led to the closing of several schools across the nation, as well as nearly every police department making some statement in relation to clown safety. Halloween stores have begun pulling clown-related costumes off their shelves to help prevent the spread of crimes. Many think this hoax is some violent promo for the upcoming It movie. However, the directors and producers have claimed they have no involvement with these untimely attacks. As for now, the clowns are mostly creeping around, with actual crimes being rare and isolated cases. But it's still important to remain vigilant and safe this Halloween. If you plan on dressing as a clown for the holiday, or you somehow think it's a good idea to join in on the viral joke, just keep in mind that the police are not taking this lightly. Furthermore, as this problem grows, citizens are taking matters into their own hands, such as shooting at the masked pranksters and even ganging up on them and beating them. Please be safe this October, and thanks for watching.